Hello? Can you guys let me know if this is too loud? Lately, I feel like my audio mixing hasn't been at its best. I think that the Mario Sunshine music I've been playing lately has been a little bit too loud. So just let me know if I need to make any adjustments. Happy Saturday, everybody. I think it's Saturday. I hope it's been going good for you guys. I kind of woke up on time, kinda. Hello, Lady Ace. Hi, everybody, on an individual level. Technically, I was on a stream earlier today. I was on Hime's, and she is having her birthday. Okay, hold on. How's this? It is definitely kind of loud. The music is definitely loud. How about... This specific upload of the song might be a bit loud in general. How is this? Do you feel like this is better? Okay, good. I had a feeling that I probably messed it up, but I don't always test all these songs. I think your voice overall that is a tiny bit quieter, so the music sounds louder by comparison. I guess it depends on like if I'm doing my like calm voice like this, or if I'm like doing my like loud voice, which, you know, I can't really decide or choose whenever I do which one. Whatever one happens. Do you feel like it's good now, or do you feel like I should adjust it more? Because I don't want to just settle. I kind of want the optimal experience for everybody. Actually, I'm going to adjust something. Ugh. I wish I had a better place to rest my feet. I've been struggling feeling comfortable lately. I feel like no matter what I do, I'm in agony. Like, one thing that I just feel like I can never do anymore is sit crisscross, and I like sitting crisscross. It feels comfortable in ways. My voice is dampened. Mina, can you tell me what's going on? Because I haven't done any adjustments to my voice. Although Third always, like, I feel like you're the main person who always has an issue with my audio setup all the time. So I don't know if, like, you're just different, or if something's really wrong and I've just never been able to pick it up. Hello, Taiho. I think it's better if is louder in the streamer side, because it's easier to go down in my end. I'm talking quieter. Hold on. What about here? I'll bring up my voice a little bit. I know that for some reason I turned down my mic for, I don't remember if it was like for a collab. I think it was for a collab. I think I had to turn my voice down. What about this? This should be like somewhat considerably louder, or so I would hope. Did you know the name for crisscross sit-in has changed over the years, so each generation calls it something different? What do they call it now? Balance between voice and BGM is perfect. Really? Okay. Damn, then I really did need to adjust it. If you guys need it to be louder, just let me know. Crisscross is a post-90s term. It used to be Indian style, which was wiped from school vocab. Okay. And it was Lotus prior in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, but like, has it changed from crisscross ever since it became crisscross? Hello, Spencer. Thank you. Right now I feel a little bit weird. Like, I don't know, maybe it's some kind of weird tism thing. I feel like I'm gonna have a panic attack for no reason, and I don't know why. I feel like kind of weird and uncomfortable. Like I'm about to be killed or something. And I don't know why, because I don't think anybody wants to kill me at the moment. I don't think so, anyway. Be like the one psycho that calls it sitting cross-legged. I think I've heard that phrase, actually. Calm down, breathe in. Alright, I'm good. It's still okay. Because I'm like, if they changed it again, like, damn, I had no idea. Might sound crazy, but have you checked your blood pressure? For crisscross or for anxiety? I took a medicine that's supposed to kind of chill me out, but it didn't work at all. what it usually does is it's supposed to calm you down, and it's supposed to make you a tiny bit sleepier. Blood pressure. Let me check. Let me feel my pulse. I can't feel it. I think I'm dead. Breathe in. Now breathe out. Hands up, and what like dinosaur T-Rex hands up and then down? Or did I drink coffee? I actually tried to, and then I stopped halfway because my acid buildup has just been so bad. Even though my cough doesn't seem as bad as it used to be, I'm just better at managing it. And I don't know, I just feel like I'm stuck with acid so much that I just don't even want to finish my coffees anymore. Are you by any chance a ghost? I am. My favorite ghosty. A bit of focused breathing. I don't think I'm really good at breathing at all. Like, I don't know if I have asthma or something like that, but I know that I've always had trouble getting deep breaths. Especially when there's this like thing that happens sometimes where I'm not suffocating exactly, but I can't get a deep breath even if I wanted to, and I start feeling super uncomfortable. And I know whenever I exercise, I intentionally try not to breathe because I don't like making sounds. Because whenever they say like you're supposed to go like whenever you're like working out, I don't like doing that, so I stay silent and suffocate. Body acidity and anxiety go hand in hand. Could that actually be it? Because I mean, the way our bodies works is like super complex. Well, the medicine, it's called buspirone. So you're either acidic because you're anxious, or the acidity is making you prone to it. Not a doctor, but that's what I've been told by mine in the past. I think I know I have acid reflux kind of thing, and that's when my acid problems started. So I'm gonna assume that maybe the acid is just making me like overall off balance. Also, Gleam said crisscross applesauce. That's exactly how I know of it, because back in school they would say crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap. Anxiety will fuck me up and make it so I can't breathe properly. Yeah, like one thing that people like didn't understand is because it was very controversial to talk about this, and I've mentioned it on stream before.
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. Is people said during COVID that they were struggling to breathe whenever they wore those face masks. But I actually did struggle to breathe, and I don't know why. I don't know if it was because of the heat trapped in, but I think it might also be because of my clogged up sinuses. I don't know why I'm like acting like you guys are my doctor. I don't know where we started talking about this. Oh, it's because you guys were giving me breathing exercise advice. But I think if I just like chill and talk with everybody, and I think I'll be able to match everyone's energy, and I'll like chill out. But I don't know why it happens. Like I just have anxiety, and it just acts up super bad sometimes. Have you tried holding your breath for 20 minutes? I could try. Like, are you trying to tell me to die, or do you want me to breathe through my nose for 20 minutes? Acid reflux was towards the end of university. It was a mix of sleep schedule, going to bed earlier and sleeping more helps your body balance itself out, diet, and some anxiety related to academic work. I do know that I wouldn't say fully, but in certain ways, my acid reflux got better when I stopped being as anxious about it. I can't breathe through my nose. That's my problem. See, I don't even have a nose, as you could see. A nearby volcano erupted in January 2020, so I've been using masks due to the ashes 2 months before COVID lockdowns started here. Volcanoes are scary. Greetings, Emmanuel. Hi. I was stressed out from school, so I was eating more carbs and fatty food. This food kind of doesn't help sleep very good, and I'd barely sleep at all. Yeah, fatty food, acidy foods, like it's just not good for you in excess. I've been having a bad habit of like wanting to eat nice a little bit too much, and I'm paying for it now. But it's so good. Actually, the other day, I ate like kind of 1/3 of a crab salad, and it was so good. I want that again, but I ended up just settling for McDonald's today. And I don't know, I don't like McDonald's honey mustard, it feels a little bit plain. Does anybody else kind of... Because, like, if you compare that to Chick-fil-A sauce, or if you compare it to honey mustard from any other place, McDonald's is really mid. So you tasted it, right? I mean, you see what I mean? It's not good. Funny how this goes. My back problems and pressure on left chest feeling went away when I stopped caring about it. Yeah, I feel like if you focus on a body part too much, like how it feels, it'll drive you crazy. Like, we may have discussed it before, but one thing that sometimes I can do to myself is if I become hyper aware of a certain sense or like organ or something, I'll start going crazy. Like sometimes I'm so hyper aware that I have a ton in my mouth that I start going crazy. You should go get something to eat. I got a pink drink to make up for the fact that I couldn't finish my coffee, but I don't have my pink drink set up with this costume. Oh, you're at a restaurant? Oh, sick. You should put me on the restaurant TV. I can be like, hi, everybody at Denny's. Hope you're getting that food out there pretty quick. Hope you're not making them wait too long. Oh, how does it feel, Kubra, that you have to, like, beg for Mina's attention in unorthodox ways instead of Mina just checking? That's what I deal with all the time. What is going on? What are you pinging him for? What are you doing? Are you oh, wow. It's like delicious, and there's these skewers. You guys want to see? I'm actually traumatized from skewers because I got food poisoning from them once, and I was dumb and I vomited in the sink, and I didn't really think, oh wait, it doesn't like just go down the hole. Uh-oh. And so after vomiting in the sink, then I had to like get it all out of the sink, and it was not a fun time. This image is huge, you guys. I didn't know. Cause like, who wants to vomit in a toilet? It's like nasty. People like go to the bathroom in there. But sinks are nice. Look at that, very good. Is this what you wanted Mina to see? You have a bucket? I don't have a bucket. Oh, not a public toilet. Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh, no. Oh, wait. What Discord server are you trying to get Mina to check? You're trying to drag them away. Armor. Oh, you're trying to do, what is it called? Arma 3. Mina was going to hang out with me in my stream. And now you're trying to drag away him. Because we were going to watch hate videos. Because I was feeling weird today. And so I thought, well, one thing I thought is that there's no way I'm going to be able to focus on Super Metroid. Especially with the fact that I've already forgotten everything and where everything is. If I even have my save still intact. But I'm like, oh, what if we watch a video from YouTube man who hates the same things that I hate? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Denny's either. I have nothing but bad experiences, and I almost died going to a Denny's, so now I fucking hate Denny's, and I will never go again. I'm just done with them. Yeah, YouTubers, my favorite. They tell me what to think. No, actually, I don't typically watch Resident Evil YouTubers, and he's not even really a Resident Evil YouTuber. But I don't like watching YouTube content on Resident Evil too much, unless I get bored enough and I want to see if I can find anybody who thinks the same exact thing as me. And it's always funny, and I get a little bit anxious because I will watch a video and they'll use similar lingo that I use, and then I'll worry people will think that I'm just mimicking YouTube mans when I say my opinions. Like, no, I thought this before the YouTube mans. But it's validating that there's people out there who think similarly to me, to where I'm not just alone. I might need to go to the bathroom. Doesn't matter, people always think that. So true. So true. It is true sometimes. Sometimes literally one YouTube man can change the entire perception of a thing. I will never get influenced by them. However, However, before I fell asleep, because I was really tired, I watched a little bit of Under the Mayo talking about the Resident Evil 2 remake, and he was like way too positive and hype about it, and I was starting to get like grouchy. And then he started explaining like a certain improvements, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I see what he means. Like, ugh. Like, have I watched Underground? Yeah, I have. Gleam, you hate everybody. Good luck. It's warm today. Stay cool. Actually, I was cold because of the pink drink. Arma 3 or Pumpkin? I think the choice is pretty obvious. Is it sad that I actually don't know which one's better? Literally, you could go either way. Oh, speaking of, I got Arma 3 now. I haven't had a chance to play it, but I have been playing Dying Light. I've always heard about it. I thought it was gonna... I thought Dying Light was gonna feel more like that Zombie U game in terms of vibe and aesthetic. Because, not that I've played Zombie U, but I've, like, seen a bit of it. But, anyway, I played Dying Light with friends. Some of those friends are even in here. And I thought it was okay. The game's fine. It feels very modern game. I like the parkour, but sometimes I get really angry and salty when I don't make a jump. It's not fair. I'll mash the button and it won't work. Or I'm not good at like pressure. So when these like fast zombies are on my ass and I can't shake them off, I start getting like anxious. Pumpkin over Arma. Yeah, exactly. Why would you play Arma instead of... You know what? Kubra and Augmented come here to take away chat. Why don't you just take away everybody? Why don't you just make a session, 30-player session of Arma 3 and then bring them all in? Actually, that could be awesome. Nah, I believe it. Arma's probably really sick. I want to maybe one day stream it. I do have Arma 3. I just haven't played it yet. My only apprehension about it was I was worried that it was going to be like hyper mill sim. And I like the idea of mill sims and everything. But if there's too many buttons to remember, I'll struggle. What's wrong with jank? Jank and having a bunch of buttons is not the same thing. Jank is awesome. And you could be a mill sim and still be jank. Hate food poisoning so much that I have this little side project about who's actually serving clean food. I'm glad you're here today. I'm glad you're here. I'm holding this chapstick. It's in the shape of a ball. I want to go to the bathroom, but I don't want to leave you. I'm scrolling back up. Mina, have you made your decision? Are you choosing them over me? It's always bros, isn't it? Bros before the ladies. Hello, Fontaine. How are you? If you're gonna get shot by someone, you're not gonna see them or not see them for very long. Wait, what do you mean? Sorry, I don't fully understand. I do not comprehend. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. I can't hold it anymore. But I should warn you, whenever I drink a venti drink, I go half bathroom, and then I come back, and then the rest comes out later. I'll be right back. What have I missed? What are you doing? Mini pads? Man pads? What's that? I saw cicadas in real life. They're pretty cool, actually. There was something I was gonna say, but I don't remember. Oh, well, I've been talking about it a lot, and it's getting a little bit repetitive, but I mean, you know. But this is my alternate project. I'm gonna be able to maybe debut it in 3 weeks or something like that. Can't breathe. I did unmute, okay. Please follow. Thank you. She's gonna be streaming Sailor stuff and water, stuff with water, like Mario Sunshine, Pirate Doom, and probably gonna replay Dredge, not gonna lie. Dredge is very, very cozy. I owe a lot of my happiness to Dredge. You will not be watching. Why? What would you watch instead? You know, Augmented, don't be toxic. I mean, I like that part of you. But I went ahead in advance and I downloaded the Under the Mayo video talking about Resident Evil 3 Remake, a game I absolutely despise so much that I dropped the game. And I have never, like, dropped a Resident Evil and not played it until the end. Even if I disliked it normally, I at least want to experience it for science. But in the case of this game, I was so disgusted by it that I couldn't. I'll be right back, actually. I want to change something. Damn it, I don't know. Oh! I want to wear different shorts. I want them to feel more calm. The first video that we watched, because the story of how we heard about Under the Mayo is I think I encountered them on Twitter once. And I think their video was recommended to me, and I decided not to watch it. I didn't want to. But for some reason, I think I was trying to find a video review on something else. And we started discussing this guy, and we're like, oh yeah, this Under the Mayo person, we've heard of them. Apparently they're very hated by Ultra Kill community or something. And lo and behold, they're actually somewhat affiliated with Electric Underground. At least because they all dissed Silent Hill 2 remake or something, and then they did a podcast together where they just talked about being against hype trains and stuff like that. I've just heard about that podcast. I haven't watched it myself, but Mina was kind of like live blogging about it to me. So I'm like, okay, let's watch his Silent Hill 2 remake video. I watched Mina play all of Silent Hill 2 remake. I wasn't a big fan of what I saw. It felt very bloated, more emphasis on the combat, so more combat encounters. Each combat encounter feels like it takes too long, and keep in mind Mina also played on hard difficulty, and I saw enough to where I'm like, you know what, this game doesn't really seem like it appeals to me, so I don't think I want it. And so we watched under what is his username called? Over the Mayo or something? Let me post his channel. Or is it Under the Mayo? Mayo. Under the Mayo. We watched the Silent Hill 2 remake video, and it was kind of scary how pretty much all of his sentiments were the exact same things that Mina complained about. So it's like, oh shit, like we're kind of in sync with this guy. And I watched his Resident Evil 3 remake video, and it was extremely validating because he just basically says stuff that I've kind of already said before, but he does it in nice, concise video format, and he shows the examples alongside. I haven't streamed RE3 Remake yet, but one day I will, and then I'll make the same complaints. But sorry if I'm kind of like chaotic right now. I'm still kind of feeling a little bit weird. Gonna go over here and we're gonna watch this video together. Now I don't want to just leech off his content, so every now and then I will pause and interject my thoughts as well, but that might be irritating in another way because people might be like, oh no, I want to listen to the man talk. And believe me, I totally get it. If I didn't feel self-conscious about not talking, you know what I mean? Where is my video? I downloaded it and now it doesn't exist. Why is that? Where did I save this thing to? Windows, 11's weird. Oh, wow! Hi, Momo. Thank you for the raid. Wait, what the hell? I did download it. Hello. How did your stream go? What were you guys doing? I'm about to play a review of Resident Evil 3 Remake, and he validates every single thing that I've ever said about it. For anybody who's new, hi, I'm PumpkinSynth. I'm a Halloween ghost VTuber. I have 2 forums. This is my PumpkinSynth forum. I'm kind of weird today. Oh, demos? I need to one day do that kind of stream where you just play a bunch of like demos or itch.io games because they seem cool. I've been struggling to find... Oh, here it is. This is how we do it. Now, this is YouTuber Under the Mayo. Let me go ahead and... Did I ping his YouTube channel? Under the Mayo. I'm going to do that right now. Thank you, thank you. Apparently, I only like Sith and people who will sound like that. I feel like I've heard of that person, but I don't know who he is. What does he do? Where's my YouTube? Oh, Twitch chat. Oh, here it is, right here. Sorry. I pinned that forever now. Oh, did I already pin that? Oh, I guess this is a new one. But if you guys have to raid and run, I totally get that. We're just kind of doing like really low energy, just watching stuff. Like Resident Evil games, you should check out SSR Wives. Fun, already like with some real cool aesthetics. I feel like somebody recommended it to me, actually. Is that the one where it's kind of like anime style and has like a Lolita or something? Is that on Steam or is that only on itch.io? Let me look up, Why does the Steam store do this? Like, I don't see a search bar. I have to full screen Steam. That's so weird. SSR Wives. I'm kind of like stubborn when it comes to get into classic survival horror throwback because I feel like a lot of them get pumped out and I usually am unsure if they'll even be good or not, but this one looks nice. Like, I'll go ahead and post the link for anybody who wants to check it out. It's very anime style, but I do like the texture style that they're going for. Very kind of grimy looking. Yeah, Elisa, I want to play. I got it a long time ago, like the physical that they did. They did like a physical if you supported or pledged or something like that. But I haven't had time to actually play it yet. But I want to, because not a lot of games are inspired aesthetically by specifically Resident Evil 1. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to play this video. Remember, he's the pings guy right there at the top. If this is too loud, just let me know. I can adjust it a bit.
Where do I even start? What do I say first? Do I tell you that I really enjoyed most of Resident Evil 2 Remake? It was fun, scary, nostalgic, and fresh. That game was pretty good, and I played through it probably 6 times. I even learned how to speedrun it. Good game. Do I tell you that Resident Evil 1 was the game that bonded my sister and I?
Wait.
Where do I even start? What do I say first? Do I tell you that I really enjoyed most of Resident Evil 2 Remake? It was fun, scary, nostalgic, and fresh. That game was pretty good. And
I have mixed feelings on Resident Evil 2 Remake, but I'll let him love it if he wants.
I played through it probably 6 times. I even learned how to speedrun it. Good game. Do I tell you that Resident Evil 1 was the game that bonded my sister and I as young children?
Now my question is, because sometimes people say Resident Evil 1 when they mean the remake. He is showing RE1 Remake footage, but did he bond over Resident Evil 1 or did he bond over Resident Evil 1 Remake? The people want to know, Mayo.
Forever shaped our tastes in horror games, leading to Resident Evil 2 and 3, Silent Hill, and so forth? Do I tell you about how...
Lead into Resident Evil 2 and 3 and so forth, so does that mean he means RE1? Why didn't you show gameplay of Resident Evil 1? Do you not want to because it's older graphics and it's not as nice looking as 2 and 3, Mayo?
In the months leading up to the release of the original Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, I had an entire wall plastered from top to bottom with articles and magazines.
He has this I have zero emotion in my voice guide. That's my favorite kind, though. Whenever I watch essay videos, like, it's different when it comes to streamers and entertainers. Well, kind of, but I like monotone kind of people who aren't trying too hard to sound animated and having fun. Like, whenever I tune into some video review and they talk like, Hello, everybody! We're gonna do another review of Mario 64. Mario 64 is a game that came out in 1995, or I think it was 1995. And let's just be real. It was revolutionary. It's like, I don't like that. I want boring, dry, disinterested, but with passion if you really study deep down.
Covers and promotional posters for the game. Do I tell you that the release of Doom Eternal was the first time since Nemesis that I had been that unbelievably excited for a game? I don't know, maybe all this setup isn't necessary. Ladies and gentlemen,
No, I feel like the setup is fine. You're just giving context. And the downside with context is sometimes people can use it against you and be like, you're just looking at rose-tinted glasses. You're just attached to old Resident Evil, so you blah, 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 or something like that. But no, I think giving context is fine.
Resident Evil 3 Remake is not good. As its own standalone title, it's not good. As a remake of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, it's terrible.
And this is one part that makes me self-conscious is because I say this same exact phrase, like, all the time. But it seems popular amongst my group of haters, is that, yeah, Resident Evil 3 Remake is not a good... In my opinion, there's three ways. It's not a good survival horror, it's not a good remake of 3, and it's not a good follow-up to Resident Evil 2 Remake. You know? And it's not a good Resident Evil, period. But, you know, it's directly a follow-up to RE2 Remake, and I think it fails on all fronts. And... because it's been so long since I played the RE3 remake, this video, if I allow it to play, I'm so sorry that I keep interrupting. I'm just self-conscious about, like, not commentating over it. But, he reminds me of things that I forgot, of how bad this game actually was. So I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet for, like, 5 minutes. That's not true, I'm lying.
And obviously, spoilers. Right off the bat, let's get one thing out of the way. The first 15 to 20 minutes are awful. Jill Valentine awakes from a nightmare about becoming a zombie, walks around her apartment for a moment reading notes, checking around. She gets a phone call from her partner Brad saying to get out of the house, and then BAM! Nemesis breaks through the wall. No setup, no suspense. It's right here in this moment where I feel bad for anyone playing this game that never played Resident Evil 1, because you don't know who Jill is. You'll never have any emotional connection to the fight between her and this creature. You don't know who she is, so you don't know or care why he's coming to kill her. In fact, I feel sorry for the players who have played Resident Evil 1, because you've probably played the original Nemesis too, and you've seen how much better this has been handled. What follows is your typical, boring, unimaginative, crappy scripted sequence, where you just hold up. It's not a cutscene that you watch. 3 seconds later, Jill opens a door and knocks over a bookshelf, and the Nemesis has been stopped. He just broke through a wall, but man, that bookshelf, it's
very Reddit, complaining about the bookshelf. Don't worry about it, Mr. Mayo.
Too much. And hey, you, yeah, I'm talking to you, the person typing, well, Mr.
Yeah, that's me. That's me, Mr. Mayo. Don't worry about the bookshelf. Literally, this could have been a 10 out of 10 game, but the bookshelf isn't what changes that, you know?
Didn't come through certain doors in Resident Evil 2 Remake.
Sorry, I worded that weird. What I'm trying to say is, the bookshelf doesn't make or break the game. It just doesn't matter.
So it's the same thing. No, it's not. That serves a gameplay purpose, for either save rooms or points of progression. It's not ideal, but it's understandable. This is the opening sequence of the game. It hasn't even been 2 minutes, and the Nemesis has already been humiliated by a bookshelf. What follows is more holding up, and we don't go 10 seconds before another cutscene interrupts. This cutscene is then followed by more holding up. You have to hold up to give you the illusion that you're doing something when you actually have no control. Baby gets to push the button while the scripted sequence plays. And now you can't even look behind you. The camera control has been taken from you. Why? You're pushed through the door, and then you hold up to run down the stairs. Another cutscene plays, and you fall through to the ground. And then guess what you have to do after that? Just guess. Hold up, as Nemesis pretends to chase you. Another cutscene plays, followed by holding up and talking. After that, you hold up, and then finally, we're able to run. But we don't make it 5 seconds before we're interrupted by another cutscene. This cutscene ends, and we hold up for 3 seconds, and then another cutscene plays. Then we go to the alley where we hold up for 3 seconds, and then another cutscene plays. Then you hold up, a scripted thing falls in front of you, hold up to watch Jill auto-crawl under it, and then hold up to go through the gate. Through this door to watch another dialogue scene. And here we are in the garage of the original game. Now we can start making direct comparisons. This man, Dario Rosso, hides in this trailer, and if you come back, which you don't have to, you find him dead. Cool little detail. And in the remake, you never come back again. Not to mention that Dario was also the first other living person you came into contact with, giving him at least some significance. But now we've already met Brad, so his presence in the game is absolutely pointless. Also, this room in the original had an upstairs section with a save room. This game has the upstairs area, but the stairs are blocked off. Let this all be a metaphor for the entire game.
Now, from what I heard, they were making the RE3 remake alongside the RE2 remake. So I feel like they just organized some scrap team to use some of the assets from RE2 to then make another game. And I feel that was kind of like a mistake. I think something similar with the original RE3 was like that. But original RE3 turned out a lot better than this game. So there is like one reason why RE3 remake kind of turned out the way it did, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to be happy with it, you know. This is our only RE3 remake we're ever going to get, and Capcom handled it the way they handled it, and it turned out the way it did, and that's very unfortunate.
More crawling, interrupted by another scripted event. 5 seconds of holding up, interrupted by another scripted event. Make it back to the elevator where another cutscene plays. At the top, hold up for—
And for the record, I just want to say one thing. That shit drives me crazy. This obsession with making things cinematic, right? Well, how do you make things cinematic? Well, we need the camera to become cinematic. Well, how do you make the camera cinematic? Well, we have to take away your control, and then we make a little movie kind of play for you. But it's very intrusive and it's very annoying. Like, especially when it's just for a second. Like, oh, the scripted sign falls down. You can't do anything while you watch Jill react to it. And she's like, whoa, ah. And then you're able to start moving. Whenever stuff like that keeps stacking on top of each other, I don't like it. And I feel like a lot of games do that. Especially the worst is, as he's been explaining, when you keep getting interrupted over and over. Oh, I have control again. And it's like, yeah, but only for a little bit. Like, for like a really short amount of time. It's like, no, why don't you just give me one big, long cutscene, and then when I'm actually allowed to play, don't interrupt me for like 15 minutes at the least, right? I feel like that's reasonable. But they keep doing this kind of shit because it makes it feel less gamey, you know? Like, oh, whenever your character opens a door, it has to feel like you have to, like, your character has to do a fancy animation to open the door. They can't just, like, suddenly open it. It can't feel stiff. It can't feel gamey. It has to feel like a movie or something. It's boring. I don't want a movie. It never makes it more fun. It just makes it more whatever.
Another 5 seconds, and then another cutscene plays.
I never said that I wasn't going to stream. I said that I wasn't going to do Super Metroid anymore.
And you hold the fire button to fight the stranglehold of the Nemesis. Modern gameplay at its finest. What follows is a cutscene followed by holding down, so she crawls backwards.
That's good
nice
to
twist.
people.
Carlos appears out of nowhere.
Hey! Fuckface!
Great, so we've called Nemesis bitch and fuckface in the first 20 minutes of the game before we've even started playing.
Now, you could say that's a Reddit complaint, but I don't think it's a Reddit complaint. I think it is kind of annoying, the language in modern games. It's like a little bit try-hard to be, like, mature. It's kind of cringy.
Then there's another cutscene. Next we hold up, but don't hold up too fast now because Carlos moves kind of slow. So you gotta run and then walk, then run, then walk. Then hold up for 5 more seconds and watch another cutscene where we meet the mercenary team. Okay, we really have to talk about the original now. After a solid 20 to 30 minutes of exploring the city alone, you make your way to the police station where you first encounter the Nemesis. You've got another 20 minutes in the police station and another 10 minutes or so in another part of the city, and then you meet Carlos. And finally, about an hour in, you meet Nikolai and Mikhail. Do you see how the game lets you breathe? Do you see how this remake feels the need to just rush everything along? Instead of letting you soak in the city and the loneliness Jill must feel before ambushing her with the Nemesis, they just throw him at her in the opening scene. We have this part in the bar where Jill talks to her old partner Brad about what's going on, and you can sense the fear in Brad's voice as he warns of the thing that's coming to kill them, foreshadowing the eventual arrival of the Nemesis.
In a lot of modern games, and if, you know, we're just talking RE3 remake, it does kind of feel, actually modern Resident Evil in general, it doesn't really feel like you're just thrown into the world and you open it up yourself. it feels like you're on rails. Even if it's not really a rail shooter and you can control yourself, kind of, it feels like you have to go through the motions as it guides you in a very linear kind of way before the game eventually starts opening up more. And that's when it becomes good. In RE3 Remake's case, I would say when it opens up, it's very, very brief. And it was shown in the demo for RE3 Remake. The demo was literally the best part of the game, where things felt more open. A Nemesis was able to freely patrol and go after you. But it's like one little segment. It doesn't last that long because Raccoon City is very hollow and streamlined in the remake. It is so unbelievably boring. It's horrible. Like, it is so bad. I feel so bad for like super RE3 fans because I don't love RE3 as much as a lot of other people do. I prefer 1, 2, and Code Veronica, which is my like guilty pleasure is Code Veronica, but yeah.
And he specifically mentions that he's here to kill the STARS members, so you feel uniquely targeted by something you haven't even seen yet. The tone is menacing.
Listen, he's coming for us. We're both gonna die.
What are you saying?
You'll see. He's after STARS members. There's no escape.
And when you arrive at the RPD, your friend is murdered in front of you by the Nemesis, immediately setting the stakes. And then you have to choose to face him or run for your life. Pretty effective stuff. Or, you know, we could just hold up in a scripted sequence for 5 seconds and stop him with a bookshelf. Whatever you prefer. Quality is subjective, I guess. Brad can just be a guy that says, hey, everything's crazy in this town, right? Oh yeah, that thing that attacked you wants to kill STARS members. Anyway, let's go. How suspenseful. I guess none of this really matters. We've met Carlos and all the mercenaries before the game even starts. After the cutscene, we hold up as Jill slowly walks while talking on her radio to the people she just left. We arrive at the first items in the game, and we cannot pick them up until she stops talking on the radio. What the hell is going on?
They don't want to be a game. It's like they're afraid to design a game, so they design a haunted house for you.
Copy that. Let's do this fast.
When we finally get out into the streets, the game actually begins. And it's an impressive sight. The game looks gorgeous, and I guess it kind of feels like a real place.
Mediocre, I don't know. I wasn't overly impressed. If you look at the art direction and detail in the original RE3, it's a lot better. This was just kind of like, it's like okay, I guess.
The sprawling multi-district map of the original game has been scaled down to 2 streets, which I suppose shouldn't surprise us at this point. Back to the original, in the city we have the winding streets, the wooden walkway, the back alley, the residential strip connecting to the bar, the gas station, the burning passage where you have to connect the hose and put out the fire, the entrance to the RPD, the crashed bus, the parking garage, the construction area, the water puzzle, the restaurant with the flooded basement and the Nemesis encounter where you can blow up the kitchen.
Doom 3, if I recall correctly, it did kind of feel like, I mean, a lot of modern games started doing it, where you kind of have your opening that you have to follow along. I mean, wouldn't you say that started with Half-Life? Not even Half-Life 2, but Half-Life 1 in a way. Like, you can explore a little bit, but essentially you're just going through the motions in the beginning, yeah? I don't think necessarily Doom 3 kind of, like, came up with that. Or like, Quake 4. But from what I heard, Quake 4 is, like, modern gamey, scripted, set pieces a lot of the time. For Doom 3, from what I remember, the beginning is like that, then it opens up, but every now and then, like, you encounter an NPC that you have to escort or something like that.
The pedestrian zone between shops, City Hall, the newspaper office where you meet Carlos, the statue puzzle, the garden area.
Valve explicitly does not do cutscenes. Well, they're not pre-rendered cutscenes, but they're in-game cutscenes, which I hate more. I hate in-game cutscenes because you have your video game camera, which looks like how the game normally looks when you're actually playing, except you can't do anything. You're just in a room and you're going in circles, or you're like strapped to some device while you wait for the characters to kind of talk, and then you can't skip. You have to wait for them to finish their scripting, and then you're allowed to play again, or like stuff like that. I don't like it in Half-Life 2. Half-Life 1, I felt wasn't as bad about it, but I mean, I'm not in love with it either. Yeah, Half-Life 1 is kind of like way more mild, way more brief. A lot of it is just you encounter NPCs and maybe you need them to open a door for you. But that's kind of it. You can have NPCs follow you, but it's not very cinematic or whatever. But that's probably due to the limitations. If they could have made it more cinematic, they probably would have.
Yeah, and finally the subway train. Now let's look at the city of the remake. Street 1, Street 2, Donut Shop in the
Hi,
middle.
Origin.
Wow. Just take a look at the map of this game's city. I'm not exaggerating when I say it's just 2 streets, and they don't go anywhere. The only thing between them is a walkway with nothing to explore, a forgettable donut shop, and a room full of boxes. Talk about inspiring world design. Here's the original map. Downtown, uptown, lots of little streets and alleys that interconnect with multiple entrances and doors that lead to interesting places. And there's incentive to return to previous areas. It's like it was designed by someone with creativity and ambition. It doesn't.
Yeah, RE3 original map felt very good to traverse through. Raccoon City felt as detailed and loved as the police station in RE2. It was really nice going through the area. But in the remake, it felt like they didn't give a single fuck about Raccoon City. It felt like you were in and out. There was like, yeah, like you said, the donut shop, some walkways, and then some other building. And then there was like one reason to backtrack, something like that. Like it was like a toy shop. You would get a key or something. Then you would run all the way back to the other side of the map, open that, and then you just leave and go to the sewers. That's what I kind of remember about it. And it was very, very dull. Even though I don't adore the police station in RE2 Remake, it felt like they actually cared more about the police station than RE3 Remake cared about its city, which is a bummer because one of the big issues with the RE2 Remake is how much they trimmed out the city segment. Because in the opening of RE2, you have to go through the city, and it's very challenging because right away, you have zombies everywhere, and you have to kind of like narrowly dodge them and get to the police station. But for the remake, it's like they kind of like gently guide you in, as all games tend to do now, and you're just out of it just very, very quickly.
Just fit nicely into boring rectangles. The developers think it's more important to make references to these areas rather than actually letting you go there. Remember the gas station? Cool, memorable location, right? Well, look, here's a sign that says the name of the gas station. You can see it outside this window. You can't actually go there, but remember it? Aren't you happy that we referenced it? I got excited when I saw you had to put out the fire like in the original, thinking it would lead me to another part of the city. But no, it's just a closed off area with access to one place where you gotta restore the power to go back to Street 2 and solve a puzzle that was made for babies that I got right on my first attempt because they straight up tell
There's
you
like
all
2
the
puzzles
answers.
in the game.
You just read left to right and put in the names and numbers like a baby. And it's one of only 2 puzzles in the entire game. The other one is just randomly mashing 3 buttons until you get the right sequence.
I'm okay with puzzles like that. Resident Evil has always had dipshit easy baby puzzles. RE3 does have some tricky ones though. Like throughout the series, there will be tricky puzzles here and there, but for the most part, a lot of them you can just hard crack through them, you know?
And now, Nemesis. He's here. He's huge. He's more badass than Mr. X ever was. He goes down with a single grenade. What a joke. Shock him and run away. Throw another grenade at him next time. 1 grenade and he's down. And that, my friends, is the last time you'll ever have a true chase-style encounter with Nemesis.
Yeah, so whenever the demo for this game came out, I remember we played it, and it's fucking rough, like, avoiding Nemesis. I mean, there is the dodge mechanic, so get good with that, but because it doesn't have a fixed camera, if Nemesis is, like, right behind you, you can't necessarily see him, right? I mean, I think you're able to rotate the camera and have your character running towards the camera while the camera is aiming behind them. Does that make sense? Like, you can kind of, like, curate a chase camera, if I remember correctly. But a lot of times, I don't think I do that. So sometimes he would just, like, use his tentacle grab and hit me. And I just remember thinking, like, wow, this game might actually be unbalanced and kind of rough to play. But I kind of, like, dug it in a way as well. Like, okay, this might feel like a little bit jank, but this might actually be really challenging and fun. But instead, it's actually, like, that's the only open Nemesis chase. The rest are all very, very scripted, where go down that hallway. Like, oh, but you have free control. Kind of, but literally the only thing you could do is just run down this one hallway. And the original RE3 was kind of like that as well, a little bit, but it felt less restricted, less handholdy and guided, if that makes sense.
He doesn't appear in the police station. He doesn't appear in the hospital. He doesn't appear in the sewers. It's no wonder
You don't
they
even go to the
removed his
post
name from
office
the
in this
title.
game, right?
He doesn't even use his famous rocket launcher. He has it in one section where you hold up to run away and dodge rockets. And then the scene is over, and you never see the rocket launcher again. His trademark weapon that he chased you with for half the original game and used to take down your rescue helicopter in the epic moment at the clock tower, gone. And I don't understand why. That moment was so important too. You've been playing the game for hours and you finally get a helicopter to come rescue you, and it legitimately feels like you could be leading towards the end of the game, and Nemesis just blows it out of the air and Jill is shocked. It's powerful. This moment has been reduced to nothing, where in the first 10 minutes of the game, Jill goes up the elevator to a random rescue helicopter and it explodes because, I don't know, something? I guess Nemesis punched it and it exploded? Or what? What's happening? It explodes from the right, but Nemesis is behind me and he doesn't have his rocket launcher?
I'm neutral about this. I don't really care.
I don't understand what's going on. We've been robbed of one of the greatest moments in the entire game. After the initial encounter, Nemesis just becomes a series of boss battles, not like the original where he might burst through a wall at the RPD, or just suddenly come running into frame unannounced. You never feel like you need to keep strong weapons and health on you in case he pops up and you need to
Like a beefy AVGN? Oh yeah, like if AVGN hit super puberty, right? Yeah, I could see what you mean.
fight, because you never fight him. He's always just after a save area, or you just take him down with a grenade in the first.
He does get into it, but like, I hate whenever you're trying to play a horror game, and then you see the autosave happen. It's the game literally telling you something's about to happen. Why do they have to show you that? Why don't they just not show you that? Aren't there other games that like just vaguely save in secret? Don't show that.
30-minute part of the game. And now that we're done with that part, we just run back to the now powered subway car and go through a scripted Nemesis scene where we hold up and run, and that's it. We enter the sewer, walk through some disgusting water, and fight absolutely pathetic enemies called
these guys
Gammas
suck.
that die in a single shot from the flame round grenade launcher that they just gave you, plus one shot from your pistol.
Oh, no
They're
problem,
pathetic.
Spencer, and thank you for
sure,
dropping
every
by.
enemy has a trick to them, an exploit, but even after playing through Resident Evil 2 Remake multiple times, those G-types in the sewer can still mess me up if I'm not careful. These guys, however, are an embarrassment. Exiting the sewer, Nemesis appears and grabs Jill by the head. He does not break her neck. He tosses her aside like a bad movie villain, and then he points a flamethrower directly at Jill's face and doesn't shoot her. What?
Well, I get why they do autosave icons, but it still sucks if you're wanting to play a horror game and be surprised by things. Or, like, have less signs that make it obvious if a boss is about to happen, or some scripted chase sequence, or whatever, to where, or like, cuts, what do you call it? QT type shit. I don't know. Sometimes I think it's, like, fine to, like, hide that, but it's whatever. Why do autosave checkpoints even exist when you already have save points? What, like, are you talking about having manual saves and having the autosave checkpoints? I don't know, modern Resident Evil feels like it needs to do both.
What is he doing? She was right there. It's stupid stuff like this that makes you not fear the Nemesis at all. What follows is one of the worst parts in the game, climbing and running. You know how much I love auto-climbing and scripted environmental interaction. Climbing and running. Hey, look, it's the Nemesis. Let's grenade him. Oh, he's invulnerable to grenades now, because this is scripted. Kill me. Come on, Jill, hurry up, move it.
Whenever
He's
I
right on
played
your
this
tail.
part, it was
The
like
building
so
is
obvious, like,
collapsing.
oh,
The
this
fire
is just
gonna
a
consume
hallway.
those
I'm supposed
awesome
to just
black
run.
jeans.
Oh,
We gotta
I
go.
guess
We
so.
gotta stop and read a note. Someone involved with this game put a note here in a section that's supposed to feel urgent. There's a note that I'm supposed to read. And Nemesis isn't even following me anymore.
This is a little Reddit. I don't really care if they give me a file during a chase sequence.
Because he's not scripted to chase me this far, so I can just take my time and read this note. Then we get a sad fight with Flamethrower Nemesis, where we just run circles around piles of wood and shoot his gas tank. That's it. Then Jill survives a 10-story fall, unscathed, because
Like, I don't think it's really that bad. It kind of feels bog standard in a way to have like a boss fight where you have something that you both run around. Like, RE4 kind of had that too with the, what is that name? U2 or whatever it's called. I mean, it's just how it is. I mean, there was a little bit more going on with that arena, but as long as the enemy boss AI is able to kind of close the distance, like maybe has certain sprint in that it can do, I feel like it's fine. I don't really need boss fights to be that inventive or crazy. I just need some pressure put on you, however they can do it, I guess.
he's just that awesome.
I think most of his
Let's talk
critiques
about
are like
Jill.
completely
Some
fine.
of
There's
you
just
may be
some
familiar
that I
with a
don't
little
care
video
about.
I made last year called This
Especially if you think of like older Resident Evil bosses. Like, I mean, with the Black Tiger, which is the giant tarantula in Resident Evil 1 and RE1 Remake, you're just in a box room and you run around the spider and you shoot it. There's no, like, obstacle that you can, you know, break line of sight with it or anything. But, you know, lots of bosses, it's either a box room or something in the middle of the box room. And Resident Evil boss fights have always just been kind of like, yeah, it's fine, it's whatever.
Not Jill Valentine, in which I complained that Jill is no longer the object of my teenage fantasies. Oh wait, no, that's not what I did at all. I did mention the change to her face and clothes. She's still very pretty, totally. In-game she looks much better than in the promotional stills.
I don't think the face is the issue. I think it's just that the haircut's not as nice.
She just doesn't have so much the soft cuteness of the original, but she looks good. What I really said was that the hardening of her facial features combined with the blandening of her outfit were signals.
The hardening of her facial features? I mean, she still looks like a cute girl. Is it because she doesn't look anime anymore? I mean, Julia Voth isn't anime. Julia Voth was a real person. She has like a softer face, I guess. I don't know. I think he's reading too much in the facial structure. My issue more is it feels like, no, I'm not being fair. Looking at the RA3 render, like the original RA3, that is how her hair kind of works. It's like the other side is kind of pulled back behind the ear. So I guess it is very similar. There's just something about it that doesn't feel as 90s. Maybe it's something about how it's cut. But the main issue is the outfit, right? It's boring tank top and jeans, which I hate to be that guy, but I do get bored of that. I like survival horror girlies having like cooler outfits. That new girl in Resident Evil 9, isn't she doing the same exact thing? Pants and a shirt. Do I like her outfit though? Let me see what it looks like. RE9 girl, I forgot her name. Grace. What is Grace's outfit? RE9 Grace. Ugh. It's okay, I guess. It's just, why can't she wear like a cute skirt? This is such a non-issue. It's like, at least she has like a cool jacket. Like, she looks fine. Like, I like the design and everything. But, I miss more fashionable kind of stuff. Too normal. And she does look like Rose. Why does she look like Rose? It's weird.
That they were going to change her personality from cute but resourceful go-getter who has a deep empathy for others but will totally kick your ass if she has to.
Too anime. They have to make it more grizzled and realistic. So she's going to be jaded because that makes a little bit more sense. And I get it. Like, She was fucked over by Wesker, and Umbrella, like, killed all of her friends. Nobody believed her. The police were corrupt. She has every reason to be miserable. Old Jill was, like, she's just too endearing and sweet, I guess, for our modern cynical times. So they just took that, like, sweetness away from her. Because I think that's, like, how we write girls now is, if you want to be tough, you can't be nice as well. You have to just kind of be walled off. Not that that's the case for all girls that are written now, but it does seem to be kind of, like, more trendy. I didn't finish it either. I was miserable from the very get-go because it did not take long for me to see all the red flags with RE3 Remake. So, you know, you're in an apartment and you're meandering around and just reading stuff. Not just that, the stupid nightmare sequence. Oh my god, I'm infected. Oh wait, no, I'm not. I was just dreaming, haha. And then Nemesis busts through immediately. No build-up or anything. They just give you Nemesis right away because the fans are frothing at the mouth and they want it now. So, okay, we wouldn't want to make them wait and earn it. We'll just give it to them right now and they'll clap when they see Nemesis. And it bums me out because I don't think you should always listen to what fans want because fans don't always want what's best for them in a way. You should tease them. They don't want to be teased, but you should do it anyway and they'll learn to appreciate it. In a word, did you like RE2 Remake? Yeah. I think it's one of the best of the newer Resident Evils as a whole. I got my issues with it, but I say I like it. Yeah, I like it.
To a one-dimensional hard-ass that takes no crap, Jill Valentine is an established character,
Hi,
and her
Daniel.
outward appearance is a reflection of her inward personality, because that's how video game and comic book characters work. Wolverine is scrappy and unshaven with a grimace on his face because it visually communicates his rough and tough attitude with a single image.
They do make Jill more dull. Dull, I do agree. Like, I don't want it to be the way that they did it, but I get why they go in that direction. God, do you think they might do that with Rebecca? If they ever bring back Rebecca, you think they're gonna make her a hard ass too? That would truly be the end times. Dull Valentine. Yeah, I can't you say that, like, RE2 Remake Claire and RE3 Remake Jill are, like, really similar to each other in a way? They're kind of similar, aren't they?
Wolverine looked like Cyclops, but still acted like Wolverine, it would be weird. And by the way, I don't like what happened to Jill in Resident Evil 5 either. I know she was possessed or whatever, but having her do backflips off a motorcycle doesn't make sense with the character we met in the original games. But that game can't be taken seriously anyway, and what they did to Chris is even worse. So this isn't just about Jill, and it's definitely not about changing a girl to show less skin. It's about character, and this version of Jill is meh. She's just kind of there, stoic, tough. She has a couple moments of levity later on with Carla.
I'll also mention that Jill is kind of like RE3 Remake Jill in the Death Island movie? Like the most recent CGI movie. They decided, because it's like weird, Resident Evil started off simple, then it went insane campy, then it started trying to take itself too seriously, then it started to retroactively go back and take other things seriously. So in Death Island, Jill actually has PTSD and self-hatred over what happened to her in RE5, and they take themselves so seriously, even though the movie itself is like really, really camp and dumb. It was incredible. I would recommend all the CGI Resident Evil movies if you just want to have a campy, fun, good time. They're very messy, and I think they're sincere about their messiness sometimes, but in Vendetta, they have two characters drop to their knees and go, "No!" That can't be sincere. They have to know what they're doing, right? They have to know that it's a little bit silly, right? I don't know, Resident Evil as a whole confuses me.
And that's nice to see, but she's generally boring and unsympathetic, telling Nemesis to suck it.
Suck it!
Yeah.
She's so serious she sleeps in jeans. I don't know any girl that sleeps in jeans. I don't know any guy that sleeps in jeans. And there's so much forced badassery.
Take the fucking hit!
I'm gonna ban cursing from the modern language. No more. It's annoying. I mean, I curse all the time, but I'm not a video game character.
Felt that, did you? How about some more? You think I don't know how to fuck you up?
They basically took Jill and gave her the Lara Croft treatment. Say whatever you want about unrealistic proportions and objectification, but at least the old Lara had a memorable personality and actually looked like someone's artistic design, instead of generic tank top and jeans girl, just like Jill. I'm sure this trend will continue. And I don't care about the pre-order bonus to put her in the original outfit.
Pre-order bonus, it doesn't matter because it's just a bonus. It's not intended to be the definitive experience. Like, if you add a costume that resembles the original outfit or is more closer to the original outfit, it's still just a bonus. That's not the true canon now, you know. Same with, like, RE2 Remake. They do bring Claire's classic outfit, and they don't even do it right. She's supposed to be wearing a black shirt under it with short sleeves, but they make it to sleeveless. Why would they do that? That's one of my favorite costumes in video games. And they have the Elsa suit, but, you know, bonus still.
That's not the point. This isn't Jill.
Yeah, new Lara Croft, she's just kind of like hashtag relatable, hashtag she just feels like a normal girl. And yeah, definitely like Rihanna punching bag. And Jill's like that too in RE3 Remake, to where, oh, look at how vulnerable, we gotta balance out how like strong she is. So what if she like falls down from a ladder and is in pain for a bit and then she gets back up, and you know, like, oh, I really empathize with this character and her struggles. And it's like, yeah, but it's kind of silly. I'm not interested.
Appearances aren't everything. It's about performance and writing.
I like power fantasies more.
Girl doesn't make her.
I like power fantasies more. Whenever I played the new Tomb Raider, I thought it was like really lame. I don't want to play it as her, unless she was like an original new character. Like I like what I've played and seen of Lara Croft. I like Lara Croft for Lara Croft. I don't feel like you have to like make them vulnerable and relatable. I feel like sometimes power fantasies are like cooler.
Jill, any more than putting it on Carlos makes him Jill. This isn't Alessa Gillespie, this isn't Jean-Luc Picard, and this isn't Jill Valentine. And let this be the final piece of evidence. To all of you who thought I was overreacting by saying the aesthetic changes to Jill should be taken as warning that they were going to turn her into a stupid, all-powerful badass, what the hell is this? If Carlos had lifted this thing, it would have been ridiculous. But Jill? No, sir. This is absurd. Let it be written, let it be known, now and forever. This is the worst version of Jill Valentine. But it's not all bad. I like some things. It's pretty. I like how the shotgun is a consistent head explode. Jill runs cool with her pistol to the side like that. I like this little area here in front of the donut shop.
Meh.
I love the moment where Marvin gets bit in front of the police
Seeing
station.
Marvin again's cool.
The police station? Right, the police station.
Hold on. I feel a little bad talking shit about women writing sometimes because there's so much bad faith arguments about it by grifter weirdos, but Hollywood and AAA writers have a huge problem with writing women. I feel like there's just certain archetypes that there are a lot of people who like these archetypes, but I just can't get into them. I just get like put off or just uninterested. Like I like stoic characters. I do like hard-ass characters. It just really depends. And whenever you take a pre-existing character and you change them, well, then you risk irritating people who liked that character for how they were initially. I wouldn't say that I'm like hardcore offended or angry about how Claire and Jill are now, but I do kind of miss that old school endearing Capcom character where Claire just comes across as just like, she's so sweet. And she's like a little bit spunky. And I really like her. I found it very charming. And then Jill as well. Obviously in RE1, it's a situation where they didn't realize it was as campy as it was. But Jill's kind of cute, you know? And that... In 3, they polished it a little bit more, but she still kind of comes across as, like, you know, kind of nice. Like, she'll, like, get stern when she needs to. I think she slaps Carlos at some point. Like, get it together, man. But there's something that's kind of, like, charming about her. Like, tough but gentle in a way as well. Not, like weak gentle, but a different kind of gentle. Check your balls. I feel they kind of overthink women really hard, and it's like, we need to make her super badass so everyone knows we believe in hashtag girl boss. I love badass women who can beat my ass. I just don't like the insincerity of it. Yeah, it really just depends. And also, I feel like no matter what, if something becomes trendy, even if the trend itself, like what the trend is, isn't that bad, when it feels like everyone collectively starts doing it, it starts just getting irritating. Like for example, I love synthwave, but I start resenting synthwave when I feel like everything resorts to synthwave of all things.
Another squandered opportunity. Jill's return to the RPD in the original felt very quaint, seeing the STARS member there in her office. But what made her trip to the RPD special, I wonder? Could it have been that Nemesis just bursts right through the freaking window and you totally freak out? Oh my god, he has a rocket launcher! You get blasted in the face. You run for the exit and escape to the West office. All safe. Whew. Wait, what was that sound? Oh my god, he can open doors? Get me out of here! It was a totally different spin on the same exact location from the second game. Awesome. Instead of all that, Carlos just shoots zombies, goes upstairs, and that's it.
Yeah, like sometimes reusing locations, even if it's done well, it can feel a little bit cheap, like, oh, you're just reusing something. Even if you do something interesting with it, you will notice they're reusing it. But with that said, having Nemesis be sort of free roam in the police station was like a good way to go about it. Like, all right, let's make it interesting. You're not just recycling content, you're also kind of doing a neat spin. I know there's like limitations with Nemesis, I think. Like, in general in RE3, there are certain trigger points where he becomes activated, but once you cross a line, like a specific line of like where you're supposed to go, then he kind of despawns. So he is free roam, but there's like, how do you say it? There's like a level of scripting about it, right? I think that's the way I want to word it. But you don't go to the RPD, which is like, wait, you do go to the RPD, but it's not as Jill with Nemesis. Yeah, it is just Carlos. And then the hospital was hospital was Carlos as well, right?
That's it. Here's a part that really pissed me off. The biggest missed opportunity in any game ever. So in the Resident Evil 2 remake, you have to get a valve to turn off the steam in the locker room. And when you go in, there's a big hole in the wall. A Nemesis-sized hole. Everyone and their mother was thinking, oh man, Resident Evil 3 takes place the day before this. Jill has already been through here, getting chased by the Nemesis.
I don't think I cared at all. Like, if you got to this point in an RE3 remake, if you had any hope, you're just, like, delusional. Like, my hope went down, like, very quickly. I knew exactly what this game was early on.
Nemesis broke through this wall. Whoa. It was chilling, standing there in the aftermath of the destruction.
It was chilling. Okay, Mr. Mayo.
Destruction left by the Nemesis as he pursued our favorite heroine,
How
Jill
dare you be
Valentine,
sincere,
just
Mr.
hours
Mayo.
before these events. And the mind was left to wonder what a Resident Evil 3 remake could be. So imagine my disappointment as I walked into the locker room to find the standing wall with a bundle of C4 explosives on it. And I thought,
how dare you get
oh,
excited.
you just blow it up. Great. But it needed a battery, so I grabbed the C4 and went looking for it. I found the battery in the storage room and hustled back upstairs to blow up the wall. Approaching the door, I noticed the checkpoint save in the upper left corner, and that's when it hit me. Oh my god. I know what's gonna happen. This is gonna be absolutely genius. I'm gonna walk into the locker room expecting to use the C4, walk towards the wall, and Nemesis is gonna burst right through it. Yes! But he didn't. That didn't happen. Carlos just blew up the wall and shot more zombies. Do you know how awesome that would have been? A total subversion of expectations in the best way possible. A total fake-out surprise.
I don't think they wanted to do a level design with that factored in. It would have been nice, but whenever I played, I don't even know if I even expect the Nemesis to come through or not.
I literally can't believe this didn't occur to them. What a missed opportunity. Those are the kinds of moments that this game is severely lacking. The game doesn't give us anything to remember. They just think throwing more
This guy is not dumb, you're dumb.
action in our face is gonna make us like it more. Carlos's sections are more action focused, but it doesn't feel fun in the engine or something. I can't quite put my finger on it, but the action just doesn't have that kind of impact. The camera certainly doesn't help. Is this a good camera?
Did he say the word subversion? Yeah, maybe he misused that word.
Angle for fighting a horde of zombies? Is this a good camera angle for being surrounded by wildly swinging hunters?
Ban. 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 Bad opinion. Sorry, Bearsona. RE3 Remake is bare minimum fun. That doesn't make it a good game. It's literally a low 7 out of 10. It's not a good game. It's not as good as RE2 Remake. It's not as good as original RE3. I don't know why people defend RE3 Remake so much. Like, why? Because there's shooting. Because you can dodge. I don't know. How is that fun? That is not fun. How? How is it better than RE2 Remake? How is it better than RE2 Remake? Genuinely. What? Maybe they were fans of RE5? What, RE3 Remake? I don't think RE3, like, in what angle is it, like, good? It feels like mediocre at whatever it tries to be. It's like, and if we're trying to judge it as maybe an action game or something, it's not even good at that if they're going to interrupt you with cutscenes every 5 seconds. RE5 is good. RE5 is actually good for what it wants to be. Would say low 7 is accurate. It is nicely functional on its own merits, and it's fun in a broad sense, but if you played the original, it's so disappointing. Yeah, it's like, I can't say, like, it's a terrible game. Like, it's perfectly fine, but if I'm going by my specific requirements of what I have fun with, it misses the mark way too much, to where if I were to say my subjective opinion of how I personally feel about RE3 Remake, I would call that shit like a 4 or 5, because I don't want to play it. Hello, I have arrived to defend Capcom's decision as part of a Faustian bargain, so they will resurrect Outbreak and Dino Crisis. Monkey's Paw. We don't know how that would turn out. I would be open-minded to see how it is, but my fear with Dino Crisis is that they would turn it into, like, a scripted stealth instant kill game, where, okay, hide behind the counter, but if the dinosaur sees you, boom, cutscene, instant death. I worry that it would just do that kind of thing, that it wouldn't be like a great stealth game if they made it a stealth game anyway.
The camera in Resident Evil 2 is fine because all the action is in tight corridors, but when the action is out in the streets, enemies on all sides, third-person claustrophobic over the shoulder is not the way to go. This is probably why Nemesis is so awful. They made him much faster and versatile than Mr. X, so he's hard to focus on with this aiming system. And he's moving around and you're swinging the camera all over the place, and you're in the middle of the street so there's a zombie on your left and behind you, and you just can't see what's going on. No wonder they let you take him out with...
RE2 Remake gets incredibly boring after a first one. Why? Like, I'm okay with shitting on RE2 Remake because I want to like it more than I do. It does let me down in some ways. But how is RE3 Remake more fun on replaying? Like, it's a shallower game. But, you know, you're not the only person that I've seen who has said that. I like Neryl's videos. He's talked about Resident Evil. He's not really a Resident Evil content creator. He kind of is variety, but he has covered the modern Resident Evil games, and he has defended fixed camera, which I appreciate. And he actually said that he liked RE3 Remake more as a game than RE2 Remake, and I remember being baffled by that as well. RE3 Remake is even more narrow and less versatile in things than you could do in RE2 Remake. Is it because, like, it's just easier to go in and out of RE3 Remake that you don't feel like you sit with it as long? Like, that it's more linear, so you could just hop in and kind of, like, play and then move on? Whereas RE2 Remake, I mean, there's a bit you have to do. I wouldn't say that it's as layered as original RE2, but, you know, it is essentially more survival horror leaning with more backtracking and, you know, routing, etc. And it is yellow paint. Yellow paint, when did that start again? RE7? Did RE7 start the paint thing? They had the yellow tape, I think.
One grenade because this system is poorly constructed to fight him in, and they probably didn't know what to do. The transformation of Nemesis is also an issue. Going back to the original again, he is in humanoid form for nearly the entire game. It's not until the clock tower when he starts to change a little bit, after he gets burned. But he's still a bipedal organism, just more tentacly, if that's a word. This form doesn't even exist in the remake. He goes straight to wild animal form, which makes no sense. Why would he mutate that drastically and behave so animal-like? Near the end of the original, you enter puzzle-like fights with Nemesis, avoiding his attacks as you maneuver him close to these valves that you open to burn him with toxic waste. It was kinda cool and different. Then
I do think that the color choice makes sense. Like, you could do red, but usually, blood is red, right? Normally. So if you see a lot of red, you know, you don't want, like, your important stuff to also be red, the same as blood that's gonna be splattered everywhere, right? My only issue is that there was a thing we used to do before this paint shit, which is RE4 did it, old Resident Evil did it, where you would either do, like, a little glitter shimmer sparkle thing, or you would have a shimmer sheen animation that goes over an interactable. Mainly, I would say RE1 and RE1 Remake and RE0 did that. The kind of like shimmer animation. At least I remember it being an animation. And then old Resident Evil did the little sparkle. And then Resident Evil 3 just had it to where, for example, barrels or stuff like that, they would, even if they were in a dark area, there would be a sort of brightness to them to where they would stand out. I feel like it looks nicer. Like, yeah, it looks more video gamey, I guess, but paint just looks ugly. I prefer video game over ugly. This is kind of realistic, right? Paint's real, right?
because of the toxic waste, he goes through a massive mutation, but it's all screwed up. He comes out of it this giant mangled monstrosity, slow and clumsy, spitting acid, and again there's a puzzle element to the final fight. You have to push in these batteries to activate a laser cannon, but you have to lure the nemesis into the line of fire or you'll miss the shot. And all of the final parts of the game are under the pressure of a countdown to a nuclear strike on Raccoon City that is ever present in your mind. You know, the nuclear strike that they just casually mention near the end of the remake like they forgot. No countdown, no sense of urgency. The game just ends and they're like, oh yeah, remember the nuclear missile? It launches after you defeat the final boss. How do you screw that up? Oh, and earlier I mentioned the clock tower, one of the coolest areas in the original game, where Jill tries to summon a rescue chopper. Yeah, that entire section of the game was cut out of the remake. Probably the most memorable location of the original. They also cut the park. They cut the underground facility.
Oh, let's get into this. So one of the things that, by the way, Barisona, I love you, even though I bully you if you say the wrong opinions. Just don't take me seriously and just call me a hater. But to get into a thing that I would hear a lot about RE3 Remake from Defenders, which would irritate me to hell, and it felt like a, what is the term? Disingenuous argument? Something like that, is people would say, you can beat, or they would act like they don't understand why we're mad at the game. They would be like, yeah, they keep complaining that the game is short. Actually, it looks like you don't know that you can beat all Resident Evils in only an hour, blah, blah. They would crutch onto that. And it irritated me because it's bullshit. We're not upset that the game is short. The issue is, why is the game short? The game is short because you literally cut out almost all of the meat from the game, thus resulting in a short game. Yeah, you can beat Resident Evil 3, like original RE3, in a short amount of time, or any Resident Evil in a short amount of time, but that's usually once you know what to do. Whenever you play a Resident Evil game for the first time, you are not supposed to beat that in like 5 hours or 6 hours, which is how RE3 Remake is. The first time you play through RE3 Remake, because it's so streamlined, because it's so simple and linear feeling, you just fly through that game. There's just not enough content there. RE2 Remake, the first time I played it, I'd say a lot of us probably beat that game in what, 10 hours? Somewhere around there, maybe a little bit more. So I never liked that specific defense for RE3 Remake. It's short, and it is a problem because it's short because you cut out all the content. What's the point in remaking this game if you're not going to remake the game, if you're just going to take everything out of the game? Why even bother? I would have rather not have a remake if you're going to do it this way. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, you like RE3? Well, here you go. We made it for you again. but, you know, doesn't have anything that you like about it, why did you bother?
They cut the worm boss fight. They cut the choice to kill Nikolai. They cut the different paths to take during Nemesis encounters. And finally, the whole thing ends in a big, dumb fight, where you just shoot bubbles and then push in the batteries to power up the laser cannon. No puzzle element to this, with luring Nemesis into the laser cannon's line of fire.
I'm your nemesis.
No. This time, Jill picks up the 2-ton laser cannon like the strong badass she is and shoots him with it. 2 shots and he's down. And all I could think about in this moment was the 2014 remake of RoboCop.
I actually saw that remake. I remember not disliking it, but I hadn't seen the original. I saw original RoboCop sort of recently. I need to re-watch the remake. But I wanted to mention what Doom guy said. I really wish they would go to at least a slight anime style. Don't get me wrong. I'm not an oog. My beautiful Japanese games are being tainted by. But I've always liked the different visual pedigree between Western and Japanese games back in the day. Yeah, my issue is it depends on the IP. This is a rant I go into all the time. I don't like the realistic face scan and stuff for every single IP. For Resident Evil, I get it, I guess. For Devil May Cry, I don't get it. Why would they do that for Devil May Cry? See, Bayonetta has kind of gotten ugly in Bayonetta 3. Like, that game in general is, like, very weird looking. Oh, thank you for the follow. But Bayonetta was still able to, you know, keep its stylistic style going for it. It's kind of anime leaning. But Devil May Cry is like, okay, we need them to look like real people. Why? The tone is literally anime. It's fantastical. Why do you want it to look like real people? And I guess the answer is looking like real people is the only way to impress people, I guess, which is very unfortunate because I don't think it's that impressive. I'm just not interested. And not to mention, they'll make them look like real people with the weirdest fucking hair physics, and everything looks crunchy and awkward and overly shiny. Anytime I see footage of the of the Silent Hill 2 remake, I swear to God, no matter what, the thing that draws my eye is James's fucking weird glowing hair.
I thought about how in that movie they changed the entire heart of the story, completely losing what the original was all about, but they still named RoboCop's partner Lewis, just like in the original, as if that were the important thing, as if that's what fans cared about, that his partner is named Lewis. The final fight in the original Resident Evil 3 Nemesis...
I wanted one more interruption, and then I swear I'll let it go like 2 or 3 minutes uninterrupted. I do really miss the old Capcom models. I wish that what they had done is perfected them with the combination of better mouth movement. Like, one of the prettiest Resident Evil models, in my opinion, are Darkside Chronicles CGI models. They were creepy dolls that could not move their faces very much, but they were very, very pretty. And had that old Capcom stylized anatomy. They're just gorgeous. And also, weirdly enough, Operation Raccoon City's CGI cutscene models. In-game, horrible. But the CGI cutscenes, Leon and Claire looked good. I liked that. But we're not going to get that perfected. We're just kind of moved on to real people and fine, whatever. I'll always miss, you know, more stylized. Like, if I had a choice, I would want Resident Evil to go back to being kind of like pseudo-anime. Street Fighter is kind of like in a nice in-between, though, wouldn't you say? Where it's kind of realistic leaning in a way, but it feels stylized too. I kind of wish that maybe Devil May Cry at least would do that. But whatever, you know, do whatever you want, Capcom.
This is not cool because of the batteries and the laser cannon. It's cool because you have to sync them up with the movements of Nemesis under the pressure of an imminent nuclear strike. It's the mechanics of the fight and the context that make it good. The batteries and the laser cannon are just the icing on the cake. And what we have here in Resident Evil 3 Remake is all icing and no cake. I don't know how much more I can say. I don't really want to say anymore. I just want to forget it. Okay guys, it never happened. Resident Evil 3 was never remade. I never made this review. You never saw it. Though you did hit the like and subscribe button and ring the bell and follow me on Twitter and check out my Patreon and tell all your friends about this review that I didn't make. That stuff did happen. Thank you. I bid you adieu.
He did, like, I'm not even critiquing him for this. There was so much that he talked about regarding the RE3 remake. He didn't even need to address the stupid, annoying gimmick bug level where you mandatorily take damage in a cutscene and then you have to use an actual health item. I believe the way it works is you get to this spot, there's an herb on the bench, you grab it, but if you were to heal with that herb, you don't have any, you have no herb. If you go through the insect segment and you get impregnated with larva or whatever, I think you die because you need the herb to get it out of you, right? Kind of want Capcom to make more Devil May Cry games. They come out so infrequently. I'm kind of glad though, because we don't want them to push that out like, you know, like how Call of Duty has a new thing all the time. I think it's okay to space things out, but I hope the IP's not dead because I do like Devil May Cry, and I want Devil May Cry 6 to be cooler than Devil May Cry 5 was. Devil May Cry 5 was very disappointing because the aesthetic was really dull and boring. Music was fine, but the environments were so mediocre for Devil May Cry. I expected so much more. So I would like Devil May Cry 6 to rectify that, or what we're probably gonna get is Devil May Cry 1 Remake. Who knows how that's gonna be? I feel like they might fuck it up. Like, are they gonna try to make Devil May Cry 1 more like Devil May Cry 3 and 4? Are they gonna take away the hardcore horror and goth? Are they gonna, you know what I mean? Like, not to say that 3 and 4 aren't a little bit goth, but not the way that Devil May Cry 1 was. Also, if I accidentally say if I mix up the words Devil May Cry and Resident Evil with each other, that's just a thing that I do. I can't remember what I said last. The devs barely disguised fetish. Yeah, I'm glad that Jill got insects inside of her. I hope that the fan base is happy with that, I guess. Hi, Platinum. It's going pretty good. We were watching a video by Under the Mayo talking about the RE3 remake and all of his gripes with it, and I feel like I resonate a lot with it. I feel like it's a good video. I feel like he's very thoughtful about his critiques. And if I ever called any of his opinions Reddit, I'm just like ribbing him. Like, ultimately, I do appreciate people like him who make these kind of videos because I want my voice heard, and he has more attention on him than me, I think. Let's just hope that maybe Capcom learns their lesson, I guess. I remember there was like this cope rumor that they were going to do like a Resident Evil 3 remake director's cut. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, right. No way. I would be down. I love Electric Underground. I'm like pathetic for him. I love him so much. His RE4 remake video, I actually like it. Like, I agree with it a lot. RE4 remake is fascinating. Let's just say that. I love the additional interaction RE2 remake added with the red and blue herbs. Yeah, it was cool. Because, like, you don't really get poisoned in Resident Evil that much. Like, there might be a playthrough or two where it does happen to you, but for the most part, you don't really do much with the blue herbs. So it's kind of cool that they found a use with it. RE3 director's cut can still happen. Have some faith. I don't have faith. I wish, though. Like, I don't want that to be the RE3 that we get, and it's unfortunate because there's probably a bunch of reasons why it turned out the way it did. Maybe if circumstances were different, maybe if Capcom gave them more time, more budget, I don't know. Maybe that same exact team could have made an even better RE3 remake, you know? But it's a little bit frustrating because it seems like Capcom put a ton of care in the RE2 remake. Regardless of my criticism with it, they seemed like they actually were like really locking in with that game. So it's weird that they treated RE3 remake the way that they did. Like how they even let the team in a position to make a botched remake. It's just weird. And that's why I think Capcom is cringe Kino right now. They're like, no, they're not even Kino. They could be Kino, but they're not. They're just like mixed bag. I should say that. I don't think cringe Kino is the right term for this. I just like saying that word because it's funny. But no, I'm just... I don't know what to expect with Capcom. Like, I wouldn't have thought that Capcom would have done the obnoxious cutscenes and forced walk-in that they do in the new Monster Hunter, right? I thought we learned our lesson. I thought we learned that people don't like that, right? But Capcom did it. So whenever Capcom announces a new thing, it could literally be pretty good, or it could be lame, or it could be both. Rumor is RE5. Oh, that's right. They're doing 9 now, right? I have no expectations. Oh, you know what? I did have one theory. You know how they said, like, oh, we're going to do a different gameplay, more different than any Resident Evil ever before. And my automatic assumption was, okay, they're going to do open world, right? Like, what else could they do? And then I realized, oh, no. They might just go more in the other type of horror game, the streamer horror game, where it'll be more PT focused. Like, they might do something like that instead. Maybe it'll be even less gameplay focused. I'm scared. Do actually like RE7 and RE8. I really like the almost 70s Euro horror vibe RE8 takes at that time. Yeah, like, I have mixed feelings. Literally any new Capcom game that comes out, I always have mixed feelings about it. Where it's like 50-50 that I love it and I hate it. Even like, for example, like I could say that I love and hate Code Veronica, but I feel like I 70% love Code Veronica and then the rest I hate. But if we're talking like RE7 and RE8, I feel like it's 50-50. I half love it and I half hate it. Or maybe I'm being too mean to 8. Maybe 8, RE8, I 65% love it and then the rest hate it. But 7's issue is that, you know, I don't like the first person, but I can deal with it, whatever. I'm mixed feelings about stalker enemies the way modern horror games do with them, but I can deal with it. The first half of RE7 is rather good. I really like it. I think that Jack and Marguerite are cool. I really like them. Even though it would have forced walk-in or scripted set pieces, like for example, when you are going down the basement and Mia's about to pop out and it's supposed to scare you. When you're going down the basement, it's really dark and you have to go down, so it's really scary. But then you feel the camera control get pulled away from you. And then you're like, oh, okay, I'll just movie time, I guess. Like, it does stuff like that. Or you have to follow Mia as she cinematically guides you to a place. And it's very slow. It halts your pace. It's, you know, they were doing that even during the good part of RE7. But there was enough in RE7 that was cool. I like exploring that kind of country mansion. I liked getting outside finally. And there's Zoe's trailer. I thought that was cool. I liked it was kind of like the guardhouse equivalent from RE1 with Marjorie's bug stuff. I thought that was cool. And then the rest of the game is like the Lewis guy with some puzzle trap stuff, and that was okay. And then boring caves and swamps and a ship with absolutely no atmosphere at all. It was very disappointing because it could have been a lot better. In general, even when modern Resident Evil atmosphere is pretty good, it's still not as good as it could be. But the second half of RE7's atmosphere dropped to like 0 in my opinion. And then RE8 has issues. Like, it does the really long dragged out opening of all right, you're gonna cradle your baby and you're gonna put her to bed, and you're supposed, if you want to experience the game the way they want you to, you should read the files that are scattered throughout the house. You should examine various things, you know, and then a cutscene happens. Then you have to hold W, basically. You hold W through a really dark, snowy area, and you just keep holding W. And then you get to the village, and then maybe you get like a little mini encounter, and then scripted stuff happens. They do that a lot before RE8 feels like it finally opens up, if that makes sense. I don't have a VR, so I haven't played anything in VR, but I would like to play original RE4 in VR. But then with the village, atmosphere could have been better, but Demetrus Castle is too hollow. It is a overly simplified classic Resident Evil-esque like thing. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of it today, so I feel like I'm more unarticulate than usual because I would like to be able to explain myself more eloquently, but I just but yeah, Demetrus Castle is very short, simplistic, linear. Then you do Creepy Doll. Wait, actually, exploring the village was like fine. I thought that was cool. And how you can't fully explore it until later. When you get new stuff, then you go back to the village and you can access new areas. But then you got to do the doll segment, which is, I thought it was lame on a first playthrough, and it's even worse when you replay it, where it's just some puzzle and then running away from the scripted baby by hiding under a bed or hiding in a locker. And then after that, the fish segment's actually not bad. It's just really boring. Hi, Gareth. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. We're talking about RE8, RE7, everything I hate, etc. Wait, let me get rid of that. What was I saying? Oh, so yeah, the fish segment was okay, but it's not very interesting to traverse through. And then Heisenberg's area was really cool, but again, it's kind of like Dimitrescu's area, where it's like sort of like classic Resident Evil, but it's so streamlined and hollow that it's a little bit dull. And then you have like a pretty cool Chris Call of Duty segment, and then fighting Miranda at the end. It's a mixed bag game. Just like I find RE2 Remake to be mixed bag, RE3 Remake is mixed bag, but mostly bad. Does that make sense? And it frustrates me because I don't think it has to be that way. I don't really want to settle. Like, if I have no choice, I'll still buy these games, even if I know they're not going to be 10 out of 10s, but I like to hyperfixate on what they did wrong, because I want them to improve on that, because there's so much good that these games do that if you just tweak things just a little bit, you imagine RE2 Remake without its issues, for example. Wouldn't that be awesome? Or imagine Resident Evil Village being even better than it is. Really liked the vibes and the roots of first half of RE7 and throughout RE8. The gameplay was more hit and miss. The Miranda boss fight felt a little bland, to be honest. I kind of liked it. It felt simple. I like how you need to get good with your positioning or your blocking, because she has certain attacks that, man, they really hurt you. It's very tight arena. I don't know, like, I don't think it's very easy to design an overly interesting, unique boss fight. I feel like a lot of them are just kind of like, okay, but I'm okay with that, I guess. I think they make up for it by like just giving her so much health. Does that make sense? I like what I've seen of Under the Mayo so far. I need to rewatch and finish his review of RE2 Remake to see if I vibe with it. He did convince me that there's a little bit more good in the RE2 Remake than I gave it credit for when he talked about how they improved the library. And I'm like, actually, you know what? He's kind of right. The library does have a little bit more going on for it than it did in the original. In the original, it was just like some push puzzle, and then there's like a red herb in there. No enemies. I mean, I guess that's okay. Like, you don't have to have enemies in every single room. Chris's Rambo Call of Duty section was actually pretty enjoyable, especially using the night vision goggles to shoot enemies in the dark. Yeah, I had fun with it. I remember being a little bit annoyed, but I'm like, well, RE Village is kind of clearly an action game. Main thing I like about 7 and 8 is the vibes and how they re-explore the movie inspiration that brought the series in the first place and go, what if we did Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Vampire? I don't think I'm familiar with those last two, but I did notice that about them. So Resident Evil 1 is inspired by Night of the Living Dead. Resident Evil 2 is inspired by the Terminator movies, and Resident Evil 7 is clearly Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I think that's cool. Like, okay, we need to kind of like revive Resident Evil, but we're also trying to do a new installment. What do we do? Well, why don't we do similar things that Resident Evil 1 did, for example? Why don't we have it set mostly in a house with like minimal cast or something? And let's be inspired by a horror movie, but let's not be inspired by the same horror movie. It's like, I think that's cool. Let me look up Vampiros. Dr. Moreau, I feel like I've heard of, maybe. Now RE9 is going a full circle, bringing back zombies seemingly and going back to Raccoon City. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about that. I feel like just do Outbreak again if you want to have a game take place in Raccoon City. And I'm worried, like, you know how Devil May Cry 5 is mostly taking place in a ruined city. everything's dusty and gray and like mold and just crumpled buildings, but not that overly interesting. I'm worried that Resident Evil 9 is just going to be in a dead Raccoon City where everything is covered in ash and it's going to look all grimy and boring. That's what I'm actually worried about. Because I like Resident Evil's like fancy urban environments with all the color and detailing, or like gothic-y castles and mansions and stuff like that. Well, I wouldn't say Resident Evil 1 mansion's particularly gothy, but... Could you say RE1 Remake is kind of gothy? Or am I only thinking it's gothy because of its filter? Like, color filter. 8 is definitely like Ari's take on an anthology horror film with Ethan as the overarching wraparound. That's what I've always wanted for Resident Evil for a long time. So one of the things I usually harp on about is how Resident Evil, like every Resident Evil game, doesn't need to connect. We don't need to make another game with Jill or Leon or Chris or Claire or Rebecca or Billy or whatever. Like, we can just make a new game that's unrelated to them. There's no reason to have them connect, because when you have them connect, it's not even that interesting. It comes across as silly. Like, even RE9 is doing it. Like, oh, you remember a character from another Resident Evil game? Yeah. Oh, she has a daughter now. You're gonna play as the daughter. Oh, okay. I guess. Not that Resident Evil hasn't been doing that for a long time, you know, Claire. Oh, Claire's related to a character from the first game, but I don't think you need to do it that way all the time. I think I'm just ready for original stories, and that's why 7 and 8 were kind of refreshing. They did feel a little bit self-conscious, and they had to tie things to old Resident Evil, so they mentioned Umbrella, they have Chris, they have Miranda be where the Umbrella logo symbol came from. It's very silly and unnecessary. I think that if currently the industry sees changes with something like consultation studios, there should be actual fans employed in them. RE1 is Game of the Year, and I can see why you would argue it's gothic. I guess the problem is, a lot of people claim to be fans of a thing, right? Like, what's his face? What is Netflix guy? Guy who did the Devil May Cry anime? He's convinced he's a fan. And he's in the industry. And there you go. That's exactly what you wished for. There you go. You got a fan making your stuff. Except he's the wrong kind of fan who doesn't understand the things he likes. Or he wants to put too much of himself in it. And I don't know. How do you even screen for, like, okay, we need a special council of people who truly love Resident Evil, truly understand it. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna work that way. We don't know where Barry is. What is that guy's name? Who is that guy? Addy, I think. Unfortunately, 8 suffers from a problem similar to anthology horror films, which is that it has a couple parts that are significantly weaker. Oh, you mean like RE8 as a whole? It's kind of like, it has like the water level, the ice level, the fire level, the forest level, except it's castle, evil machine factory, fish, doll. But I feel like it was because they went for variety gameplay style, I guess. Like the doll segment, it was trying to mimic, I wouldn't say specifically PT, but it's trying to mimic those other first-person survival horror games that streamers like to play. The fish segment, what is that supposed to be? It's just like, what archetype do we even consider that? Scripted level? Like, when you go to the fish part, there's like a few spots where you pull down these levers and you have to go across the floor, but some parts of the floor go into the water and you have to time it right. It's basically like a puzzle, like a life or death puzzle. And then you're just kind of going through a path, essentially, like a linear path. And there's some fake urgency because the fish is around you, or Moro or whatever. But there's some spots he can kill you. It's like it's like an environmental hazard level. Something like, yeah, hazard horror. I guess that's what it is. It's okay, I guess, but it's a little bit dull. Like, it would have been neater if the doll segment was kind of similar to Dimitrescu's segment, where it's kind of trying to be like old Resident Evil and explore it, even though it would still be hollow like Dimitrescu, but they kind of went trail mix style. Like, let's do a variety show. And it's like, eh. A lot of people actually argue that he is a fan simply because he wailed for Devil May Cry products. In fact, an influencer in Twitter got flamed for it, having never played Devil May Cry 3. When he showed the footage of him playing the second mission, the footage was him getting dogged on normal by the Wraith boss. I mean, some of us are just rough at games, but, he wailed for Devil May Cry products. So what is it? Like, he's a super fan because he spends money on, like a Dante replica swords or something? To be fair to Village, it was meant to be a lot more, but got cut down a fair bit due to COVID. I didn't hear about the COVID thing, but that's really unfortunate if that's why. So he spent money on merchandise. Did he spend money on merchandise for himself, or did he spend money to fund merchandise for other people to buy? A lot of the times, a lot of fans just want the same shit again, or we need to explore and flesh out the lore for this one throwaway line or location. It's because they get, like, really tistic for every single facet of the thing they like. And I get it. But sometimes you just shouldn't listen to fans. Like, they mean well and they're very passionate. But if like, for example, just because I like Resident Evil doesn't necessarily mean that my idea for Resident Evil game would be the best idea ever. Maybe some of my ideas would be bad, but I feel like my ideas would be better than some people. Because I wouldn't be like, okay, and then the cutscene where Jill is in the pregnancy birth room and Chris is holding her hands, like some of these fans want. You need someone who likes the franchise and respects it, but is willing to try out some cool new stuff. Yeah, trying new stuff and not being too afraid to restrict yourself is good too. But another example, I was actually talking about it with somebody last night, is here's an example of what happens when fans are passionate about a thing. They try to make something for the thing, but they have no idea what this thing even is. Like, they don't understand its tone or anything about it, even though they're such big fans. But Hunt Down the Freeman. Hunt Down the Freeman is made by Half-Life fans. But if you've ever experienced Hunt Down the Freeman, it's like, what is this? This is fan fiction. This is, like, written by, like, little boys. You like Half-Life, but you completely misunderstand its tone and don't even try to replicate it. Instead, you try to replicate Metal Gear Solid 5. Like, that's what I think certain fans of IPs are like, is that they just don't understand things. Just want a Resident Evil 0 remake. Rebecca's my favorite character, and I want her to return in some way, shape, or form. I wouldn't be against, like, another remake. It's like, whatever. At least it's interesting, I guess. Not like a lot of original stuff is coming out that interests me, either. Like, whenever I do see people making original stuff, which I commend them for that, it doesn't tend to appeal to me. Not because it's new, but because I'm not interested in its aesthetics, its setting, characters, gameplay style, etc. Also terrified of RE9 being remembered this location. Here it is again, but a bomb fell on it, and that's the whole gimmick. I don't want it to be taken place in Raccoon City at all. If they want a game to take place in Raccoon City, they should just port Outbreak. I don't want them to remake it, because I think they would just take it and then give it modern control scheme, and it would be boring. Some fan bases do better than others. The Sonic fan base is great at it. So good, in fact, that it resulted in Mania. I guess it just depends, right? Because there's a lot of other Sonic content that's a little bit rough. But then again, the Archie comics are official, aren't they? Under the Mayo is a YouTuber who hates everything, just like me, and I just got finished showing his review of the RE3 remake, where he critiqued it for a lot of the things that I often condemn it for. One thing that he reminded me of, because it's been a while since I played this, I didn't remember how start and stop the beginning was. Thank you for the follow. That shit pisses me off so much. What I mainly remembered from my experience of playing RE3, like in hindsight, whenever I think about it, I remember Nemesis immediately jumping in through the wall in the very beginning of the game. I remember hallway holding forward chase sequences. I remember the city feeling hollow and that I was hardly there before it was time to go to the sewers. I remember the hospital being the best part, but it was not very open. It felt very restrictive. I remember a Horde segment where it's a game that's not quite fully an action game, but it's sort of an action game, and then they give you a segment where you have to fight 5 million thousand enemies. And I remember pausing the game and I looked at Mina and I'm like, Mina, did I already experience the best part of this game? Like, does it get any better from this point? And Mina's like, no. And then I turned it off. And then I never picked it back up. I was just way too disappointed. I can work with compromises. I can work with a Resident Evil game being like, oh, well, it's not amazing, but you know, it's still fun. RE3 Remake pushed it too much for me to where I'm like, no, I don't get anything out of this game. And that's why I hate it so much is, what should I like about it? What is one thing about RE3 Remake that I should like? It's dodging? I guess. But what's there to like? Like, if there is anything to like, it's like, yeah, I guess the city looks nice. Too bad there's hardly any of it there. You should like it because it's not RE6? I don't know. I think I feel pretty comfortable hating both games. RE6 was, agony. Very, very dull, horrible action game that was not fun. It had potential with it, though, but it's just kind of, like, mishandled. But let me go ahead and pull up another Under the Mayo video, because I don't want to just only yap, because the title is Under the Mayo Reviews. So let me see what stuff he's got. I've only seen his... let's watch his Silent Hill 2. Oh, actually, you know what? The first video I watched of him was his Resident Evil Village video. I don't remember if I agreed with every single thing that it said, but that would be something I would want to showcase. Where is Silent Hill 2? Silent Hill 2 remake is an interesting situation because it feels like everybody likes it. I was talking about it in Ghost's chat the other day, where expectations for games is pretty low, but every now and then the circle that I'm kind of in, of like jaded older people, there will be some games that come out and they'll all respond with, wow, this is actually good. And they'll be talking about stuff like Village, RE4 remake, Silent Hill 2 remake. They'll be like, yeah, this is actually good. And then people like me and Mina are in an even smaller circle and we're like, actually that's not good either. And then our kind of community that we normally get along with, they're like, what? What do you mean it's not good? And we're just like, yeah, it's not good. I'm sorry. So we're like the hardest to please ever. And it sucks because I don't want to be so hard to please, but that's just how I actually feel. Let's see. Is this it? Silent Hill 2 is a bloated, sanitized, and repetitive mess. Is that the video that we watched? It probably is. Now, to clarify, I didn't play it myself. I just watched Mina play it. If it looked appealing to me, I would have played it. But I watched Mina play it extensively, and I thought it looked like a drag. So I'm just not interested in it. So let me go ahead and download that. But also, I am a hater, but I mean, I'm not trying to tell you guys that you can't like these games. Like, you can like whatever game you want, but I like to critique them, and I feel like I have valid critiques about a lot of these games. And so I'm gonna have YouTube Man explain it to you. Because I think just hating on something and not saying why isn't very useful, so I try to at least say why. Thought we get a Silent Hill 3 remake before Silent Hill 1. Oh, yeah, because Silent Hill 1, I forgot. Silent Hill 1 already had a kind of remake on the Wii called Shattered Memories. So when that was hovering in my mind, I'm thinking like, yeah, maybe they won't remake it. Maybe they'll focus on 3 instead, because it's kind of weird to do a remake for a game that's already had a remake. But nope, they're gonna do that. All right. We'll see if they do that with Resident Evil as well. Because I'm like, Resident Evil already has a remake. Are they going to do another remake? I think they will, personally. Personally, I actually do think they will. Let me see if this is done downloading. Oh, yep. Let me pause my chat in. Now, to clarify, I'm not obsessed with the original Silent Hill. I am fanatical about Silent Hill 3 in particular. I thought Silent Hill 2 was okay. I thought Silent 1 was okay. I'm not attached. I just think they're fine. I just prefer Resident Evil. So, as somebody who doesn't even like care that much about Silent Hill 2, I thought the Silent Hill 2 remake looks really dull. I don't really like it. However, one mistake is maybe I should have played Silent Hill 2 like the original on hard difficulty, because I played it on normal and it's too easy. So if I had played it on hard, maybe I would have liked it more. That's one of the reasons why I like Silent Hill 3 so much, is because I played it on its standard difficulty, and that shit was hard. I'm not too hard to please about everything, but I'm way more of a hard ass about like some of these horror remakes, especially because people get like oh, I'm glad I can finally play the game in a way that is comfortable and easy to control without all these weird camera angles, because they refuse to meet a game on its own terms and need everything stuffed into dull, standardized modern gaming formats. Yeah, you need the homogenization. And it's a bummer, because I wish that they would be more open-minded, but some people, they don't want to learn tank controls, and I get it. Like, I do get it. Some stuff's just not meant for everybody. And I feel like, I mean, I want to say only they're hurt by their decisions, but so many people being like that is the reason why we're never going to get tank controls and fixed camera again. And I mean, I've accepted that a long time ago. I know we're not going to get it. But let's go ahead and watch his Silent Hill 2 remake video, a game that is pretty well liked.
I'm a little under the weather, sorry if my voice is weird. I have finished the Silent Hill 2 remake on the hard difficulty for both combat and puzzles. There's stuff about it that I'm happy with, and stuff that I'm not. I'd like to get right to it, but I've covered this game several times over the 2 years since it was officially revealed, so certain things have to be addressed before talking about my playthrough. I'm ecstatic to be here admitting that several of my predictions were wrong. I was concerned they would alter the endings, they would shy away from Eddie's obesity, that sensitive themes like Angela's abuse would be mishandled. I thought they might stuff the game with modern padding like side quests. I thought they might erase the complex morality involved in the hard situation of caring for a dying family member. I was wrong about all that, and that's great. I invite you to go to those old videos and laugh at me for being wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. I didn't want to be right on those predictions. But I don't think it was wrong for us to have been deeply concerned, given that Bloober Team's track record was very spotty, and Konami has horribly mishandled the Silent Hill property for 2 decades. Our concerns were absolutely justified. Why would you trust them? It's been a rocky road, with the poorly received 2022 announcement trailer and the combat trailer, but I have never cheered for this game's failure. I am far happier with the idea of a great Silent Hill 2 remake than
I just know a lot of people don't like tank controls because they can't get the hang of it no matter what, so I understand why they do. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I feel like, it's just maybe just not intuitive, and they try and they break in a little bit, but they're like, I just don't like this. I feel like that's fair. But I stand by fixed camera. That's the thing that I miss the most, is losing fixed camera. So much so that I might have rambled about this recently. Until Dawn is barely a game. Until Dawn is literally walking game, where you pick up stuff and explore. That's literally all you do. There is no reason to have like overly fluid controls and realistic or behind the back camera. You don't need that. Like, it's okay for it to be cinematic because there's no reason to not have it that way, right? Whenever there's situations that you need to react to, it'll be cutscenes with QTEs. But for the remake of Until Dawn, they took away the fixed camera and they have it stapled to your back like every other game now. Of all the games, why would you take it out of that game? Like, fine, you want to take it out of Resident Evil where you need to, I need to be able to see where I'm shooting. Like, fine, whatever, have it your way. Because you can have a good Resident Evil game and have a modern camera. Like, whatever, if you have to do it that way. But Until Dawn, they just hate fixed camera. Everybody just hates fixed camera. They just hate it. It's not fair.
I am with a bad one that I can get rage clicks on or whatever. Seeing this game end up as a disaster would give me no pleasure. So I can't cleanly separate this review into the positives and negatives. I'm just gonna go by categories instead, which will contain both. And I'm warning you, this review is gonna get pretty heated. I'm gonna focus on things that many people will probably not care about, or not be bothered by unless their attention is drawn to it. So please, play the game first before I shape your feelings on it. This video will spoil all kinds of story points and gameplay moments.
Stupid fucking glowing hair. Why is it glowing? What light source is making that thing shimmer, bro? They'll light up his hair, but they can't just light up barrels in modern games. They gotta do the yellow paint.
So
it's so shiny. I hate it. I hate it so much.
At your own risk. As a retelling of a classic story, Silent Hill 2 Remake does an alright job. The central story of James's emotional journey is intact. Eddie is a more compelling character this time around, very intimidating and memorable, and Angela gets a lot more screen time here, fleshing her out a bit better, even if I'm not a big fan of this version of her. The performances are mixed. James, unfortunately, is really boring for the first two.
Remember how he used to look? And there was so much pushback that they made him look too old that they changed it.
Thirds, though much later in the game, James does come into his own. He has some great moments once he's been effectively traumatized. I love the way he reacts to Maria in the labyrinth scene. He just doesn't even know what to think about all this anymore.
I'll be waiting.
You know, have you ever seen those AI videos where it's like, what if Berserk was an 80s action movie or something? And they have like the models and they're just kind of like looking a little bit awkwardly around and not really emoting very well. That's kind of what that reminded me of. But I actually don't care. I don't think it's an issue. Not in this anyway.
I'll find some way to... I'll come back, I promise.
I would say that's a good performance too. He kind of seems like he's out of it, which is like how he kind of was in the original.
I really like James's later interactions with Laura.
No, there's some debate about Angela's design when the game was first shown. Yeah, in the original, she had the very, there's a term for it, conventionally attractive face, where it's narrow, she has the kind of like longer chin, she just looks like hot woman, basically. And then in the new one, she has a more rounder, kind of cuter face, and people just weren't vibing with it as much. They felt like they woked her or something. And I mean, I get it. I get what people are saying. Not my biggest issue though, really. Personally, but I'm not gonna tell people that they shouldn't complain about that. Like, they can complain about what they want. Kind of like because another situation that I would say is extra sympathize with is what they did with Event Horizon. Like, they just made her look really different for no reason. But whatever. Faces change all the time, right? Nothing ever stays stagnant. Is that the term I want to use? Stagnant implies negatively, a negative, right? What's a term for something that always stays the same? She looks like a guy was the main criticism, making supporters insult other gooners as making supporters insult others as gooners and sexist or whatever, which was bollocks. Well, I don't know. A lot of girls do look like Angela. Like, a lot of girls do. And a lot of girls, when they don't wear makeup, they do look different, too. You know, we don't have eyeliner baked into our eyes. I mean, God, that would be, if only. You could get tattoos like that, actually. Did you know that? But I can understand not liking that criticism, saying that she looks like a guy. But again, she was a conventionally attractive character design initially. So once you take that away, people are going to react to it. It's just inevitable. Hello, Jack.
And Laura
Perpetual,
herself
yeah, that's a good
is
term.
okay, I guess. Really, deep character analysis is something that would take a long time to put together after multiple playthroughs. That's not something I can do here.
Telling others they are horny and only want sexy women is bullshit. Okay, but did you well, it's hard to tell because you really need to investigate an account. But there was these edits where they could have been shitposting, or legitimate, but they would do these like face app AI adjustments of Angela and make her look like some e-girl with like pink blush and then the little shimmer on the tip of her nose, and it was very funny. So I don't know, I maybe understand why people said that it's like a gooner mentality.
The one character I can say for certain doesn't work is Maria. Just as I suspected from the story trailer a few months ago, she is
Consistent,
awful.
that's another
Very
good term.
weak voice performance, and the only one to blame for that is the director of the game. How is it that a pre-rendered cutscene from a PS2 game gives a far more convincing and emotional performance than the remake from 23 years later?
Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. Anyway? What do you mean, anyway?
Yeah, it's not as good. She also doesn't have as much body language as she does in the original.
I was almost killed back there.
Also, the overall lighting is so fucking boring here. I guess it's supposed to be realistic. They're in a dark environment. His flashlight is shining on her, so she kind of stands out in a black void, but it's so dull to look at in comparison.
Maria sounds like she...
Let me show you again. Like this kind of stuff, where it looks eerie. There's like high contrast going on. Intense shadows that are kind of obscure in details of James's face, and Maria, or whatever her name is. Maria, Mary wife, Maria Temptress. This looks nice. This looks cool.
You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. Anyway.
It's like, this is boring in comparison.
What do you mean, anyway? I was almost killed back there. I have never been so scared in my whole life.
Maria sounds like she's reading lines from a script instead of actually talking to you. You can hear that, right?
Did something happen to you after we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else?
Did something happen to you after we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else?
Are you confusing me with someone else?
I disagree with this, for the record. So, I like both. I feel like people are very, very, very harsh on dry or stoic performances and just automatically say, that's bad. There's no emotion? Oh, it must be bad. Just like, video reviewers like, all right, we're going to talk about Mario 64. Mario 64 is a game that came out in 1995. And let's be real, it revolutionized platformers forever. But before we start, let's go back to Nintendo's roots. Like, I like stoic and dry. So, in the original, there was something that felt kind of condescending about her. She's like, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you full of cummy wummies? Are you sad? Are you horny warny? You want a cummy? Are you confusing me with shummy wunny Elsie? Like, that's how she comes across to me. And it's a little bit creepy. Huh? I don't know. You're hearing what you want, you weirdo. But in the new performance, there's something that comes across as very robotic and kind of intimidating about her, to where I don't think I want to hang out with either of these two. One thing I do remember, and I don't think he fully gets into it in this review, because I've seen this review, I think last night or something, is Maria's more annoying in the remake. She comes across as like way more toxic girlfriend, even though that's, she's supposed to be, but she's just way more toxic in this new one. It's be bad because this is a remake. We know how the devs wanted to direct the scene, how the characters had to emote. Team Silent had every detail down. Bloober's doing their own thing, and I'm not here for Bloober's fanfic. I mean, I totally get that. Like, intentionally changing the tone, reinterpreting it in your own way, it's going to inevitably piss some people off. So I'm not gonna argue against that. If you don't like the new way they went about it. I totally get that. But I'm saying personally, I like both. The new version doesn't bother me. There's something else I was gonna say, but I can't remember. Laura was the worst character for me in the remake. I just despised her character. Is Laura the kid? Yeah. I didn't mind her. I thought she was like okay. Her presence there confused me, but I don't know. I like both as well. I would agree with you. Thank you. Her droning tone gives me the idea that she knows that she's fucking James and she's enjoying it. Kind of, right? Where it's a little bit more sadistic and cold. Like, I'm okay with that. The sadistic and cold. Sabrina Carpenter had a music video and it could replicate perfectly the Pride and Prejudice floral look, but somehow games and movies can't attempt to replicate the aesthetic because it ends flat. I think these games just have creative teams that can't pull their weight for the sake of a scene. Oh yeah, speaking of reinterpretations and original intent and stuff like that, I think one thing that gets talked about, let me put some background music. One thing that gets talked about with old Silent Hill, and I don't know if it was intended or not, is the voice performances in the original Silent Hill felt kind of disjointed and dreamy. There was something that felt very dull about it in an intentional way, possibly. And you could say that maybe it's done that way to achieve a dream-like effect, right? But is that actually the intent? Was that the intent? Or were they trying to come across as somber or something and maybe they fumbled it or something? Either way, the end result, it works really well because I like that interpretation, that it is intentional, that it's supposed to feel a bit surreal, that James feels like he's just completely out of it. Not out of his mind exactly, I mean, it kind of is, but like whenever you're going through it, you feel kind of like a zombie and you're just kind of shambling around and you're like, I don't know. Kind of like that. I like it, but I think they don't have that as much in the remake, right? Hold on, let me catch up on what's going on. There are actual people like that, and there are a lot of them. The problem is that more nuanced arguments about it get drowned out and mixed with bad faith arguments. Oh, talking about the Angela face thing, right? Yeah, like, it's a bummer. There are some people that argue about a thing, and they don't have the best interest in mind or even the best logic going for them. Sorry, I'm wording this so badly. How do I word this? I think there's just multiple ways you can argue a point, and some are better at it than others. But sometimes people don't want to listen to the people that put effort into their arguments because they just want to lump you in with a bunch of idiots, you know? Hello, Lagoon. I'm having a good day, actually. We're watching video reviews right now, but we're about to get to it. This is Under the Mayo. He's hating on the Silent Hill 2 remake.
And man, if you can't actually animate the woman to be able to talk to you as you're moving around, just do what the original did and make her—
Oh, before I continue, one thing is, people can argue about the Angela thing all they want, but I feel like it's totally valid to critique the lack of sexuality with Maria's design. I feel like that was actually somewhat important to her character, and it feels like they reserved her a bit because they were worried about what journalists would say. And I feel like it hurts her a little bit. I don't know. I don't really like how they changed her design. Because, like, she's supposed to be like a temptress, basically. She's supposed to represent something.
her only talk during cutscenes. Cause as it is now, she's this total weirdo that can't make eye contact with me, strangely shifting around as I move. This does not help me connect to her character. Maria is so bad that no matter how faithful the retelling of this narrative is, it falls flat because the single most important person outside of James himself has been screwed up.
Why do they still do that 2000s-esque hair kind of like dye, like the dipped pink tips, but they don't give her a 2000s like outfit? I mean, not the way it used to be. I mean, back in the day, you had the belly showing. That was like a thing that was a lot more popular, I think, in the 2000s and like 90s. And then the leopard or cheetah pattern skirt or something, they took it away. But I guess I get it. If they did that now, probably a lot of Zoomers would see that and they would be like, oh my god, what is that? And then us old people would have to be like, okay, back in my day, we wore cheetah patterns.
Her flirtatiousness has been severely downplayed, her sexiness is essentially non-existent, and it's not just the midriff that's missing. We knew from the reveal of her that her sexual side would be toned down, even though it's crucial to her character.
And of course Maria's ambiguity, icy cold like death,
I'm not your Mary.
and suddenly sensual.
So, you're Maria?
I am.
We don't get this lighten. Again, I know I already talked about the lighten. It's so creepy here. It feels like she has a bright light kind of cast onto her. I don't know how you would be able to do that to achieve that incredible dark shadow. Like if you shine a bright light on somebody, it does kind of illuminate them fully. So it has to be like a small light angled somewhere. However you have to do it. It was what's the term I wanted to do? It was very handcrafted lighten, baked in lighten. It just achieves a really nice effect. So however you have to do it so it looks like this. But the new one, I just remember thinking that everything is clear. You could just see Maria very clearly in the light. Her eye isn't half like, you know, see how like half of her face is completely black. One of her eyes is completely black. Her hair on the side, completely black. It looks eerie. It looks creepy. I like that. And then the new one just doesn't have that. And I know it seems like such a small thing, but these things do add up. I really like when games tried to mimic, well, actually movies kind of do this now too. There was a time where there wasn't this insecurity about hiding how good your movie looks with shadows. But now movies and games seem like they have to make sure everything is visible. Too clearly visible to where it's like artificial looking and weird or boring. Not moody, you know. This is moody. Modern one isn't as, so.
If you want me to be.
But little did we know that all the sexually evocative elements of Silent Hill 2 would be removed.
Now this is a in-game cutscene outside, so it's not going to look as cool as that other cutscene, but I'm not comparing both of these.
Remember when Pyramid Head was seen holding a lying figure's head to his crotch before the boss fight? That's gone. Remember those disgusting orifices in Angela's nightmare with those really disturbing thrusting organs representing her abuse? Well, the organs are gone now. They're just holes in the walls. There was symbolism here. It's gone now.
Yeah, like the new one's still sexual. I remember it was like sexual pulsing with the walls. It kind of looks like skin and it would pulse or something like that. It was definitely evocative in its own way, but it's not as visceral as like, you know, the overly sexual nature of something going in and out, which is very relevant to Angela.
Silent Hill 2, the gold standard for how to integrate haunting images of sexuality into a horror.
Didn't they patch in more scenery? I assume he reviewed this before they patched it in. Oh, yes. Like, they removed it and then they added it back. Because, like, it was accidental, I heard. Like, they didn't want it to do that way. But then people thought, oh, this actually is, like, really cool. And they're like, wait, really? Okay, I guess we'll give it back.
Horror game, without it feeling exploitative and tasteless, has been censored to the point of having no sexuality at all. A lifeless Maria that taunts players by referencing her original outfit.
It's like the Devil May Cry thing all over again. Oh, I wouldn't be caught wearing this. Look at how 2000s this is. Ew.
Outfit that this game wouldn't dare to use, an ending execution scene stripped of all its intensity, and the removal of dark sexual imagery. What's the point? As the director of the original game said.
So I think in the comments he corrected himself because people were actually in him. Apparently this is like the cutscene director, not the director of the game. I think that's, hold on.
Ending execution scenes stripped of all its intensity, and the removal of dark sexual imagery. What's the point? As the director of the original game said.
Yeah, okay. I think this is probably it. This is where it's the cutscene director. It's not the director of the game. And he corrected himself in the YouTube comments.
Everybody is thinking and concerning about, sex and death every day. And if we want to scare or shake or touch the users or spectators, then we have to think about sex and death deeply. You know, somebody died or monsters died. We try to mix erotic essence. This is kind of a visual and, core concept.
Well,
Sexo!
now all we have is death. Good job, Bloober Team, at missing the point. That's all I have to say on the story and characters right now. Let's get to the gameplay. I boot up the game on PC, and it tells me this is a better experience with a controller.
I think Bloober Team probably got scared adding in any sexual themes due to how easily people get offended now, but for the most part, sexual themes are fine as they are to progress the story, and if there is a reason, the times people get annoyed is mainly when things are sexy for the sake of it. Yeah, people would still get mad. There's gonna always be people that attempt to consume a thing and get mad at that thing for being exactly what it's meant to be. Silent Hill 2 is very sexual in theme. And if they were completely faithful, there are people who would play it and get angry about that, or say something like, well, you didn't have to be this explicit about it, etc., etc. It's unfortunate because sexuality is a fascinating subject. I like all kinds of sexuality, though. Somebody mentioned in YouTube that I should play Stellar Blade, but I don't really want to play Stellar Blade. I don't think it looks like a great action game. I think it'll be a little bit boring. Getting offended by a horror game that's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable. Yeah, but a lot of people, they just want spooky, typical horror. So when it's like sex, some people just don't like that kind of thing, or they get like uppity about it. For some valid reasons, some for not so valid reasons, maybe.
I'm gonna take that suggestion and shove it up my own ass, thank you very much, because I'm not playing a game with precision aiming on a controller. No. Turn off the completely unnecessary low health warning that floods the screen red. James shows damage on his person and moves slower when hurt, and that's all you—
Amnesia-style indie horror slop has ruined people's concept of what horror is supposed to be. I mean, I would say most horror tends to knock it into sexual themes overly, so I wouldn't say that Amnesia and onward is the reason why people can't tolerate sexual horror. It's just, I don't think sexual horror is done as much as all the other kinds of horror, I guess. You
need. Go ahead and turn the interactive prompts off if you want a genuine, unpatronizing experience. It was so much more rewarding to be exploring these spaces myself, using only James's head turns as a clue, instead of following the stupid white circles telling me everything I can click on.
Oh, no! Stop! Stop it! Damn, no, Mr. Mayo. If you don't do this white dot thing, then we get the yellow paint. This is the only way. That or like items shimmering. But this is literally the better alternative than the yellow paint. Unless like he's upset that the white dots show up too easily, like oh you could be across the room and then look at the other side and then see the white dot. But nah, this is what we need over yellow paint. For the record, like I said, sexual content in Silent Hill doesn't, or Silent Hill 2 doesn't really bother me. It's unfortunate that Bloober kind of preemptively wanted to avoid certain criticism by toning it down. But whatever, I guess it is what it is.
I felt a lot better when I found something because I found it. The game didn't just blatantly tell me where it was with an icon. But that's what happens when you strip a game of its original camera direction.
Hold on, one more thing is, I do think that we're coming around. I feel like the industry is embracing sexuality again in gaming a little bit. Not like fully. I think there's always going to be a division. Some IPs are just not going to do it, and others will. Like Atomic Heart, holy shit. Did you see like what is it, Atomic Heart 2? That is the most sexy I've seen in quite a while. But I don't know. I feel like there's always going to be division about certain subjects and themes. And it's frustrating.
I also turned off tutorial prompts after about an hour or so. Once the initial mechanics had been introduced, I didn't want the game telling me anymore. Turn on DLSS to get these ugly textures to stop appearing on gated fences, and you're ready to go. But can someone tell me what's going on with this weird black shadow ghosting effect every time
that's in modern Hitman on PS5.
I can't find any setting that makes it go away. It's even in the trailers. For the first 4 hours, I was saying, wow, they actually pulled it off. It was really impressive. Whereas the original only had a light amount of city exploration leading up to the apartments, the remake opens things up, letting you enter several stores, closed buildings from the original like the flower shop, making this Silent Hill 2 a game where the town feels a lot more like a central part of the experience and not just a few streets you run down to get to the next big map. I greatly appreciate that change. They also have a wonderful new way to introduce James's destination of Rosewater Park. In the original, he just remembers that he and Mary spent a day in the park, so maybe she's waiting for him there. In the remake, you don't have a destination for a while. After a series of locations, you end up at Bar Neely's and find a jukebox that needs a record. Further exploration of the town leads you to finding 2 record halves that can be combined into a single record, which plays a song that triggers a memory in his mind. He remembers that day at the park. Maybe that's where she is. And this is like a couple hours into the game. It's a really elegant and natural way to lead James on his way. It sparks the journey to the apartments, and these returning memories of Mary are accompanied by raging winds pushing against you as you make your way forward. The streets become very dangerous and loud.
I thought original RE2 and 3 were just the subscription service thing with PS5. That to me is not really truly supporting your game. You need to put it on Steam, and you need to make it to where people could just buy the game and own the game, instead of like the permanent rental service where you're bleeding forever. Capcom's cooking, but there's always like issues. Like Monster Hunter, like new Monster Hunter was good, except some people feel like they're making it too easy. I don't know how I feel about that, but there's all the scripted forced walk-in, the forced upon you story. Granted, you can't skip the cutscenes, but you can't skip the forced walk-in and that kind of thing. So I wouldn't say that the new Monster Hunter is like amazing. It's just Pragmata and Onimusha. I have no idea how those are gonna be. I'm open-minded though. It's on the classic collection. I think GOG got the classic games too. GOG has 1, 2, and 3. What do you mean the classic collection? Are you talking about... Because, Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, in terms of, like, being able to buy them, and it's not a subscription, the last thing that they've done to support it is just GOG. And then PS3 era. But on PS4, I don't think they ever made it to where you could buy it on PS4. It's all subscription. Have I tried Expedition 33? Not really. That game kind of just sprung up from nowhere, and everybody seems to like it, but I don't know. I haven't really seen anything about it that drew me in. Yeah, so if it's subscription-based, then I don't view that as true supporting. That feels too unstable. What happens if they turn off, like, the servers for PS5, for example? Like one day, PS6 and PS7 are like the things now. PS5 internet will get shut off, right? I mean, that won't be a while from now, but it doesn't feel secure, Unless, if you have something installed from the subscription, but your internet goes out, are you able to still play that game that you have downloaded from the subscription? Or will it be rendered unusable? Most of the PlayStation Store content that was available on the PS3 is gone. Though I can't even get on the online servers on PS3. The last time I tried, it would keep throwing me in this loop of, okay, you need to scan a thing with your phone, then you need to go to a website in order to, like, still be... It was weird. In order to still be able to use PS3, and then I would have to put in a code and a password, and then it wouldn't work, and then I did it again, and it still wouldn't work. Yeah. So, everything that I bought digitally on PS3... if it's not installed on my PS3, I basically just don't have it. Although I think it carries over on your account, right? I don't know. I just prefer if it's like a thing that I could just own.
Fighting against the weather until you reach what feels like safety, since the stark contrast of the apartments almost feels soothing due to how quiet they are. But we know there will be no peace here. Several aspects like this have been expanded on. The music box puzzle in the hotel now has different puzzles connected to each music box before you find them. The rotating head in the labyrinth is now a central part of the map, returned to multiple times. And my favorite example is the clock in the apartments. Originally, you just unlocked it, pushed it out of the way, and you moved on. Now, you're exploring the apartments to find different clock hands, setting the time separately to unlock 3 different doors. These previously small puzzles have become central focus points of each map that take a lot more time to get past. In isolation, I like this idea a lot, but it's also where the problems of Silent Hill 2 Remake start to rear their ugly heads. So the opening street section and the first parts of the apartments are, in my opinion, stellar. I was ready to call this a Game of the Year contender. But the expansion of the maps and puzzles, something I just got done praising, ultimately goes way too far. The apartments, the prison, and especially the hospital have seen total redesigns. These are all new locations as far as I'm concerned, so if you're expecting your familiarity with the original game to give you any kind of advantage, you are sorely mistaken. That's not in itself a criticism, it's just a fact. But due to the vast expansion of these maps and the unintuitive structure, I found it hard to simply visualize where I was. Look at the original Brookhaven map. These 3 floors were all laid out in this easy to understand and iconic corridor format, so you had a sense of where you were going without pulling out the map every 10 seconds. Now the hospital is so complex, so full of twists and turns and dead ends and shortcuts and backtracking paths that it becomes a headache to navigate. It's straight up over-designed and drawn out to such a degree that it becomes exhausting. And
I have a question. I don't know if Mina's here. I like the idea of games being expanded on, but if would it have been okay if they didn't just put so much emphasis on combat? If that makes sense. Also, Bucket, I'm so sorry. I saw your message and then I completely blanked out and got distracted by everything. That 4 hours of being excited was really close to my timeline too before I kind of went sad face with the remake. Which thing? I'm so sorry that I got to you so late. You're probably already gone. I'm sorry, Bucket. We're getting Silent Hill F and Silent Hill 1 remake. We horror game fans, survival horror game fans be eating good right now. It depends on what kind of fan you are, though. Like, if you like how modern survival horror games are these days, I can imagine you being happy, but people like me, I'm kind of left yearning a bit. The last game that I played that really, really appealed to me in all the ways that I needed it to was Conscript and Signalis. And that's not just because indie games are inherently better than all AAA. Like, no. I would love for AAA to beat the shit out of indie games, but they just never do. I agree with this guy. It's too much backseating and tedium. If there was less combat, I would be less annoyed by it. Yeah, like, he does get into it a little bit once I actually let the man talk. But in original Silent Hill, and he will get into this, Silent Hill 1 and 2, combat was more brief. It was very gamey. It wasn't the most expansive mechanic. It was just, actually, I don't want to say it's simple, but it doesn't last that long. It's not even particularly that difficult. But then in the new one, they dodge, and then you dodge, and then it just feels like they have too much health, etc., etc. I'll just let the man talk. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayo.
That's not a feeling I enjoy in a survival horror game. I love figuring out a map and planning my routes and backtracking for puzzles, all that stuff, but after a while, I'm ready to move on. Silent Hill 2 Remake just won't let me. They've stretched the experience to an unbearable length because people today will complain about paying full price for a game that doesn't take 20 hours to finish.
True. But how would it have been if they didn't change the combat as much? And they just expanded the level design? Could that have worked, or would that still be an issue? I guess we'll never truly know, right?
There's too much padding in the addition of level interactivity as well. Having to break through a wall is cute at first. I thought it was a good way to set up having to escape the fall in the historical center, but it loses its charm after the 20th time you do it. And if you're gonna make environmental puzzles, you gotta do more than just putting in a bunch of boxes you can move around to climb up, or 15 bookshelves you can push out of the way. It's like they looked at the original game and said, oh hey, you pushed a shelf a couple times, why don't we do it a whole bunch more? I went from absolutely loving my experience in the streets and the apartments to thinking, Jesus, am I ever going to get out of here and meet Maria? This just won't end. And the sad part is, the overly long levels made me underappreciate all the stuff they actually get right, in their aesthetic, in the smart ways of connecting you to past areas, and in their puzzles. Because not only are the maps 3 times the size as the originals, we also have 3 times the puzzles. I love puzzles, okay, but you can overdo this sort of thing. The original games smartly placed their puzzles at appropriate moments without interrupting the pacing. But the remake eventually had me rolling my eyes. God, another puzzle? I mean, we even have rooms with a central puzzle that unlocks another puzzle in the same room, which unlocks another puzzle on the other side of the room.
Mina hated that.
It's too much, man, it's too much. And that makes the hard puzzle difficulty a tedious experience, because there's a big difference between a brain-bending puzzle here and there, and one happening all the time. And it certainly doesn't help when the puzzles are missing crucial information or flat out lying to you. The classic coin puzzle returns, this time requiring you to solve 3 riddles instead of 1, of course. And the first one makes no sense. The riddle says that no one is left in the shade. And I'm assuming that means something since we have a sun and a tree in the image, and we're also referencing the sun's sheen. We have to be going based on what we see here. Now, let me ask you, dear viewer, dear Silent Hill enthusiast and puzzle lover, if you were standing inside this scenario and the sun was to your far right like this, its light directing this way onto a tree that has only leafless branches on its right side.
So, in the remake of Silent Hill 2, is it the same that you're able to choose hard, or you have separate difficulties for combat and for puzzles? Does it work that way?
Would you not expect the final 2 spaces to be the ones in the shade? That would make sense, right? According to the angle? Well, no, the shade is actually in these 2 spaces. The center one clearly in a spot where sunlight would be entering. Why is this final spot not in the shade? Am I supposed to consider moonlight something that wouldn't result in shade? Well, who talks about shade in the context of night anyway? Oh, it's midnight out, let's go find some shade. Ridiculous. Even if the moonlight means this final space is not in the shade, the trajectory of its light would also mean that the next space is not in the shade. But that's one of the correct choices.
Hi, love.
I
Hi.
do not appreciate being lied to in puzzles, and this shit drives me insane. Tricky wording I can deal with.
Oh, also, hey, do I have a mod that obeys me? Nope, I'm my own mod. Shout out Love X Knife. Hey everybody, Love is going to be debuted in their model, drawn and animated by the same person who did mine. It's going to be, oh my god. It's only going to be in a few days. It's going to be next Tuesday on the 17th. So please, if you can, follow them on their Twitch and on their Twitter, and look forward to that.
Real-world knowledge required to solve a puzzle, dangerous, but it can be clever and rewarding. But don't tell me the sky is blue and then punish me for not knowing the sky is actually red. Bloober, you need a QA guy there to tell you this stuff doesn't make sense. I am available. I charge $10,000 an hour. Geez, I'm really sounding irritated, aren't I? Well, after the duration of these maps had worn down my patience, I finally got out of the obnoxiously long hospital on day 2. I'd become so numb to the entire experience that I just wanted it to be over. Honestly, I wanted to just stop. I took a day off and came back with a cooler head. And when I finally got to the prison, I said, oh no. I started thinking about the prison in the original game, and how it's a fairly brief and compelling section that acts more as a connection to the labyrinth instead of being its own massive area to be explored. They're gonna make it last forever, aren't they? Well, of course, now it's a giant 3-floor sprawling map with 4 locked doors tied to a central puzzle that requires 5 puzzle pieces to use to open.
Is it one of those too much of a good thing makes it bad? Like, oh, you like exploring, you like navigating kind of a survival horror-y puzzle box environment, you like puzzles, Well, you can have too much of it.
Open each door
Hi,
one at a
Mina.
time, leading to 4 unique sections of the map to explore.
Interesting that you both pop
Really,
up
I
on the
think
same time.
only
You're in
map
a
I can
secret
say
group
I was
chat, aren't
happy with in
you?
the end was the hotel, because it's the one that actually
Oh, I see it. You're in
feels
the
like
I Hate
original,
Pumpkin Discord
just a
group.
remix of the classic
As you so
layout,
often
much like
are.
RE2 Remake's new version of the police station. It hasn't seen a total overhaul, and it generally preserves that original map's flow,
hey, Mina.
which was nice.
I asked you a question and then you said you hated me. So I'm going to ask it again. So they bloated the level design, they bloated the amount of puzzles, and they bloated the combat flow. There's too much combat now. Each combat encounter lasts too long. If they took out the excessive combat and it was just bloated level design and puzzles, would you have been okay with that? Or would that also irritate you, that you want both to be adjusted, if that makes sense? Do not allow him in the I Hate Pumpkin fan group. Only the special elite haters are allowed in there. You gotta really prove that you hate me before you're allowed to go in there. Now Silent Hill fans know how Final Fantasy VII remake feels. A remake with no soul and padded runtimes with pretty visuals, but that's enough for consumers. Yeah. I mean, I got no stake in Final Fantasy, but I do feel bad for anybody who likes classic Final Fantasy VII. One thing that I heard about it is it's kind of similar to the Nemesis thing. I heard that Sephiroth is not supposed to show up in Final Fantasy VII for a long while, but he shows up apparently in the remake way sooner than he's supposed to, and I think they did that for like marketing reasons and to kind of pander to fans. But that's just what I heard, and that's my opinion if what I heard is correct. Can anybody confirm? And then I heard that they changed stuff like XD. It's like a alt universe. What if the waifu doesn't die, kind of thing? He shows up in the first half hour. Ooh, really?
If only they'd shown the same kind of restraint in the other maps.
Wait, did we get to
The
the hole
pacing
part?
issues-
This guy hates the hole.
Are also not helped by the fact that James moves agonizingly slow. Okay, credit where credit is due, they removed the horrible stamina system from the original, but your overall movement speed has been severely nerfed, and when you combine the slower movement speed with the expanded maps, you end up with an experience that becomes quite painful at times. Look at how fast
Turned it into Kingdom Hearts. My friend who loves Final Fantasy, she hates Kingdom Hearts so much. She said that like the Kingdom Hearts writer started working on Final Fantasy and it got cringier and cringier from then there. I'm kind of like a Kingdom Hearts hater because I think it's absurd and ridiculous. I played the first one when I was young, and I still thought it was ridiculous, but I thought it was like fun as a game. But I think it's such an absurd concept, so I like to shit on it. But I was gifted it, and I will play it one day on stream for Omo side. He loves little Kingdom Hearts. He's a little Kingdom Hearts boy.
James could reach the tunnel from his car in the original.
Oh yeah, I don't even think that Mayo gets into how they, how do you say this? They took the Silent Hill 2 soundtrack. I want to show my eyes. They took the Silent Hill 2 soundtrack, and some tracks remain unchanged. Others, it felt like they tried to polish them up a little bit and would add vocal choir shit to it, trying to overcomplicate it, and that kind of ruined it. Very irritating. It's like if you like a song and then you hear some overcomplicated remix of it, and you're like, well, I mean, this is fancy and everything, I guess, but I thought the original was fine. I think that's the nice.
It takes to run across the
I think that's the nice thing about Kingdom Hearts fans is that they're all pretty self-aware, at least. I like the tweets where it's like, this is why I can't, like, convince my friends to play Kingdom Hearts, and it's showing a compilation of the dub, and it's so cringy. Will you choose light or darkness? Someone say the door to darkness? Fantastic.
On one end, I can see the benefit to the slow movement, because it makes enemies harder to deal with and harder to avoid. But my god, does it make the levels last forever too. This game needed to be a lot shorter if they're gonna make you so slow. But let's talk about the enemies, the combat, the resource management, all that fun stuff.
There's a whole thing with how the combat works. It's not just that the enemies have a lot of health. It's not that they can dodge. There's other things with them. And you'll find that out when the YouTube man gets to speak without the woman talk. Finally, we women can talk over the men.
As a survival horror game, Silent Hill 2 Remake checks all the boxes. Strict resource management, with exploration rewarding you with reserves. Thoughtful map exploration with interconnectivity, challenging puzzles. It's a noble effort and a worthy entry for the genre. The foundation of its design is solid. It's the execution that's lacking. I do like the additions to the enemy AI, different attacks to deal with, movement patterns, mannequins will dodge your shots and run away to hide and attack you later. It's cool. Sadly, actually fighting them doesn't deliver an experience that holds up over time. The original Silent Hill games had very simple and mostly easy combat encounters. You could stun lock a lot of enemies, cheese them, outrun them, but you know what? Silent Hill was never about combat. That's not what you play it for.
Resident Evil's the same way. Resident Evil, it's like, the overall game, Resident Evil's not a shooting game. It's not, oh, I can't see where I'm aiming. It's an auto-aim game. It's mostly about, positioning and resources and item management and routing. It's not really meant to be a shooting game. Just like Silent Hill, it's not really meant to be a punch-out game. It's not a punch-out game, it's something else. But they have combat.
The combat and the resource management were always the weakest parts of the Silent Hill games. It was secondary to the exploration, atmosphere, horrific imagery, puzzles, sound design, and story.
Do you mind if I go to the bathroom?
I don't
yeah, I'm
wish
going to
it
the
were
bathroom.
better,
See ya.
But dare I say, the simplistic combat of those old games provides a superior overall experience compared to what the remake provides. Because now, instead of an appropriately measured campaign lasting 8 to 10 hours, with combat that you just kinda go through and forget about, now we have a 16 to 20 hour campaign with combat that demands a lot more attention, takes much longer to finish, and happens constantly, but isn't deep enough to remain interesting past the halfway point, if even that. It becomes tedious to the point of total boredom. I'm really sick of dodging and countering, waiting to read if the nurse is gonna do her fast attack, her other fast attack, or her slow lunge that punishes you for dodging too early. It's the same thing over and over. Enemies are also incredibly dangerous with their ability to completely tank melee strikes with their own attacks. If they're winding up an attack, it feels entirely random if you can interrupt it or not with a strike of your own. It would be nice if you had some kind of counterplay to this, like a charged melee maybe? Something that was guaranteed to stop an incoming enemy attack, but it has a longer windup so you can take the risk. Even the original had different intensity to the melee attacks. But all you can do here is dodge out of the way, pump a few bullets, do some strikes, dodge again. And when I say this game doesn't have enough deep combat options, that is not me saying I
feel
wish they made
embarrassed.
it an even more combat-centric
I
game.
escaped social
No,
for
not
a
at all.
bit.
I'm not
I
wishing
escaped social situation and now I'm back to the social. Now I'm gonna freak out again. I'm gonna have a panic attack. Actually, I want to mute because you might hear me blushing.
for grenades and traps. What I'm saying is that the combat they have created is not interesting enough.
Heart eyes, these are piss eyes. Piss comes from the ovaries, and ovaries are in the shape of hearts. That's a really funny joke I came up with. No effort, no thought, no logic, whatever, very funny.
To sustain the bloated length of the game. It should have been much shorter, and then the combat that's present here would have been suitably entertaining throughout. Instead, we have a much higher emphasis on combat, lasting much longer, without the enemy or attack variety to keep it interesting. The enemies are everywhere, you deal with them all the same way, and they haven't expanded on the original's limited enemy variety either. Actually, they've reduced it because the reappearing abstract daddies don't show up in the hotel anymore. Why not introduce new enemy types based on the metaphors you can draw from the narrative? Were they afraid of adding their own enemies because the fan base might reject them? Well, then why butcher the character of Maria and remove all the sex from the story? They don't appear worried about that. I don't buy it. I'm not saying that combat is bad. There are good decisions to be made. Shotgun for close.
Why did he shoot like that? What happened? Let's study.
You can draw from the narrative. Were they afraid of adding their own enemies because the fan base might reject them? Well, then why butcher the character of Maria and remove all the sex from the story? They don't appear worried about that. I don't buy it. I'm not saying that.
Was he shooting the arm? I mean, I do pretty weird stuff whenever I'm playing a game, too. Is it all his footage? Who knows? I'm gonna assume it's his. He's a YouTube man.
The combat is bad. There are good decisions to be made. Shotgun for close encounters, rifle headshots to eliminate the knife-wielding nurses, staggering a mannequin with a few handgun rounds and finishing with melee to save bullets, even targeting an enemy's legs and crossing your fingers for a lucky stumble to set up a devastating melee kill. There's enough here to keep me engaged for something half this game's length and with more enemy variety. Eventually, I just didn't want to do it anymore. And that's what I mean when I talk about the original having better combat pacing. Even though the combat was bad and easy and you had way too many resources, at least you could just get it over with quickly and appreciate the true strengths of the game. Not the case here.
Yeah, in original Silent Hill, it's just positioning. Positioning and being smart, knowing how to stun lock on me, stuff like that. Like, I wouldn't even say it's bad, but it's definitely not, like, the most aesthetic combat. Like, especially when you just start bonking enemies, like, on repeat, like, over and over. It is a little bit silly. But, you know, there is gameplay to it. I mean, it can become easy. It's, like, fine, right? It's, like, it's not really meant to be a combat game. Like I said before, Resident Evil, it's not really a shooting game. It becomes a shooting game in 4.
Names of friends.
Thank you for the follow.
Continuing with combat, boss fights are mixed, and that's honestly an improvement because the originals have terrible boss fights. Anything would be better. QTEs and cutscenes would be better than those old fights. It was pretty easy to make a better fight than just running around a square room and dodging attacks until the timer runs out.
I thought this boss fight was fine. I think it might have been more interesting if I played the original Silent Hill 2 on hard. I didn't know it was going to be so easy, but it's a really tight and small room. It's not the hardest fight ever, but just being in such a small, enclosed space with the boss that can basically instant kill you, it is scary enough. And the new one, don't they just add like a thing in the middle of the room to just run around in circles? That's not much better. But again, I'm kind of like, I feel like we've seen every way you could possibly do a boss fight almost. A lot of them seem like each other, if that makes sense. I don't really need the most interesting boss fight. If whatever you do, as long as you can apply pressure to me, I guess. Like, that's fine enough. Like, what is that enemy called in RE4? U3? The U3 boss fight where after you, do the, it's like you're in a cargo hold suspended above an abyss, and it's held up by chains, and you have to press these 2 switches. That was fine. After that, you go to an arena, and there is a pillar that you run around in circles with, and there's also, like, a hallway that you can go through as well. It's like a hallway that loops, it's like in a U shape. And whenever the boss fight gets to a certain point, whenever he gets weaker, he has a way of closing the distance with you really easily, and it's kind of scary because his, like, scissor, like, slash attack hurts a lot. It's not the hardest or most inventive boss fight in the world, but it was tight. It's like, I'm okay with it.
But since combat is still a pretty limited feature, I can't say I enjoyed many of these new fights either. It's just A and B, dodge and attack. Some bosses have a second and third phase, which is fine. Eddie's fight is definitely the winner in all of this, with a gunfight being far better served by the over-the-shoulder camera than the...
I beat the shit out of Eddie in the original Silent Hill 2. You can carry around Pyramid Head's sword, but the trade-off is that it's really fucking slow and horrible to, like, actually use. Hit Eddie with that 2 times, and he's just donezo. It was incredible. It was so goofy. Now, hear about this idea. Add a circular arena with a hole, then make it so that the hole gets bigger and bigger the longer you drag the fight out. You get your metaphor and you get a boss arena. Not being serious at all? Or are you just joking? Okay, because I'm like, well, eventually that just becomes like a runner. That would just make it easier in a way.
Originals. The abstract daddy fight in Angela's Nightmare is also a pretty entertaining sequence. The AI isn't exactly interesting, since you can just infinitely sidestep and wail on him, or at least I was able to once I was out of ammo. But turning him into a series of chase sequences was good for the game's pacing, and it's a good story moment. It makes him feel a lot more horrific than he originally did. The other chase sequence, however, the one with Pyramid Head in the hospital, has sadly...
Look at her little girly run, like, oh my god, the Pyramid Head is after me. Can you believe this, TikTok? Like, look at this guy over here. Ugh, I gotta get out of here.
...been phoned in. The original's chase was uniquely frustrating because
Shut
of the
up!
camera.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Oh. Equally frustrating. Look at this guy.
The chase sequence, however, the one with Pyramid Head in the hospital, has sadly been phoned in. The original's chase was uniquely frustrating because of the camera. You couldn't...
He's the one that chooses not to react fast enough. He's the one that the camera changes and he still runs at the wall. Okay, look, there's like 2 seconds to react, okay? If that was me, I would have been able to turn just fine.
See which way you were supposed to be turning as you
Hello,
ran away
Blue.
from him. Maria
How are
would
you?
get
I thought
left
you were saying hi.
behind
You're saying
and
ha,
die before
but
you
also
made it
hi
to the
again.
elevator. It sucked. But instead of redesigning the sequence, it's just the same thing again from a camera angle that doesn't screw you. So you just run, and now there's literally
Camera
nothing
angle
to think
doesn't
about.
screw you.
They
Like,
could've-
you ran into the wall, and then what? Did Pyramid Head, like, skateboard up to you and then start, like, beating the shit out of you? It's like you were still far ahead. You were fine. The camera didn't screw you. You just mad that you chose to run at the wall, Mr. Mayo. Get good.
Added some interactable objects, or things you can shoot to slow him down. A few enemies in your way to keep you closer to Pyramid Head as he approaches. Anything. Instead, it's nothing.
What?
I want to call the Fleshlip fight greatly improved over the original, even though it goes on for too long.
Mina said
But
that they learned
unfortunately,
this
the
boss
most
so well that they
challenging
were just
aspect of that
meleeing it.
fight is the controls. Oh boy,
Smite.
here we go. We have some hideous control issues in this game, the most obvious being the insane degree of magnetism on your melee strike, causing you to attack who you don't want, and making you swing at another enemy instead of stepping on a downed one for—
I fucking hate magnetism. Magnetism makes it to where you don't have to worry as much about positioning and everything, which takes away some of the fun. But, again, it causes issues, as he's saying.
a crucial kill. Because unlike the original, where they tied ground stomp to a different button, now it's on the same button as your regular attack. So the game decides for you who you're gonna attack next. But there are some awful additions for the sake of realism and immersion that make me want to pull my hair out.
I hate immersion.
Every time James picks up an item, he's got to reach
Unless
out
it's done
and
the way I
swipe
like.
it with his hand. Where in the original, you just clicked on it and you got it. The game paused for a moment to say what you got, so enemies didn't hit you, and you moved on immediately. And you weren't stopping to pick up items during boss fights with your back turned to the enemy.
This makes me think of, so we can't say, okay, it's okay for Silent Hill 2 Remake to do this because Resident Evil did this. But, Resident Evil, it was interesting. There would be some item pickups that were instant, I think. Like if you examined an ink ribbon, you would instantly pick that up. But for example, if there was an item on the ground, like say an herb, Jill, I think all the classic Resident Evils did this, right? But we'll just specify Jill for some reason. Jill would have to do a crouch animation to pick the thing up. But in doing so, you leave yourself vulnerable for a second. So you have to be very careful when you choose to let yourself be vulnerable. So if there's a dog about to leap on you or whatever, and you're choosing to crouch down and try and pick up that herb, you might get hit and interrupted out of that. And I feel like it's kind of good to add like a little bit of what should I call it, risk and reward, something like that. I don't know what phrasing or term I would want to use. And again, not all items do that. It's just stuff like herbs and stuff. And yeah, that's what he's talking about right now. Silent Hill 2, it's like, and he said in the original Silent Hill 2, you can instantly pick up everything, I guess. I don't remember very well when I played it. But he says that he doesn't like that you're vulnerable for a second because James has to finish doing a swipe animation to pick up bullets or whatever he wants to pick up, and then you can get interrupted or hit out of that. I understand not liking it if you're comparing it specifically to the original Silent Hill 2, if indeed the original Silent Hill 2 didn't do that. But I also think it's not a bad idea for survival horror.
Now, with you having to swipe every time, it means that picking up an item while sprinting will cause him to fully slow down for a few seconds before you can run again. You also have to suffer through long healing and reloading animations where you are unable to pick up items until they finish. Reloading 6 shells into your shotgun while running to safety during a boss fight and you find a life-saving healing item.
While I did come up with a justification on, like, a way you can look at it, I also understand if it just feels like shit regardless. Because you could have a little orange person in your head going, tee-hee-hee-hee, well, you know, it's survival horror, so, you know, you should have, like, thought twice before you try to pick this up when your healing animation wasn't done yet. But doesn't mean it's going to feel good. It's still going to be frustrating.
Tough luck. Try coming back later if you live that long. Isn't this just a grand old time? And did you know that if you press the fire button twice before the first bullet is shot, say in a panic, you'll automatically fire a second shot? Yeah, that's why you're randomly wasting shots. Try it. Aim the gun and double tap fire really fast. Watch him shoot twice.
Hi, Warnado. We're watching a Silent Hill 2 remake review video by Under the Mayo. I pinned him, but he disappeared.
This is a buffering issue that I cannot believe made it past playtesting. A firing buffer that punishes consecutive input presses in a game designed to inspire panic. And believe it or not, you cannot buffer a weapon switch with the mouse wheel during a dodge, which is the most important time to be able to do it. If you're on PC, open the game right now. I want you to try dodging and switching to another weapon with the mouse wheel. You can't do it. You have to come to a full stop before the game will even recognize your input. It's fucking infuriating how many times I dodged an attack, I went to pull out my shotgun, and he just didn't take it out. Because I was in the dodge animation, my weapon switch input doesn't count. You might say, well, this is intentional for game balance. But it's not, because you can buffer a weapon switch if you press the corresponding weapon key. This is an oversight that only applies to the cycle weapons option on the mouse. Thank God I eventually figured that out, but half the game had already been ruined because I wasn't using the weapon keys, I was using the mouse wheel. Cause for the first 12 hours I only had 2 weapons anyway. The mouse wheel should be fine for this. Input oversights like this make me fear that enemies randomly tanking through your hit stun is actually just poor programming and not some weird design decision. Interestingly, while you can accidentally buffer a second shot, in a particularly frustrating omission, you cannot buffer a weapon switch while picking up an item. Gotta wait for that slow-ass pickup animation to end before
I feel like this is the kind of thing that some people, like, just won't care about, but, I think it is important. This kind of thing, it could just affect how feedback feels. Little tiny things like this seem like nitpicking, but it's not necessarily.
you have the privilege of pressing the weapon switch.
Speedrunners are people who just like, you know, just stuff like this adds a lot. Like, for example, have you ever played a game and the guns feel like shit? Well, what does that mean? Like, the gun feels like shit. It's like maybe it sounds bad. Maybe the muzzle flash isn't very good. Maybe there's not enough kick, this or that. Like, little tiny stuff like that, like some of the greatest games of all time are probably partially great because they do little stuff like that all right and it all adds up. Does that make sense?
Key. And the icing on top, when you get hit, you cannot buffer a weapon switch. You gotta wait all the way till the recovery animation finishes before you can tell the game you want to be using a different weapon. Compare this to Resident Evil or any other game where the devs understand how input buffers work.
I haven't watched much content regarding Mortal Kombat, so I have no idea. The only thing I know is, I watched some video talking about Melina fans being insane, I think.
This is
I love
the
Melina,
wrong
by the way.
kind of combat clunkiness for a survival horror game. There's a big difference between clunky feeling combat and the game straight up ignoring your button presses. I can't even get it to register my inputs when I'm trying to save the game. I gotta be standing in some weird pixel perfect zone.
This kind of shit, I feel like I deal with it in modern Resident Evil, like 7 and 8, where I'm like close enough to the thing, but it's like, no. You're not angled right. Oh, okay.
And somehow, every time I want to pick up an item, it's anyone's guess as to whether I'll actually get it. It's not enough to just be, you know, standing in front of it, looking at it. No, that would be way too convenient apparently. There were so many times I thought I picked something up just to run away and realize I left it there. I gotta jiggle around and press the button 20 times? God, this sucks. But the combat isn't just unresponsive and tedious at times, it's also annoying and unfair because, you guessed it, the camera is absolutely terrible. Add Silent Hill 2 Remake to the endless list of games that insist on using this tired, generic, over-the-shoulder camera.
I fucking hate it. I hate this camera.
While the developers can't even be bothered to make it not zoom into your character model when you back up against a wall, or just apply a transparency effect to the geometry behind you and lock the FOV so the camera doesn't freak out. The only thing that apparently matters to these game studios is making sure the game looks and plays exactly like every other horror game today, not making the camera actually work. Because look at this, does this look like fun to you? One wrong dodge away from a nurse attack and now the camera is 5 miles up my pelvic region. It's disorienting. If you ever press your back up against a wall or get cornered, the camera bizarrely zooms in on you. Is this really okay for people?
Now, I think some people tried to like fight back and say, well, that's your fault for putting yourself in that position, but I kind of get it in that this is a game where you're going to be dodging back, right? Like, they dodge, you dodge, so I feel like you're just more likely to end up running into a wall, and if you do run into a wall, you're kind of fucked. Where if it's a fixed camera, I mean, not that fixed camera can't ever fuck you up. Like, if you back into a spot that then changes the camera angle, that can be kind of rough, but usually, like, if you back into a wall, you can still clearly see because the camera is not all the time. The camera's like a little bit isometric leaning. Not all the time, though. There are times when you're in the hallway and the camera, it's like, I know there's one hallway where James is like running away from the camera, and then it's kind of following you. Oh, thank you for the follow. Something like that, but don't quote me on that. I'm a Resident Evil person more than Silent Hill.
Seriously prefer to have this issue in all of your horror games? Apparently, because this camera is all over the industry now. Every game has this same issue, and legions of gamers will defend a camera system that bugs out if you don't play perfectly and you dare to get close to a wall. While this game presents its combat with claustrophobic environments, ambushes you with enemies at times, and is actively trying to inspire fear and panic, you're gonna end up against a wall sometimes, and the camera shouldn't be the most terrifying enemy in that situation. The punishment for backing yourself into the corner should be that you're in the corner, that you're vulnerable, that you have fewer options. It shouldn't be that the camera becomes a nightmare too. Instead of demanding more consistent and better designed camera systems, fans will instead insist that it is the player who should be avoiding the camera's issues. They'll say it's your fault for playing badly and ending up against the wall, when the whole
Sometimes that's a valid critique. Sometimes you can say that the player just needs to get better, but it just depends.
point is that the wall shouldn't be doing this in the first place, regardless of how you play. This isn't some rare bug you have to go out of your way to recreate. All you have to do is stand next to a wall in a game filled with walls.
It's so silly.
Every camera system has natural limitations. If this were fixed camera, I could turn a corner and walk into an enemy.
You shouldn't have run, okay? That's your fault. My beautiful, perfect Resident Evil 1.
The shoulder camera, I can't see enemies behind me. I accept that. But I do not accept that the camera has to zoom into your character model when you're close to geometry. Just make it transparent, lock the FOV, and keep the player at relatively the same distance from the camera. This crap doesn't need to be...
No, legitimately though, I feel like I'm on his side about this. Because like I said, you dodge in this game. You're gonna have to jump backwards to avoid swings, etc. You're gonna be at a wall. And this is a nightmare. Like this is a clusterfuck.
happening. It didn't need to happen in RE4 Remake, which is why we were able to mod it out and keep the camera at a reasonable distance when you backed into a wall. It doesn't need to be happening in the new God of War games, and it doesn't need to be happening in Sifu, which is the most egregious example in recent memory. Enough with the lazy camera implementation, guys. Raise your standards.
Bro, just don't back into walls.
Shut the fuck
Remember AVGN and Nostalgia Critic?
up! What are you even doing here?
Bro, I got tacos.
Oh, well, that's nice of you.
Not after you talking to me like that.
I need to be nicer to that guy. I know the original camera was
Who?
flawed. I never said it was perfect. I have talked about its limitations and frustrating aspects in my video on Silent Hill camera design, but it at least provided some genuinely compelling cinematography
I was
that
just making a
gave
bad
the
joke.
games their own sense of
Seafood.
identity. And if we're gonna say this modern standardized camera style is an objective improvement, can we at least make it not screw you every time you back up against a wall in a tight space?
No, you're good. I say things dryly all the time, so people usually struggle to know when I'm being serious or when I'm joking. I was just pretending to be.
And justifying this modern camera angle's problems by comparing it to the camera problems of a game 23 years ago is incredibly disingenuous, when you really should be looking at how that camera style has evolved and improved over time in game.
I need to give this game another chance. I remember thinking that there was things that were good about it, but it felt so fucking rough. Like, I remember not, like, adoring it just because it looks like the thing I like. Like, you can be a fixed camera game, but you also have to be, like, good. And I remember just thinking that it felt like whack, but I'll give it another chance. Would anyone want a Silent Hill 4 remake? I mean, you're gonna get it whether you like it or not. I want to just play the original Silent Hill 4. I feel like what it should get is maybe modders can take it and, like, fix it up, because apparently it's, like, actually good, and then it nosedives. Just tweak it a little bit, keep it as it is when it's, like, at its high moments, adjust it to where it doesn't ever fuck up, I guess. But if they remade it, I mean, it'll just have generic homogenized camera. I don't know. But we got a little bit before we got to worry about that. They'll remake 3 before that. Oh god, what are they gonna do to Heather? I'm so scared. Mayo just needs another game to match Doom Eternal so he can be happy again. Yeah, I'm curious about his Doom takes. I want to see if this guy ever becomes cringe to me. Real talk, did anyone complain about nurses being sexualized? I don't recall seeing that ever. And if anybody did complain, it would be so, like, far away from any sphere or spheres? How do I word that? Just far away from my corner of the internet, where even I haven't seen anything like that. Actually, why do I say it like that? I'm literally, like, in my own hole all the time. I literally never know what's going on.
Games that know how to use it correctly. Look at Tormented Souls for an example of how classic survival horror camera styles can without a doubt still work today. And
yes, they can. Yeah, they can. Look at this. It's trying to mimic the Resident Evil 1 remake style. You can kind of tell with the architecture, like, color grade-in filters, etc. But I had this, like, 30% chance hope that RE2 remake would be that. Like, imagine graphics even more impressive with fancy lighting, more impressive than the GameCube tech. But nah, that's not what we got. I know there's a mod, though.
I refuse to believe for a second that Bloober Team, the guys that made the Medium, wanted to make this game in over-the-shoulder camera. Just like how Konami originally asked for Silent Hill 1 to be made to capitalize on Resident Evil, I'm sure they saw modern Resident Evil's success and mandated that the Silent Hill 2 remake had to play exactly the same.
It's the smarter thing to do. I do think that there are a lot of people who are open-minded. I'm surprised how many Zoomers actually are willing to play older games. So if Resident Evil 2 remake, for example, had been a fixed camera, it doesn't have to be tank controls, but if it was a fixed camera game, I think a lot more people would have given it a shot than you'd think. But I think it's inevitable that it would not make as much money. if they as a like fixed camera will not make as much money as an over the shoulder, which I hate. I hate that that's true, but unfortunately it is true, and it's why I understand Capcom, being the businessmen they are, made the decision that they made. Also, hello Deep, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. We're watching videos and I'm interrupting every 5 seconds.
It's really sad. The camera problems of the hospital's claustrophobic combat encounters quickly started souring my enthusiasm for this game, after I was already feeling burnt out by the bloated duration of the levels and the overabundance of puzzles. I don't feel motivated to get better at the combat when half my deaths come from me simply trying to dodge an attack and now I can't see anything because the camera sucks. It makes me want to avoid combat altogether, which, fair, I'll give the game credit for inspiring the important fight-or-flight decision-making of survival horror, but it's for the wrong reasons. You shouldn't be avoiding combat because the game doesn't fucking work half the time. And it's so dangerous to leave these guys alive, because if you end up being forced to eventually fight, another could sneak up on you, and you do not want to be dealing with 2 or 3 of these guys at the same time. And that's fine, groups of enemies are harder to deal with than just one, great. But due to the terrible melee magnetism, the camera flying into your character when you dodge into a wall, and no option to widen the field of view, group combat is, at times, a tedious nightmare. This isn't just about being against the change to over-the-shoulder camera, which I am, because it removes an important part of Silent Hill's identity, the artistic cinematography. The main problem is the execution. Resident Evil 2 Remake has the same camera and it works so much better, because the locations, combat, and movement are designed around making it work. In Silent Hill 2, it just leads to endless frustration and a homogenized experience to boot. Staring at the back of your character's head for 20 hours. Yeah, that really makes me sympathize with him. All that being said, I am not immune to the charms of the over-the-shoulder camera. I do love looking around to see the outside of the apartments or the hotel.
Is there even a single AAA game that released in the last 10 years that doesn't have an over-the-shoulder camera? Also, new account. Hi, hello. A AAA that doesn't have over-the-shoulder. Does new Monster Hunter have over-the-shoulder? Are the Zoomers willing, or are you just in the retro game sphere and run into those types more than the rest? Probably. I guess I'm more likely to see people playing retro games. Any Nintendo? Yeah, Nintendo, but that'll be like, I think we should be, if we... Typically, whatever, shooters are what's all become homogenized regarding, like, over-the-shoulder, right? Shooters? Anything with guns, right? Also, Blue Lyoko said there should be another American Mickey's Alice game. It's psychological and good gameplay and platforming. American Mickey's Alice was actually pretty good. It's kind of sad that Atlas Madness Returns turned out the way it did, where it was, they went more combat focused, where they add more mechanics and everything, I guess. I should say, it became more hack and slashy feeling, but it felt very bloated. Each combat encounter felt like it lasted way too long, and I was just getting exhausted by that game. I like the platforming, though, and Madness Returns.
And some smart direction leads to great jump scares and spooky moments. It's still a beautiful and scary game. There are some genuinely brilliant setups that caught me off guard.
Oh yeah, he didn't talk about this, but I've heard, I saw Mina deal with it, and I've heard other reviewers mention that, a lot of the mannequins, they started getting repetitive, and they would go in little hiding spots, like they would hide behind potted plants and jump at you and go boo. Apparently they do that a lot in that game, the ambushing. Wouldn't it be so bad, I guess, if there wasn't 5,000 of them doing it? And I guess that's, like, the main problem. Too many enemies, too much health for each enemy.
Oh, fuck off! But even the sense of horror in Silent Hill 2 has been degraded in a way. In addition to the now censored sexually themed imagery, there was this cold, haunting feeling to the original. It wasn't shoving your face into gore. It didn't zoom in on the grotesque. It was...
Does Silent Hill 2 Remake have less grime to it? I know there's like a period of gaming where things would look extra grimy, sharpened, very over textured, and it had a very certain look to it. The Silent Hill 2 remake, does it even have that? Oh, it's more clean? Okay. It's not about textures anymore. Now it's about fancy lighting.
Was kinda understated, which made it get under your skin more. Now we have refrigerators pouring out intestines, lying figures having their iconic smooth look ruined by putting these cringy zippers all over them. And the moment that I happen to think is the most chilling in the original game, hearing Mary call your name in the
I missed
distance
this
as you
apparently.
turn
When I
back
played
down
it,
the
bugged out and
staircase,
I didn't
has
hear
been
it.
turned into this obvious moment of her screaming your name.
James! James!
Even the cheesy game show host seems
So I guess he's saying that in the original it felt a little bit, it was like more pleading, like James. It seems like kind of creepy, and then the new one's like James.
to have been taken from the HD collection's bastardization of him, instead of going with the unnervingly enthusiastic
Oh yeah,
70s
this
style
change
host of
sucks.
the original.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat! Here you either answer the questions correctly and win a great prize, or fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment!
Welcome to another exciting edition
I've
of
got a
Trick
fever.
Thank you for the sub. Thank you.
Dead
questions
angels.
correctly and win a prize.
This sounds like edgy. This sounds like it would be in like some Saw-inspired thing.
Beyond your wildest dreams.
We gotta add these stupid repeated button prompts every time you jump down a hole. Are you sure? Press the action button again if you're sure you want to jump for the 10th time. We gotta take that one little creepy moment of James reaching into a mysterious hole in the wall and do it over and over and over again, completely diluting the impact, cause remember—
And it's the same fucking animation too. The same exact animation. Is it the same camera angle each time too?
you want to jump.
That's how you make things feel like artificial and gamey, which I mean, I guess it's gamey at least. I shouldn't knock them by like seeming gamey, but given that they're trying it so hard to be cinematic, you know, to stand out.
For the 10th time. We gotta take that one little creepy moment of James reaching into a mysterious hole in the wall and do it over and over and over again.
He even hesitates the same exact way. It's annoying, kind of weird.
Completely diluting the impact, cause remember when James reached into the hole in the wall? Wasn't that moment cool? Let's do it a whole bunch more. And are you sure you want to reach into this hole? Press the action button again if you're sure. But are you really sure? Press it again.
Why would that scare anybody? I feel like that should it's like, are you sure you could back out? I feel like that should only be scary if you're playing a game that is one of them trolley beginner traps games where there are some games that do exist, not very often, but games where, oh, will you examine this coffee drink? Okay. It's chloroform gas actually, you're dead. You know. But I don't think this game up to this point has done that at all, so why would you even consider not examining the thing? What do you think's going to happen? An enemy? You're going to be dropped into a mandatory area that you have to go to progress? Why do this like fake suspense thing? That's just dumb.
Again, if you're really sure, isn't this scary? What's in the hole? It's not too late to turn back. Press the action button again to make James keep reaching into the hole. Fuck off already. I need to wrap
angriest
this up.
he's
There's
been.
not much more I can say. I understand that everyone loves this game. High scores and Game of the Year nominations. Great. I'm happy that people are satisfied. I'm not.
I'm not.
It has some
I'm not.
great
Oh my
ideas.
god.
It
Oh
looks
my
nice.
god, Mayo. Me too. I'm hateful just like you. We should be friends.
When it's not stuttering on PC. The sound design and music integration are phenomenal, and it's probably an acceptable way to experience Silent Hill 2 if you're determined to never play the original.
An acceptable way if you just insist on not playing the original. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel that with modern Resident Evil. If somebody's like, I'm never gonna play RE4. It has tank controls, but I'll play the remake. I'm just like, all right, okay, whatever. Like, fine. I guess it's an okay game.
Original because you aren't open to playing older games or because you don't have access to it. There are apparently even more endings to unlock this time, but I will not be going for them. I don't want to play this again. It's simply too bloated, too sanitized, too repetitive for me to go through another dozen hours. I have no desire to go back and fight the same 3 enemies in an endless loop.
I haven't played Silent Hill 2 on stream, but I played it off stream. I think I played through the series before I was VTubing. 1, 2, and 3, but I haven't gotten around to 4. If we're talking about streaming, I have a lot of games that I would either prefer to replay or new games that I want to try out rather than stream 1 and 2, but mandatorily I would absolutely stream Silent Hill 3 because Silent Hill 3 is one of my favorite survival horror games of all time.
I have no desire to revisit these giant maps, even though they had me using my brain to figure them out, which is what I want in a game of this genre. I hate that it makes me feel this way. I don't want to be in extended sequences of dodging and swinging anymore. I don't want to deal with the terrible pickup range on items or the long animations or the lack of input buffering that screws you in life or death moments.
Don't fucking tell me to subscribe.
I don't want to deal with the dog shit camera. I don't want to be bored by Maria again. I'm just done with it. The first 4 hours really got my hopes up. I'm going to try to just remember that. Oh well, there's always 2025 and whatever horror remake comes out next.
Silent Hill 1 remake! Woo! They're gonna try to make it... They're gonna probably change it... No, well... I mean, they didn't change the story that greatly for Silent Hill 2 remake, but I want to be, like, lame and say, like, they'll probably try and make it have a story more similar to Silent Hill 2. They'll probably change all the music to sound more like Silent Hill 2, but maybe not. I don't know. Might be fine. Whatever. But... Okay, guys, that was Under the Mayo's review of Silent Hill 2 Remake. And for anybody who's been here since the beginning, you've also seen his review of the Resident Evil 3 remake. How are you guys feeling about Mr. Mayo? Do you feel like this guy is cringe? Or do you feel like he's based? Based hater. I think he's a based hater. And I like him. But maybe there's like a really, 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 really bad opinion that he could possibly have. One thing I heard based on like what Mina said from watching the podcast is because that guy did a podcast with some guy, I don't remember his name, and Electric Underground, and apparently Under the Mayo is defensive over the inconsistent stagger chance in Resident Evil 4 remake. But I get why he would defend it, because it adds like a sense of unpredictability. And apparently he said that it adds more, what is it, the term? Utility to the weapons. Now the rifle and shotgun have more use because you can't just pistol everything in the head and then crowd control melee it, something like that. But that's like, Resident Evil 3, or Resident Evil 4 remake is like a whole ordeal to talk about one day. He's too monotone and too hateful. What? Making me truly angry listening to him for a long time. How can you be here and my stream and not be able to take hate and monotone? Third is saying that he wants him to be more emotive. Mr. Mayo, could you please talk more excitedly? Hello, third player. I am Under the Mayo, and I'm about to talk about Resident Evil 2, or Silent Hill 2 remake. Silent Hill 2 is a game that came out in, I don't remember, 2000, something like that. And you like lighthearted hate tubers, whatever. I'm not lighthearted, and I'm not cute, girl, and I'm not a girl. I'm a guy with a voice changer. Thank you for the follow. What do you think? Should I tune it more? I want to have a higher pitched voice, so I could be more kawaii whenever I get my other model. Too much hate in the world. What if we just talk about the cool games instead? So true. So true. Whenever something's actually good, I'm actually fully happy to talk about it. I'm just surprised at how often a new thing comes out and I can never just like it. Like, it's always just either like mediocre or bad to me. I was very, well, I wouldn't say I was very hyped, but I was like cautiously optimistic, leaning more towards optimistic for Alien Romulus. That was the most recent new thing that I consumed that had a lot of hype and was, you know, another addition to older IP that's had kind of a rough journey. And then I watched Romulus and I'm like, wow, this is really bad. Jesus, can anything be good? I'm so sad. I wanted this to be good. And it's like, is there stuff good in Alien Romulus? Yes, but not that much. Haven't seen him before, and while I'm not hating on the Silent Hill 2 remake, he makes a reasonable point. Fair enough, fair enough. It's like, maybe even some of these criticisms you guys acknowledge, but you're like, well, I still like it. And that's totally valid. Somebody could, like, talk about why, like, maybe, I don't know if it's possible to make a well-informed video talking about why fixed camera and tank controls is bad. I don't think that's possible. But if somebody tried, and they tried their best to explain their points. Wait, where was I going with this? I don't like this. Where was I going with that? Sorry, I don't know what point I was making. I think I'm gonna just move on. Let people enjoy things. Okay, I enjoy critical analysis and being a hater. Right. But I totally understand if somebody doesn't want to be here for that. If somebody's like, hey, PumpkinSynth, fuck you. You don't like anything. This is fine. You're just so mad that you can't find your 100% 10 out of 10 perfect game that is 100% like a game made 30 years ago. Can you just talk about what you do like more? Fuck you, I'm leaving. I'd be like, fair enough, fair enough. But I think part of the reason why I do this so much is I do have fun dissecting things. Like, I have fun explaining why I don't like the things, and I like talking to like-minded people. Maybe convincing people to see our viewpoint, even though it's probably difficult to make me see the other viewpoint, right? Have you seen... Yes, I love Neural. Neural, though, confuses me. I watched his videos multiple times. He says that he likes the RE3 remake more than he likes the RE2 remake. I think his reasoning was like something like RE3 remake wasn't even trying to be survival horror or something, whereas Resident Evil 2 remake was. So I guess it's like when RE2 remake misses the mark, it's more disappointing because they tried harder and still fucked up, whereas RE3 remake wasn't trying at all. Something like that. I wouldn't mind watching Narrow. Narrow's good. Narrow did a video just talking about the magic of fixed camera, and it's like, if you guys won't believe me, here's a popular person with millions of viewers. Ooh, now will you believe me? Now will you believe me? These YouTube men are my weapons to convince people that I'm right and what I've been saying is right. We need to shit talk bad things so people feel bad and don't make more bad things. Yeah, you gotta, like, speak up a little bit, give criticisms, etc. I'm hoping that the noticeable amount of criticism towards RE3 remake will get Capcom to be like, okay, let's not half-ass this again. Regardless of my issues with RE4 remake, I can certainly say RE4 remake is not half-assed. They clearly put their all into it. For better or for worse, they tried. RE3 remake, it's like an afterthought. So hopefully that never happens again. But I worry that because some people would summarize RE3 remake haters' opinion as, they're just mad that it's short, that's the only thing that they have to say, they don't even have an argument, that maybe Capcom won't listen, or I don't know. I think you have to, like, dig through people's arguments. You gotta, like, brush away the people who are just, like, hating and don't have, like, good arguments, and you gotta try to focus on the ones of those of us who do have an argument and can explain why something's bad and why we don't like it, rather than the people that just say, this is bad, and that's it. Or they summarize things too blandly or whatever, to where nobody can understand what you're saying. Does that make sense? Sorry, I'm not very good at talking on the spot. I'm better at writing, for anybody who doesn't know or is new. I'm not the best public speaker, and I usually scramble my thoughts up really bad, or I'm very disorganized in how I convey a point. Even if I'm writing, I feel like when I'm writing, I don't structure things very smoothly. Like, for example, if I write a paragraph, something that I could have mentioned in that paragraph, I will then mention in the 6th paragraph, if that makes sense, where it's just not organized. You're a streamer, of course. You're not a public speaker. There are some people who are very good at streaming though, like way, way, way better. Like Electric Underground. He does stream, but mostly he does YouTube videos. But you can tell when he does cuts or not, and he is able to seamlessly explain his point for like 10 minutes without a cut, and it's very impressive. And I admire people who can do that. Capcom is good at writing the line between deserving full hate and admiration. They're like, what's the term? Controversial? I don't know about that. I think a lot of streamers turn out to be amazing public speakers. Definitely not me. Definitely not me. If this was real life, and I don't know how many people are here, don't tell me, but if I was in a room with however many of you are there in like a physical room and you're all looking at me, I would probably like cry and I would just go away. That's not a joke. Oh, Pumpkin's so modest, she's joking. No, I'm not. Also, I probably liked it because I haven't played the OG in many years. Yeah, I think that's a thing. A lot of people don't just replay the same old game over and over and over 5 times every single year, like some of us do. So, yeah, some people, they haven't played RE2 in a really long time, but maybe they played it a few times when they were young and they really liked it. And, you know, then they moved on to new games. And then the 2 remake came out and they're like, oh my god, I played the original, I loved that game, and then they played the new one, they're like, wow, this is so fucking cool, and they're just having fun. They're just blissful, having fun, and god, I wish I could be that way. It's actually miserable being a hater. I don't remember if, I think it was Electric Underground who, I think Mina's here, maybe they can verify. I believe Electric Underground has talked about how much it actually sucks to go against the hype train. Like, whenever Bayonetta 3 came out, I think it might have even been specifically Bayonetta 3 that he was talking about this, but it really sucks to have a bunch of people clamoring over a release and saying that it's a 10 out of 10 and it's amazing, and then you have to be that guy that says, actually, this isn't really good, and here's the reason why I think so, and then all those people dogpile you and say that you're an idiot and that you're miserable, and they don't even give any of your points a chance. They just write you off as just a bitter hater, and they say you're crazy. That feeling actually sucks. I imagine that it doesn't feel good to make a well thought out video critiquing the very popular thing, and then the like-dislike ratio is absolutely crazy, and the comments is full of vitriol and saying that you're like insane and you're like a shithead and you should, you know, perish or whatever. Like, I don't like to be a hater on popular things because it just makes people hate you. I love Electric Underground's reviews, especially on new retro games, because I learn about retro game design principles that most gamers see as simple. Yeah, I like the way that he dissects things. There's a word for it, toxic positivity. Yeah. Dogpiling is exactly how it goes in those instances. You know what? I don't remember what it was me and Mina were talking about, but there's something like, once the hype train passes, that's when the critical reviews start sprinkling in more, and that's when people start really thinking things over. I think what happens is the initial wave of support is from like the maybe casual people pass it by who like they I don't know, they bought Stellar Blade or something because of all the hype and everything that was going on with it. And so they play Stellar Blade and they partake in the culture war or whatever the fuck, and then they all move on. Like all the casual people who were only ever going to play Stellar Blade one time, they all move on, and they're no longer paying attention to the conversation about Stellar Blade, right? And then all that remains is whoever remains of the core hardcore fan base, and then the critics, I guess, that are raised. Does that make sense? I hope I'm expressing this clearly as I can. It's just like, once the hype train passes, there's less eyes on the thing. So I think criticism can surface more gently and easier without as much freaking out, I guess. I don't know. It really just depends. The problem is you aren't Ron and demanded those things. If someone is going to remake or remaster a product to different processes, the least they can do is put some damn care into preserving the heart and soul of it. Even with the Oblivion remaster, they fumbled things that were so damn basic, like how a lot of the armor sets just reutilized the male body variant on female characters because they couldn't be bothered to make the female variants, whereas the original had them. Stuff like that. The core of the Oblivion remastered survived because it's literally the old game with an Unreal Engine wrapper. Right, like, so, kind of like, you want to hold, I hate this, you want to hold things accountable? Is that the term I want to use? Like, you don't want to just turn a blind eye to issues. You want to praise something for what it does right, and then condemn it for what it does wrong. Because, you know, sometimes there is no reason for you to do it wrong. Why couldn't you have done it right? Game journals currently trying to attack and insult fans of Stellar Blade as gooners. It's disgusting. They are gooners. That game looks mid. That should not have been a culture war game. The only reason why it got talked about is because of her delicious, juicy, oiled ass. And all I can see is a mediocre game right between those cheeks. Also, just let people enjoy things is 100% a contributing factor to how we've gotten to such an everything blow state in so many industries. If you just uncritically enjoy every single thing, no matter how cynical or soulless, the bar goes lower and lower for effort and passion. Yeah, I do feel like everything kind of feels mid. I'm never excited for anything. Anything that looks like I could be excited for, I have to be cautious about it. Like Silent Hill F. Yeah, it's probably the thing I'm most excited for of all the new things that we have coming out. But it could easily just be another, yeah, that's fine. Or even bad, you know? I think, in terms of social, how do I say this? In tight social groups or social situations, if people are just trying to have fun, you don't want to be that, actually, you guys, you shouldn't like this. And then they'll probably just feel awkward around you. You'd be like, oh, sorry for liking this, and you know what I mean? But I guess if we're like in the world of reviews or there's a place for everything, I think, right? I don't know, like for example, I maybe slip up sometimes. If I go to somebody's stream and they are talking about how much they love a game I hate, I might chime in and say, I didn't really like it that much, but I think the best thing to do is usually just don't say anything. Like, if I hop into somebody's stream and they're just having a good time and they're talking about how much they love Silent Hill 2 remake, I'm just like, I'm just not going to say anything. I don't want to be the killjoy here. Because what do I benefit from doing that, you know? And that's why I try to get it out here in my space. People, I guess, come to expect it from me. But, you know, I do worry about, like, bothering people, right? I don't want to, like, hurt anybody's feeling by shitting on the thing they like. But I think if we're on the same page, and if you could shit on the things I like, right? I mean, I will get, like, angry. I'll get, like, really angry if you talk shit about, like, fixed camera and take controls. I might ban you. Maybe. I might actually ban you. Best practice is to wait until someone asks for your opinion. Nobody wants Pumpkin's opinion. I'll just ruin your day. I think it's more so that once the hype dies down, people's emotions are calmer and they're more receptive to outward opinions. Yeah. Not to mention, sometimes when you experience something for the first time, you might like it more than whenever you go back to it. Like, for example, I think when I first played RE7 and RE8, well, no, actually no. When I first played RE7, I think I was annoyed by the things that bothered me, but I think overall, I really liked it. I was like, yeah, wow, because Resident Evil was in a pretty bad state, and then 7 was the beginning of the redemption arc, and I'm like, you know what, I really appreciate the effort that they made with this. And then I went back to 7 a few times, and I'm like, okay, things are starting to sink in that I'm not loving this as much. Why is that? And it's not just because I reconsume the thing. Like, I think if you consume something 5,000 times, you might hurt how much you enjoy it. Like, I'm never going to enjoy the movie Scream as much as I used to, because there was a time I had only seen it 3 times instead of 70 times, right? But I still like it. And then another thing is, like, I could replay RE1, RE2, RE1 Remake, RE4 over and over and over and over again, and I still like them. And it's not just because they're old games. I just like them. I just truly like them. They did everything right for me. But when I play a lot of modern Resident Evil, if we're talking specifically Resident Evil, if I replay them and replay them and replay them, I notice that I just like them less and less and less. So there is something different going on with these new ones compared to the old ones. In the end, for a lot of people, games are very much about escapism and to disconnect from the world. They will be defensive of their enjoyment. Exactly. But what bothers me is I want to escape too. I want to escape and play my immersive survival horror games, but, you know, the things that I like about old survival horror keeps getting stripped away. It's like I'm trying to enjoy my time. Wow, I'm so immersed. Oh, there's no music. It sounds really quiet. I can barely hear this spooky music. I just feel like I'm in a quiet room with some noise and maybe some ambient track that's so faded out that I can't even hear it. I don't feel like I'm in some cool magical fantasy world of horror. I just feel like I'm in a goddamn room. It's like I could do that right now. I could literally get off the computer, walk around in my living room, and, you know, it's dead quiet, just like a lot of modern horror, right? Or, I want to feel immersed. I want to feel like I'm truly exploring this house instead of it feeling like some linear journey or something. So that stuff, my autistic brain just starts activating and telling me, hey, this sucks. You know that, right? And I'm like, yeah, I know. And I hate that I feel that way about everything now. Because it's not fun. It's actually not fun to be miserable. I want to be made to eat my words. I want Silent Hill F to be like the greatest game I've ever played. I want that game to surprise me the way Silent Hill 3 surprised me, to where I play it and I'm like, holy shit, this modern survival horror game is gonna go in my like top 20, because it's kind of hard to make it in the top 10 these days. It's gonna go in my top 20. Like, holy shit. What was the last modern game that I got overly into anyway? I'm trying to remember, like, what was the last, most recent, like, AAA? Yakuza Kiwami? But that's a remake of an old game, but I didn't play the original. But Yakuza Kiwami, I guess? But then again, it's made from old design philosophy, yeah? Hello, Cassiel. And Mina was saying that they feel like it's a generational difference. Like, I think we were talking in the context of a lot of Under the Mayo's haters, probably a lot of Electric Underground's haters as well, is a lot of people just don't understand what we're talking about because they grew up with the games that came, you know, in the 2010s. Like, their first console was the PS3, or their first console was the PS4, you know? And so they listen to us and they're like, what are you fucking talking about? I literally do not understand why you have OCD about this. It doesn't matter. And it's hard to make people understand why it matters. You either get it or you don't. I love fixed camera and tank controls, but separately like God Hand. Combine them together and my brain shits the floor. Fair enough. Like, I think for fixed camera, tank controls works the best with it, because if you use free controls with fixed camera, you will run into situations where the camera angle will suddenly change, and then your character does that weird jiggle back and forth suddenly, and you're like, oh fuck, and then do you know what I'm talking about? That will happen, but there's also issues that happen with fixed camera, period. Shit just happens with no matter what control scheme or camera. There's gonna be some weakness, I guess. One thing I don't like is I don't like platformers and fixed camera. That's kind of like my limit. I can do it, but I'm like the least versed in it, and I don't particularly like it naturally, which is probably how people feel whenever they play old Resident Evil for the first time, like some Zoomer or somebody who never played them before, and they're just like, man, I really just don't like this tank control. And then I go, but the fixed camera and the enemies are really slow, so they won't actually affect you. You know, it's perfectly manageable. The whole situation works in your favor. And they'll be like, yeah, I get it, but it doesn't feel good. What games have platform and a fixed camera? Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider is the go-to. I always say Croc as well. Croc, I believe, is fixed camera and tank. What about medieval? Not a medieval, but medieval. Isn't that tank too? original Crash? I'm not sure. I don't know about Medieval. I only played it once, like, a long time ago. Hello, Blanca. Hi. That's probably the best way to explain it. If you never know how good it can be, you're more likely to accept trash. Right. And it sucks because I feel like a lot of things are objectively bad. You know? Like, certain things I think are objectively bad, and other things I think I just don't like. For example, do I think open world's objectively bad? I don't know. To me personally it is, but that's just called subjective. But I'm not gonna, like, ask for the erasure of all open world games. I'm just gonna ask to stop making the things that I like open world. Like, don't make Resident Evil open world. Do more Zelda games that aren't open world, which they did. They did that kind of sequel to the remake of Link's Awakening. So, you know, Nintendo's balancing that. Don't make Mario open world like they did with Odyssey. Maybe it's like a smaller open world, but don't do that. It was fine before. I don't think open world is objectively bad, but the way it's executed 90% of the time, it is. Yeah, like, from what I've seen, there's a reason I don't like it. A lot of it seems like empty worlds for the sake of it. They don't know what to fill it with, and people need to be impressed. So if the world is too small, it feels too boxy. It feels too video gamey. It doesn't feel like a whole world, and this is more than a game culture, so we need it to be big and vast to impress you. And it's like, yeah, I'm really impressed. I'm so impressed that I running to get to the thing. But I'm sure that there is open world that's done to its max potential out there. But even then, the best made open world game, I still don't think is going to appeal to me. And that's fine. They can have it. But don't, like, for example, don't take Resident Evil and make it open world, as an example. Just leave that alone. There's a lot of... Oh, wait, I already read that. I wouldn't necessarily call Mario Odyssey open world, more sandbox. You know what? That's fair. I might be mixing up the terms a little bit. But I hated that about Mario Odyssey. Mario Odyssey just felt too big for the sake of it. I remember one example is, like, the desert level. It's just so big and wide for no reason. It's like, maybe if you're Sonic and you could run faster, but I saw the open world Sonic game. It looks empty and boring. To me. Yeah, so, okay, so then can you guys, because I think we talked about this recently too. Can you guys clarify what you think makes something open world and what makes something sandbox? Is it just scale based? If something is, like, kind of big but feels a little bit medium, is that sandbox? Like, for example, Bully. You know Bully on PS2? I wouldn't say that's open world. That's more sandbox, right? What about like, modern GTA? Is that still sandbox, or is that open world now at this point? Scale-based, but also how much freedom you have to do things. Okay. Sandbox means you can interact with and act on the world with the mechanics in a way that is meaningful. So then is open world just a big, vast world that you can't meaningfully interact with? And what does that even mean exactly? I'm gonna move over here. Actually, do you mind if I get water really quick? I'll be back very shortly. Like, within, like, 2 seconds. I mean, 2 minutes. It's good for my head, anyway. My ears, they get crushed by the headphones. And that's no good. forgot. I don't want to, but tomorrow I have to drive out for like 3 or 4 hours, get a hotel, because I gotta get a checkup on my eyes. I don't want to, but I gotta. I had a kind of experimental procedure done to counter an eye disease called keratoconus, where your eye shape starts to warp until it becomes like a cone shape, and it just fucks up your vision. And if it gets bad enough, the only thing to fix it would be like a cornea transplant. So I did this type of surgery, which is they force your eyes open, each eye for 10 minutes, and then they drop in some vitamin C like liquid or something in it, and they have to numb your eye, and it's okay until it burns, because basically you've had a UV light in your eye for like 10 minutes each, and it sucks. And all it does is it stops your eye from progressing and getting worse. It doesn't like make it go backwards and one day you're gonna have awesome vision. It just makes it not get worse. And they basically said in advance, like, you're gonna have to come back out here multiple times, and we're gonna have to see how it's holding up. The last time I did a checkup, my first checkup, was like some months later, and they said it was fine, it was looking stable, and I think it's going to be the same this time, and then I have to go one more time in a year, and then I think I'm done. But I'm just not... Whenever you get older and you become kind of like a homebody, sometimes taking vacations feels a little bit stressful, even if it's for a fun thing. There's something that's a bit stressful about it. Going to the hotel, worrying about any complication with booking or anything like that, being in an area that's not familiar. Having to wake up really early in the morning. I don't want to have to wake up early, but I have to. I'm going to be able to see a relative, though, while I'm out, but that's more stressful stuff. Like, I have to socialize, too. I think this is pretty light compared to all the other medical stuff that could happen. Like, I know people that have had way worse things. So then I'm just grateful that I was able to do anything about my eyes, period. Now let me, I wanted to whine. I'm done. I'm gonna scroll back up. What Mario games do you enjoy? My favorite is Sunshine and Galaxy and Super Mario World. Mario 64 I do like a lot as well. But I don't like Odyssey. That's kind of like the main one I don't like. I liked Super Mario Wonder a lot. I thought that was good. For an open world, using Breath of the Wild as an example, you could go wherever and do whatever, such as going straight to Ganon after the first area without doing any other quest before that. For Sandbox, using Odyssey as the example, you have a lot of ground to cover in an area, but you're still following a somewhat linear path from one area to another. Okay. I guess that makes a little bit more sense. Glad to hear you're getting your eyes burned. Nah, they're not going to burn it this time. Literally, I'm traveling out for hours, getting a hotel, just to go to an appointment that they're going to probably make me wait 30 minutes in the waiting room. And then they're going to look and they're going to be like, yep, looks good. See you next time. Which, I mean, I'm grateful for. I would rather that than them go, uh-oh, looks like you're fucked and you need to do the surgery again, which is apparently a risk. But I asked them already, and they basically said that the success rate is pretty high, so I should be good. So actually, I disliked Galaxy a lot at first, because what I liked about Mario Sunshine is it felt like, sort of like, a little bit like Mario 64, where you have your little playground box. It's not too big, it's not too small. I liked, wait, am I talking about Sunshine? Yeah, I'm talking about Sunshine. I like Sunshine for that. The water gimmick is definitely very specific, but I liked it. I thought it was fun. Would I opt for every single Mario to do it? No. I would be okay with the Mario Sunshine 2, but aside that, if they never wanted to go back to Flood, I would think that's totally valid. And then Mario Galaxy came out. Mario Galaxy felt more varied, I guess, and it's like levels. A lot of it didn't feel like you were playing in a sandbox for most of the game. It felt like you were just like progressing through a linear path to the end of a level. And I remember being very grouchy about that. And I'm like, oh, I don't like this fucking orchestra music. Like, I was literally a hater when I was, like, young. Like, I was still pretty young whenever Mario Galaxy came out. And I was just grouchy and like, yeah, I hate orchestra music. Yeah, I want the synthesized. When I got older, a little bit before streaming, I replayed Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, and I was like, wow, I'm fucking insane. These games are actually really great. The only thing I don't like is the gravity rotation stuff, where I remember it's kind of like the issue with fixed camera that you can have if you're using free controls, where I'm trying to go at the bottom of a little tiny planet, and it's like the controls fight me, if that makes sense. But I'm at a point where I don't know which I prefer. I definitely have more nostalgia with Mario Sunshine, but Galaxy's really fun. Galaxy 1 and 2, they're like one whole package to me. I don't know which one I prefer anymore. Sunshine does have irritating parts, for sure. Which is, if those irritating parts weren't in Sunshine, it would be like an easy, Sunshine is number one, and Galaxy isn't as good. But because Mario Sunshine has issues, I'm just like, I don't know. Astigmatisms can develop. Apparently, I don't really know fully about keratoconus, and I don't think they even know what causes it, to be honest. But I don't know, it just happens. Maybe I've always had it, because my eyes have always been getting worse, but I thought that was normal. I thought anybody who needs glasses at a young age, their eyes are just gonna worsen. Love Sunshine, should play it this summer. I want to play Sunshine again when I get the new Sailor model. Oh, let me plug that again. Actually, I'll link the whole website, which will also have the Twitter. Wait, I just do this. That is my alternate project. It has its own separate Twitter, but I'm gonna stream that content on this channel as well. With those new models that are being worked on at the moment, I'll be streaming like nautical and military themed stuff and shmup stuff. And Mario Sunshine, it has such a special place in my heart because it's all water and aquatic and that kind of thing, which is not how Mario typically does things. Like, there was a lot of variety and aesthetics, but it was still all beach and nautical. Whereas, you know, oh, hello, Gooby. Thank you for the raid. We're just talking about Mario Sunshine. Mario Sunshine was like one of the first games that really like made me want to be a gamer and impressed me, where I'm just like, holy fucking shit, this is like real water. This isn't just like a texture, like an obnoxious blue texture with some transparency to it. Incredible. But I hope you had a good stream. What were you guys doing? We were watching videos by a guy called Under the Mayo. Some people hate him a lot, but so far I like him because he's been talking about modern Resident Evil and Silent Hill remakes and how he doesn't fully like them. But he likes the Resident Evil 2 remake a lot. I need to rewatch that again to see if I fully agree or not. Playing Dark Lights. I think I know what that is. Hold on. Dark Alliance. No, it's not what I thought it was. Damn. I thought you guys were talking about like a PS2 game. Or are you? Oh, yeah, there is a PS2 one. I played this one, I think. Yeah, that's the one I was playing. That's the one where it's only 2 players, right? There's another game that is similar, that's 4 players, that also was on the PS2 that I've played before. I played that one with my dad. What was it called? The cover of it has a woman with like gray hair, and she's like very sexy, and it's zoomed in on her face. 4-player PS2 game. Oh, Champions of North. Somehow I remembered that before like I got any search results. Champions of North. That game's good. But hello, for anybody who's new, hi, I'm PumpkinSynth. I'm a Halloween ghost VTuber. I have 2 forms. I haven't done the full intro, but I'm basically a Halloween ghost. And my other form, who's not out right now, she is an eldritch ghost, an eldritch demon ghost, We have 8,000 costumes and 8,000 more on the way. And we're gonna have small moe kawaii models too. That's gonna be sailor and military theme. We play retro games here, and I like to connect with all the retro people as well. If you guys have to head out, I totally get it. Beryl, I'm sure that you gotta go to bed. I'm sure that it's like bedtime for you, totally for real, for real. Come hang out with our favorite orange-haired ghost. Ah, thank you. Are you a true fan if you don't love all 8,000 costumes? Yeah, I think sometimes people get confused to think that each costume is like a different person. I promise it's not. At the end of the day, I'm just two people with one human form that I don't give a fuck about. People are so salty that I neglect her. Human form is like, so whatever. I don't care. I don't care about her. I love her though, but she's not bright and sparkly and orange. Not for 10 more hours. Based in, you know. I think everybody likes human pumpkin, but she dresses too plainly. She doesn't match my bright, bubbling, miserable personality. I mean, she kind of does. Galaxy is fun for its platform, and Sunshine is fun for its movement. Yeah, Galaxy's movement feels like shit to me. It feels very floaty, and I hate it. And I remember in Galaxy, it felt very hard to consistently do a sidestep jump, or a sidestep flip. Sunshine felt so much more tight and responsive regarding that. Thank you, Ulu. You're so nice. Galaxy is the perfect game for beginners to learn 3D platformers. Yeah, maybe they made it floatier to make it easier for young people. I thought Mario's was for old 45-year-old women like me. I didn't know that was actually for kids. What the fuck? But Odyssey kind of followed suit, right? Doesn't Odyssey feel closer to Galaxy than it does to 64 or Sunshine? I'm so curious to see what the next Mario, like, 3D platformer game is, because I liked World. I like whenever Mario tries to return to side scroller games, but I like the 3D platformers. Because they don't like milk those out to death, right? So you got Mario 64, Sunshine, Galaxy 1 and 2. Galaxy 2 is kind of weird because it's like, oh, they did a sequel? They didn't even do a sequel to Mario 64. No, Mario 64 2. And then Odyssey. So what's the sixth one? I'm very curious. Please don't follow suit in Odyssey. Please just improve it. Please, I'm begging you. Don't hurt my feelings. I think the flaws in Sunshine give it a lot of character. I like that there are random levels in an empty void that vaporize your balls for having the hubris to play it. Yeah, sometimes the things that I think are the worst in Mario Sunshine, you don't really deal with it that much. But for example, whenever you're underwater, like for example, whenever you need to clean the eel's teeth, I don't think it feels good. It feels like all you can do is awkwardly kind of move forward and back, and it's mostly about going up or down. It feels a little bit stiff, and I never fully enjoyed it. I feel like the underwater controls in 64 were kind of the best, right? They make your movement slower in general for Galaxy. That's why the side somersault is so annoying. You need enough speed to do it. Yeah, so it's speed-based? I know at a point it felt so inconsistent that I just didn't want to do it anymore. And it's crazy because you can do it instantly in 64 and Sunshine, I think. If you just like, boom, do it, boom. You don't even need momentum to do it. You just gotta, you know, hit it the right way. I think the eel stuff feels that way because you only get a few levels to learn it, so no one perfects it. Yeah. Sunshine helped to develop the energy for Mario during the GameCube and Game Boy Advance era. What do you mean by that exactly? Does it have some delays? Okay, then maybe I'm mixing it up. I've played Mario 64 a lot, but I think I've actually played Sunshine the most of all Mario games. Oh, you know what? Speaking of Mario, I really want Mina to get out of her comfort zone. Mina wants to play their boomer shooters, or they want to play, like, Halo killer games for, you know, science. I want them to play Mario. I want them to play Super Mario World. Mina's never played a Mario game. Mina was like a little baby with a PC. They didn't have like consoles, so they're certified PC gamer. And I'm like, I want you to play Super Mario World. However, I did make Mina play Symphony of the Night and a little bit of Super Metroid, and they're very open-minded and like those games. Actually, I think they actually beat Symphony of the Night. I almost beat it. I got to the end, but I needed to grind a little bit more to get more health so I can tank the final boss because I suck ass. Shotgun Mario. Oh yeah, Shotgun Mario. I actually was told about that. 3D platform and 2D. Yeah, Mina hasn't really played any platformers, really. If that's what you're responding to. Thinking of as to how Sunshine offered a lot of its aesthetics into other Mario games during the 2000s, like Double Dash, Power Tennis, etc. Oh yeah, so one criticism I have of Mario 64, and I think it's because they were still figuring things out, maybe. I don't think the texture work in Mario 64 is the most cohesive. There's some areas that feel just a little bit ugly or kind of rough, but again, it was like one of the first, if not the first big 3D platformer game that was like true 3D. It's probably not actually the first 3D game, but we'll just say it's one of the big pushes and like good movement and whatever. Sunshine felt like, when you look at Sunshine, you're like, yeah, this is like Mario aesthetic. This looks like it has a ton of unique personality. Whereas Mario 64, sometimes, actually, they confirmed it. They just downloaded textures from some texture pack and then slapped it on a bunch of walls. But it's cool in that Mario 64 has this surreal 90s vibe to it. People are all into vaporwave and whatever. They like the weirdness of the 90s. Well, you certainly have that with Mario 64. Most of the assets in 64 aren't truly 3D. That is true. For example, like the trees. The trees are Doom style, aren't they? Aren't the trees Doom style? Where it's actually a sprite, and then as you rotate around it, like the sprite rotates to face you all the time? Isn't it like that? What about, I actually, in recent memory, like, I did play a lot of 64 on the N64, but whenever they ported it on the DS, I think I started playing that more often than the true original. So I might sometimes forget some things. Like, for example, I forgot certain enemies looked different in the original 64 compared to the DS remake. In the DS remake, didn't they actually 3D everything? That's why people were... Wait. Please start Mina with Galaxy. It would be a disservice to show her the brilliance of 64 and Sunshine, then go to the slower pace of Galaxy. Wait. Hold on. Are you saying that, like, if they play 64 and Sunshine, that it will ruin their chances of enjoying Galaxy? It's like, I suppose so, but typically, me and Mina, we prefer to play games based on release, typically, for better or for worse. But I don't think Mina's gonna play 3D platformers. Mina's seen me play platformers, and Mina doesn't seem to be very enamored by them. He kind of focuses on how frustrating they look. And they certainly can be. Like, they've seen me play Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie has some annoying fucking parts in it. And Mario 64 does too, if you're trying to, like, 100% it. But I want Mina to do, like, the side-scroller stuff. I think Mina would be better off with that. And it depends. Like, I don't think they want to do, like, classic Mega Man. I don't want to do classic Mega Man. Oh, speaking of, I did have Mina play X. Mina played Mega Man X, and they liked it, I think. I don't think they're crazy for it, but I think they enjoyed it. I think they prefer Symphony of the Night, if I had to guess. But nah, Super Mario World. I think Mina should play Super Mario World. I think for Super Mario 64, they were trying to give Mario a new coat of paint, whereas Sunshine and Onward, they decided to go back and embrace the past while evolving Mario. I guess so, but I think a lot of it also is... going from 2D to 3D, I feel like they just didn't know what aesthetic they wanted Mario to be. Like I said, it's a lot of it being texture cohesion, and they didn't make those textures. The textures that they used, apparently, they just got from the internet or from books or whatever. and they slapped it together, and what worked, worked. Mario's missing. What is that again? I know I've heard of it. Do you think it's better to start them on a platform with more modern polish? I think it just depends on the game, really. I just want to pick a game that's fun, that Mina would like. And I think Mina would find Super Mario World to be fun and appealing. I think Mina would not like 3D platformers, personally. And if they were to like 3D platformers, I don't think they would care that much for Galaxy. I think they would consume it, and they'd be like, yeah, this is fine, and they'd move on. I had them play Luigi's Mansion, which is not a platformer, it's like a survival horror. And Mina played it, and they were like, yeah, this is fine. Like, we're talking about somebody who did not grow up with Nintendo at all. They were just, right from the umbilical cord to the PC with Doom. That was their life. Edgelord from the very beginning. So it's kind of hard for them to go back to, like, cutesy, kind of fun baby games, kind of. Even though Mario was not necessarily a baby game when it first came out. Mario used to be hard. It's become baby. Luigi's Mansion is baby's first survival horror. Isn't it great? And GameCube used to have exclusivity for some Resident Evil games, like Resident Evil 1 Remake, Resident Evil 0, and Resident Evil 4 used to be exclusive for a while. Actually, for a really long time. Resident Evil 4 escaped that. Resident Evil 4 was able to escape to the PS2 and was saved. Maybe on the PC as well. Yeah. I'm in a weird in-between where I played kid games and also had a lot of exposure and gameplay of, like, Wolf 3D and Duke 3D. I was almost entirely, like, cute kid games. Like, when I was growing up, it was mostly Nintendo, baby Nintendo, cute, fun platformers, etc., etc. And oh, hello, hi, Ray. Thank you for the raid. We're being nostalgic and talking about old things. What a surprise. I hope you had a good stream. What I was gonna say is, whenever I hit my later teens, that's when I'm like, enough is enough. I want to branch out. I want to not play just Kirby and Mario and whatever. And that's when I started getting into survival horror and Valve games. Oh, you beat Stellar Blade? What did you... Oh, you played it. Okay. I thought you said you beat it. What do you think of it so far? I'm mean to it. I love hating on games I haven't played. It's my favorite thing to do. I'll play it, alright. But I heard that there's a lot... I heard that there's a lot of things that bog it down, so I'm, like, wary of it. Didn't play horror games until I was adult. Same, really. Really same. I did play, like, little snippets of other games as a young kid. Like, I did play a demo disc of Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 2 when I was, like, young, and they scared me too much, so I ran away from them. And then I tried to play RE0 when I was, like, a young teenager, and I got scared and I ran away. And then what else? Tekken 2. Played Tekken 2. That was cool. That was surreal. That was cool. I like June. She had like a cool metallic silver outfit, and she had like this like headband with a bow. Oh my god. Beautiful. I tried Resident Evil 1 and the dog part never made me play again. I just remember getting confused by it and creeped out by it. But I don't remember how far I got in it because it's been so long. The only one I remember is RE2, because RE2 was more fantastical and it's horror visuals with fire and blood and somebody being murdered in front of you. It was very, very scary to me, and I couldn't do it. But I'm very, very happy that I have that memory. That in between all the cutesy Mario 64 and whatever, and Kirby, that I got that little horror moment in my child brain forever. Hello, Massley, hi. I don't think I'm saying that right. There's a demo for free. You can get a feel for the main gameplay and bosses as well, which is really great. What I heard, based on Electric Underground's review, who I really like, he said that a lot of the game is waiting around on some platform that's moving, pressing buttons, and taking forever to get from one place to another. And I don't know if that sounds appealing to me. I was terrified of everything as a kid, and then the horror switch flipped completely when puberty hit. You know what? I think I played BioShock. before I played Resident Evil games. And I remember thinking Bioshock was just okay. It was, I could tell it was horror and everything. And I played it on the PS3. I just remember, I think I say that phrase a lot. I'm sorry that I say repetitive phrases so much. I think it's because I'm just limited and autistic. But I remember thinking the shooting felt like garbage. Like, no matter what I did, I could not get hit by the enemy AI. And I think some people have told me, like, you really shouldn't play Bioshock on a console. You should play it on PC. It was alright. Bioshock's whatever. But System Shock 2 is so much better. Like, no, it doesn't have modern control scheme or anything, but as a game, as a vibe, everything, it's so good. And it's also less modern, gamey, narrative, cinematic, whatever. In Bioshock, there's lots of times where you're just, well, actually, I don't know if it's that much. I don't want to like knock it too much. I know, like, there's that big cinematic opening where you're in the plane and you're in the ocean, and then you hold forward forever, and then you walk around a hallway, and then you go into a thing, and then you have to watch a movie, and then you're being carried away on a rails, and wow, look at the ocean, whoa. Yeah, Bioshock's actually horror. It's not like how to say, it's not meant to scare you exactly. It's not meant to make you feel vulnerable per se, but it does have a horror coding and theme in. Bioshock is just a dude thinking an underwater city is cool and making up a story for you to fight dudes. I was just pissed off because I knew that the guy telling me what to do was probably a bad guy. Because, I don't know, it's just kind of weird to have somebody in my DMs telling me what to do and expecting me to do it. He was way too pushy. My girl senses was tingling. I'm like, this guy's toxic. I don't trust him. And then he's like, hey, I'm evil. And I'm like, yeah, I know you're evil. I hate you. I think Bioshock 1 sort of holds up as just okay, but it's helped a lot by the fact that Bioshock Infinite shows how much worse it could be. Yeah, Mina was, regarding the subject of, hype trains. Mina was talking how whenever Bioshock Infinite first came out, everybody was unanimously praising it as like the best thing that's ever happened in all of mankind, and all the journalists were like jerking it off really hard. And then once the train faded away and everybody became quiet, then the criticism started arising. And wait a minute, that card. I hate everything that I've seen of it. I don't like waifu bait games where you have this girl NPC and she's clearly made to be like your waifu, and you're like little gooner bait, and she's just so innocent and so sweet, and you take care of her and she helps you, and she's just so innocent. She doesn't know what racism is. She's just so pure. It's like, whatever. Weird, silly. I'm sorry to hate on the waifu. I feel that way about Ashley from RE4 Remake as well, where they're like, oh, we don't like that she's sassy and kind of bratty in the original. We gotta make her like, hey, Leon, I'm here to help you. Great job, Leon. I'm coming. We make a great team, don't we? Everybody's heart melts, and they're like, oh my god, she's just so cute. And then when she's sitting on the barrel, she like cheers you on when you're like shooting. Ugh. I want my insufferable women characters back. Unanimously praising it? Maybe not unanimously, but that's what Mina said. Mina just said that there was a time where everybody was talking about how amazing it was. And you gotta remember, like, yeah, there was parts of the fan base that probably said it was bad, but there's probably lots of normies that said it was incredible because of the graphics. Remake Ashley is an anime waifu and I hate it. Yeah, it doesn't work on me. Whenever a character is created to be hashtag endearing, I'm like, eh. It seems too calculated. You want to sell merch of her, don't you? But I don't hate her either. I mean, she's cute. Like, I can't deny that. But there's that cynical, like, nerve in my brain that goes off. Stellar Blade is definitely a little more big on immersion and story and whatnot than a super duper fast paced do the thing, go 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 simulator. That's my favorite thing though. I want I want my hack and slash to be go 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 go, skip the cutscene, go 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 go. That's my favorite thing. However, Devil May Cry technically doesn't do that either. Devil May Cry has a lot of moments of exploration, more than Bayonetta has. Devil May Cry is more about exploration, but not too much. It's balanced perfectly. Yeah, I've seen Baby Yoda around. Speaking of Baby Yoda, did you guys see the trailer for that new Jurassic Park? And the new marketing is Protect Dolores. And what is Dolores? We did talk about this actually, but I'm going to talk about it again. They have this Triceratops looking thing that is in a little girl's backpack, and it's so heartfelt and endearing, but what kind of dinosaur moves like that? It moves like it's some kind of salamander. Like, it's all slimy looking, because slimy, I guess, looks realistic or something. It doesn't feel like it has any weight to it, or any stiffness. It just looks like a slithery thing that's too flexible in its movement. It's more flexible than my fucking cat. What's going on with that? Anyway, the movie's not going to end up being good anyway. The whole point of the original Leon-Ashley dynamic was being a parody of White Knight is saving the princess, and they just fucked it over by turning Leon into a White Knight and Ashley into a princess. It's like they didn't understand even a single thing about the original story, or they understood it too well and carefully destroyed it, because fuck you, I guess. Yeah, I think more, like, I think they were just so insecure about the criticism of Ashley. Oh my god, she's so annoying, or why is she so mean? Not that I hear that much. Usually people just, they blame Ashley for their poor gameplay. Because they don't know how to protect her and they say it's her fault. It's not Ashley's fault, it's your fault. Get better at the game. BioShock is a stripped down System Shock, but it was still good. I mean, it's not terrible. All I know is before I became super Audi, before I became as dissecty as I started being in my later adult years and up till now, I usually consumed things at face value. Like, I know I would dislike things at times, but I wouldn't really think too deeply on, why do I dislike this thing? But I do remember not caring that much for BioShock, and I don't know why, because it's not like I had played that many shooters at that time, you know, to compare it to. So what was my deal? It's like something about it just wasn't capturing me. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, oh yeah, this is proof that something's just deeply wrong with BioShock. Just for some reason I just never got into it. People must have forgotten they can dump Ashley in the dumpster when trouble arrives and then get her back when the coast is clear in the original RE4. There are some situations where you can't, but they just, I guess people just don't always think smartly on positioning. Where should I place Ashley? How far away should I allow myself to get away from Ashley and assume that an enemy won't spawn near her to grab her? Because I think there are some spots that they will do that. Or stuff like, let's say they're just in a tight spot and Ashley gets surrounded and then they yell at her because she crouches down instead of running away. But if she runs away, she risks getting shot by you. So she stays still so you can take care of the enemies without accidentally shooting her, and then she'll get up. It's definitely frustrating to deal with it, but it's because you let that situation happen to begin with. And they also, apparently, I guess they don't like upgrading her health. Like, oh, I don't want to share my resources. It's like, nah, it's actually cool. If you're not used to shooters on console, that can be a huge reason why. Yeah, whenever I did play shooters, I will admit that I did play shooters on PC, like Call of Duty 2. Just going back up. I just think System Shock 2 is cooler. System Shock 1, I haven't really fully dived into. I've played it a few times, like a little bit of it, but I've never done a deep, like, playthrough of it. So I can't speak much for it. But System Shock 2, I'm so in love with. I love it. Even though I get confused and lost in that game. Because that's like antithesis of yellow paint. That game tells you what to do, but I still feel like, wait, what? Wait, what do you want me to do? But I either have somebody hold my hand in real life to help me, or I just figure it out. One day I want to stream it. That's such a good game. They're working on the enhanced version of it. I don't like how they changed the lighting in it. It looks like it's different and I hate it. It looks less moody. But if they give you the option to switch between the old style and the new style, I'll be okay. Because they did that with Quake 2 and 1. You can play with the old graphics if you want. Wait. No. I was going to say, wait, did they do that with System Shock 1 Enhanced Edition? But I'm like, wait, no. They wouldn't have swapped that out. I don't think. I feel like Bioshock was okay, but its gameplay is kinda ironically obsolete now that immersive sims have refilled the gap and people have figured out how to do a good bit of immersion stuff on console. What can you explain what about Bioshock kind of like makes you feel meh? Because I don't know how to fully explain why I feel meh about that game. I know the last time I tried to play it, I think I just got annoyed for some reason. That's what I remember. In original RE4, controlling Ashley was entirely in the player's hands. Get in the closet, become a leech and stick onto my back. Stand there, and she followed all three perfectly. In the remake, you can't control Ashley, so protecting her is even harder. However, I don't believe devs changed it because of this, since they also removed her health bar, etc. It feels, just as you said, they did this change so people would play the game without putting much thought. Wouldn't be mad at the game for their own mistakes. Yeah, and what's annoying is, like, her safety feels vague. It feels like you can throw a grenade and it explodes like in her radius, and it won't even down her. It won't kill her or anything. Other times she will get downed and then you just pick her up. I don't think, can she even die? I don't understand. But what's weird is you have two commands in the original in the original RE4. You can tell her to stay still, or you can tell her to follow you. If she stays still, she stays planted in the exact place she last was standing. You can also put her in a trash can or whatever if you want. The other is having her follow you, and when she follows you, she is obnoxiously close to you. Sometimes I'm like, damn, get away from me. Like, kind of cramping my style, but that's an OCD mental issue I have. But that's not actually a problem. In the remake, it's like, okay, follow me, but she's not really that close to you. And then there's the follow me, but, you know, be even further away. And she's okay. You can never tell her to just stay put unless you're putting her in a locker. It's really weird, and I don't know why they did that. Why would you not have the mechanic where she's supposed to be close to you, have her be really close to you? Like, why did you do that? That's just bizarre. If I recall, she can die if you don't pick her up, and she receives damage again when she's down. Okay. I feel like I didn't have her die very much. The graphics and limitations give that je ne sais quoi for their surreal aspects, relying on our minds for the finer detail. Modern games can never make something as uneasy. I can see all the details. Like, I think I know what you're talking about. Like, how people like original Silent Hill because things are a little bit more pixelated and abstract, so there's a little bit more to your imagination, stuff like that. I don't think I got annoyed, but I was underwhelmed. He's talking about Bioshock. I felt like the weapons didn't hit very well. You didn't really have to find the respawn stations first like in System Shock, so you could just kind of barrel through the game through brute force. There definitely was not enough enemy variety or interest in enemy variety because I only remember Big Daddy and various flavor of splicers. Yeah. It's like I'm so lukewarm to Bioshock that I feel like I don't even know what to say sometimes. I think I would need to stream it or replay it again off stream to be able to like commentate on it as I play so I can figure out how I feel about that, because I actually played through that game like 3 times. I couldn't settle on a PlayStation username. I used to care about that kind of thing. So I would delete my PlayStation account, or I would make a new PlayStation account with a new username. And because I was into trophy hunting for some reason, I played through Bioshock multiple times. And I played through it like 3 or 4 times, and I just don't feel anything towards it. I didn't hate it though. I'm like, yeah, this is fine. This is a fun game, I guess. How do you feel, out of curiosity, I'm not going to say anything that I think. How do you feel about Dead Space, the original Dead Space? Reminder that BioShock came out when FPS games for consoles were not very common. Is that true? Did stuff like Medal of Honor and Return to Castle Wolfenstein, was that not on consoles? I guess that might be true, huh? Halo was one of the big pushes into shooters being on console, though. That was like the whole thing with Xbox's Halo. GameCube had shooters for years. Did they ever get really big, though? I know GameCube had Metroid Prime. I like the vibes of Dead Space, and the gameplay is decent enough. The story is kind of ass even as early as Dead Space 1. It starts with a good hook with the mystery of the marker, but then they bog it down with lots of poorly written cult stuff and over-explaining things. Really? I thought I kind of liked the story, actually, but I don't typically prefer cultist stuff. I think cultists as a genre of horror is like, I prefer other stuff. But I've never actually heard anybody critique Dead Space's story. I like Dead Space's lore. I like everything about it personally. But my thing with the original Dead Space is that it seems like, I wouldn't say it's quite exactly like the BioShock situation, but it resembles it for me, where something about original Dead Space doesn't spark with me. It's like there's something that's missing, even though it's objectively perfectly fine. Like, it's good. Like, it has everything that makes a good game, and I should like it. Why don't I like it? And then I like the remake more. Although I recently replayed the remake again, and I'm irritated at, like, its second half, but that's another story. Stupid damn gravity mechanics. Meant to say popular, not common. Okay. FPS are all over the place when it comes to FPS, but it was never big AAA blockbuster games. Oh, like we're talking about like the time when FPS on consoles wasn't as big of a thing, right? I feel like the unitology stuff in Dead Space 1 is so on the nose it takes me out. So it's just like, is it just that cultist stuff? It just feels like a bunch of insane people that are just stupid as fuck. When it would be maybe more interesting if it was just scientists trying to do something and everything went wrong. I feel like that kind of like genre is more interesting. Scientists tapping into what they shouldn't because they're curious, rather than, I guess, cultists being like, oh, becoming an insect cockroach with 5,000 knife hands. That is the way for enlightenment. Although I'm probably dumbing it down, but there's a lot of lore and information with Dead Space story to process, so I'm not going to be able to paraphrase it very, very well. BioShock was one of those FPS games that came out post-Halo that had good controls, so people were more open to playing them. It took a while for single-player FPS to hit. But am I the only one who feels like BioShock feels, like, unfair? Like, it just feels like it takes forever. Hi, Hime, hello! It takes forever. It's just hard to shoot the splices in BioShock because they're leaping around the place. They're so fast. Hello, Hime. I hope you had a good birthday. Thank you for the follow. This is Hime that I was telling you guys about. She was celebrating her birthday. I was guesting on it for a little bit. Can somebody... Oh, you shouted at her out. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good stream, and thank you so much for bringing me on. But I know that you've had such a super, super long stream and talking with a bunch of guests, so I imagine that you might be dying. So please don't be afraid to, like, head out and get some rest, okay? But hi, for anybody who's new, I'm PumpkinSynth. I'm a Halloween ghost VTuber. I have lots of costumes, and normally for this outfit, I look like this. I have two forms. My other form is Pumpkin Nanessa, and she's away at the moment. I like to play retro games. Today we've been doing a stream where I've been showcasing some critical reviews of modern survival horror remakes done by a YouTuber called Under the Mayo. And I like to shit on modern thing, but with reason. So I wanted to show people somebody who can, like, showcase that. Yeah. Thank you for lurking, and please get some rest. We've been kind of like jumbling from topic to topic. At the moment right now, we're talking about, well, we were talking about multiple things. We were talking about the RE4 remake, Ashley, talking about original Dead Space, and we were discussing, I guess, early console FPS games, mainly BioShock, and how for some reason I've never been overly into BioShocks in general. Whenever I play BioShock, it's just the splicers are so fast, your aiming is so slow that I would always play that on easy. But I wonder, maybe I should have just upped the sensitivity, but I don't know if they had that as an option in that game. I do actually really like Dead Space, but it is definitely bogged down by the more is more mentality of 2000s horror, where they didn't really know when to hold their cards close and keep you wandering enough. And since there are a few too many story elements, and some of them are kind of weak, it makes the story very easy to predict if you have even a little bit of genre savvy. They aren't that fast, maybe a few of the varieties, but the majority will just run at you. This feels like it was a compatibility issue with you and FPS consoles. Not saying you'd like it if you were good with controller. Right, maybe it's just a me problem, because I've never heard anybody else complain about it, so maybe it's because it was my first console shooter and I just couldn't adapt or something. Can't wait for the day you play original Yakuza on PS2 so you could shit on Kiwami. Would be interesting. I know that Kiwami expanded on the original game, and the original Yakuza 1, it won't have the Majima Everywhere system. But I could totally believe a veteran fan of the original Yakuza, I could totally believe them having a critique, or many critiques of Kiwami, and it be valid. I'd have to experience both to be able to understand, though. Are there any, like, video reviews that you guys could recommend of somebody comparing Kiwami to the original and is in favor of the original? Unless that doesn't exist in any review comparing the two, would just say that, what's the term I want to use, or phrase? Kiwami's probably like there's some things it does right and some things that does wrong. But I'm gonna assume that nobody's gonna say that Kiwami's like absolute dog shit and only the original's good, right? Do you think it's about time to revisit BioShock and maybe check if your opinion holds true? Well, the thing is, I did play BioShock not that long ago, and I remember dropping it because I wasn't digging it. And by not that long ago, I mean like 4 years ago? Which for me is recent. 4 years ago is basically yesterday. Most Yakuza fans I saw who played both PS2 games and Kiwami's don't like Kiwami 1, but they don't have that many problems with it. However, they hate Kiwami 2 with a passion. Yeah, are you suggesting I play BioShock 2 on, or BioShock 1 on PC? I did actually, when I replayed it, I did play it on PC. But I wouldn't be against giving it another chance. I feel like it could be very informative. And I do like the vibe of BioShock, its setting and everything. And I could use it with my sailor model. But it's an underwater city, that's cool. I don't think I'm gonna be convinced, but I feel like maybe I should revisit it from beginning to end so I can now have a cemented opinion on this is what I think of BioShock, rather than this is what I think of BioShock from when I played it 15 years ago. I remember the demo for BioShock having good atmosphere, but that was forever ago, so I can't remember if it was any different than the full game. BioShock atmosphere. I remember that there would be those horror moments where it has like really shrill strings. That's not my favorite type of horror music personally. Dead Space kind of does that as well. Not my favorite. I prefer more melodic horror music, or melodic ambient horror music. Gonna show up Kid Pumpkin. Yeah, we gotta put her in her place. Kid Pumpkin can sometimes have dumb opinions. When I first played Bioshock, I was disappointed that I pre-ordered it. Just one of those games that click after multiple tries. And that's valid. There's been sometimes I would experience a thing and I didn't dig it until I would try it again. Atmosphere in Bioshock is really good. It just doesn't have too many other things going on. I'm definitely open to revisiting it. Do we even get, like, single-player campaign FPS games much anymore? Right? Like, do we? There was a time that was actually quite popular. So making sure I haven't skipped anybody. Halo 2 was huge for the console to be on at the time, and the multiplayer features were so good. Right, like, is Halo 2, whenever multiplayer on consoles was more of a thing? Like, did Halo 1 even have it? I don't think it did, right? I've never played Halo. I've seen bits of it. We're not counting Slop of Duty. Well, there was a time Call of Duty was awesome. Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3 were pretty cool, actually. They were more reserved compared to how it is now. I think Call of Duty 4 was also World War II. I don't remember what happens after 4, but I mostly played Call of Duty 2, and it was fantastic. Single player campaign was like simple. Multiplayer was quite fun. Maps were not too big; they were medium sized, and I have such good memories with that game. When I streamed Call of Duty 2, though, I think I was playing with a unpatched version of it, and so I could not beat the entire game because it kept crashing at the same spot over and over. I was so sad because it was quite fun. I miss World War II, more simplistic Call of Duty. Back before Call of Duty was the enemy of all mankind. And it's like, it sucks because Call of Duty was just doing its own thing, and then the whole world decided to start copying it. And then Call of Duty mutated into a beast where it's like, all right, we need to make a new one every single year, and it's so sad because it started off as just another game. Never enjoyed Halo, no matter how many times I tried it. I think I grew up on too many other FPS games, and Halo was more a big thing for consoles. Yeah, like, that's kind of Mina's case, where Mina was playing FPS on PC, and so whenever they went to console, it felt more limited. I believe the whole thing with PC shooters, PC FPS, is that you have an arsenal of weapons, and then I think Halo is what really pushed the 2-weapon limit thing, which felt more limited and unfun. I guess it's supposed to be more realistic or something, but if you start off having like 10 weapons and then you go to, all right, here's only 2, I can imagine that feeling a little bit like, what? And also, I believe it was slower, more realistic movement. I don't think it's like fast movement like PC FPS was. I mean, starting with Doom, you're just on roller skates. Talking classic games, I love Half-Life 2. I think Half-Life 2 is not too bad. I think I kind of prefer Half-Life 1, but Half-Life 2 not too bad. Half-Life 2 pushes the cinematic on-rails cutscenes, though, the in-game cutscenes that you can't skip, and I don't love it for that, but there's something I do think is special about it. Something about that engine, something about, like, the sound effects, everything about, like, the Half-Life IP is very interesting. The reason the new games suck so much is they're used to be good. Seeing a relative become a druggie and you can't help them. Right, right. It's like me with survival horror. Survival horror games, they used to be done a certain way. They used to feel more complex. Their priorities were certain things. And then whenever you see derivative survival horror games, even like ones from the PS2 era and the PS1 era that were trying to be Resident Evil or Silent Hill but not as good, you would notice that and you'd be like, yeah, this is not as good as Resident Evil, sorry. But even those are leagues better than the survival horrors we get now in ways. Because the ones we get now are even more watered down and streamlined because, oh, what do people say about survival horror? Oh, they say it's tedious. Oh, they say it's too hard. Oh, they say that fixed camera's bad. Oh, they say they can't see where they're aiming. This and that. Oh, they say they don't like limited inventory. They hate everything about it. So then they strip it of everything that I like about it. And they're like, here you go, pumpkin. Just joking. They don't say, here you go, pumpkin. They see me and they shove me out of the way. And they say, here you go. Here you go, little girl. Here you go, little boy. To like the kids behind me. And I'll just deal with it. It's like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna die. I'm like, bro, I'm like 57 right now. I'm gonna die like tomorrow. So they're smart. Why would the corporations listen to me? I'm gonna be dead. I'm gonna be dead next year. Why should they listen to me? And that's why I'm even more sad, because I know that there's no way to like fully turn things around. We're just stuck like this forever. I don't know if I want to say gatekeeping can be good, actually, but survival horror tourists make it really tempting. It really just depends. I like gatekeeping, but there's etiquette about it. You don't want to scare people. Oh, some people take gatekeeping so seriously, they just won't let people play the thing you like. But I also get the fear that they might ruin it. I don't know. It just depends. There's pros and cons to it, right? I like Half-Life 2 for the myriad of details you can extract from its world, but the front-facing game is pretty clunky in 2025. Clunky? I guess so. Back then, the copies were copies of the most soulful games. Now it's copies of corporate-mandated lowest common denominator crap. Yeah, you know, I kind of feel that way about anime, where... I guess it literally applies to everything, right? Like, when you think about it, somebody made... The guy who made... I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example. You think of the anime classics of the 70s, 80s, and 90s, right? Well, what inspired the creators of those things? What probably inspired them was things that happened from generations before them, or like a decade before them, or like maybe some big ongoing event like World War II or something like that. Because some people survived or went through World War II, and then they went on to create fictional media, and they took that as an inspiration, right? So then those people who went through those things, they created classic IPs, Ghost in the Shell, Trigun, whatever classic you want to talk about. And then younger people come around and they're inspired by Ghost in the Shell, and they're inspired by Trigun, and they're inspired by this, and they're inspired by that. And it's still pretty good. And then the younger people come in, and then they're inspired by the things that are inspired by the things, and it feels like it gets more and more and more diluted, and then you end up in this spot where now you're just nostalgia baiting, or we're gonna make a thing that's inspired by this classic thing, but we don't even know how to do it in a clever way. Now we just do things where you just wink at the audience. Remember this? Does that make sense? So what you're saying is we need a new World War to have original art. I guess so, yeah. We're on our way to it, I hear. We're not allowed to talk too deeply about that, but I think something's going on. Don't worry, Pumpkin. Next generations will be more creative than this since World... Yeah. Here's to hoping. Oh my god, I hope World War III happens so we can get a new anime. That's cool. No, I hope that doesn't happen. War bad. War cringe. Unless it's used in a video game. Call of Duty, yeah. I like Call of Duty too. The younger generations always say the same things the previous ones did. And then the old people always say, back in my day, this was better. Imagine all the people that are like older than me somehow, and they think my opinions are dog shit because I started with N64 and onward. I like simple war video games like Spec Ops The Line, for real. Spec Ops The Line made me cry my eyes out. Hi, Okami. It's a circle, then you become the old one, yeah. And then when you become old, you can't fully change your ways, and you're just a stubborn old person that might even be wrong about some things, but you can never open up. But I know I'm different than all other old people. I know that I'm reasonable, and that all my opinions are based in bright, and everybody should listen to me. I can fix everything. You're not older than me. You wish you were older than me. Prove it. How old are you? If you tell me, I'm not going to tell you. Only people who stick around for a long time and study everything I say and study everything that I like are allowed to guess how old I am. See, Pumpkin, I think that, but unironically. I think it unironically, too. You're gonna be 53? I don't believe you. I'm 57. 1964. What? Celtic, if that's true, and even if it's not true, for conversation, because, hey, let's talk. What movies, like, what are some movies and games you like? How's Ghosty? My ghosts here, or me? Ah, we're awesome. All of us are good. Wait, World War 3, Half-Life 3? Guys, we're onto something. Oh my god, Valve is waiting for World War 3 to officially drop, then Half-Life 3 will drop too. And people will focus on Half-Life 3 more than the real war. That's crazy. Graduated high school in 1983. Yeah, but what movies and games do you like? I want to know. Because I like people who are more versed in stuff before my times. I have a friend who's a lot older than me, and she introduced me to like a lot of older things, or things that I wouldn't have naturally or easily come across. Like, for example, like, it's not like the JoJo OVA is not from the 80s, it's 90s, but I would have been too young whenever it was like a thing. She introduced me to JoJo with that, and that was a great experience. And she's one of the few times I've ever even like heard of those OVAs. So I like hanging out with older people. That's why I like Red Letter Media. Because I don't want to listen to people my age, yep. I want to listen to miserable old men watching movies so I don't have to. I doubted them with the... I can't believe I doubted them when they trashed Alien Romulus. I'm like, nah, they're being haters. Everyone else said it was good. I'm sure it's going to be fine. And then I watched it. I'm like, oh my god, they were right. It is so bad. It was 1983, Pumpkin. They didn't have the printed press. What? There was all kinds of stuff in the 80s. Hey, there's manga from the 70s. Oh, books. Well, I don't know books at all. I don't read enough. Is it weird that I don't remember my favorite movie and game? I get stun locked when I ask the question. I guess so, because some people, they just don't have a definitive #1 favorite, Toe. They just like things. Super Mario Bros., Sonic the Hedgehog, Space Invaders, Pac-Man. Okay, okay. I've played all of those. Pac-Man, hard. I don't like it. Space Invaders, cool. I like Galaga. Galaga was like fancier Space Invaders. Pitfall was your favorite? I think I've seen that on AVGN. It's Atari, right? If you can't name a favorite game, say Sunshine. It's the best 3D Mario. It is probably one of the best ones ever. Only 2 books I finished was Pet Sematary and Cannibal. I've never been much of a reader unless it's manga, because I have my ADHD, but I read Junie B. Jones books. I read various like young adult novels, and by young adult I mean probably for 12-year-olds. Sorry, that's not adult. I guess it's still kids books. Something about spiders. I read some book about spiders. I read like 2 Harry Potter books. Just really not much, huh? That's so sad. Oh, I did read Jurassic Park, finally. I was good. It's different than the movie. And then I started a little bit of the sequel of Lost World, but I lost momentum and I need to get back to it. I was enjoying my time. 90s Street Fighter. The live action? There is like an OVA movie for Street Fighter, but I'm going to assume you mean the 90s Street Fighter live action. I need to watch that. Haven't read a ton of full books in adulthood, but I've read a lot of Stephen King short stories. I haven't read much. You know what I did read? I read Goosebumps. I loved Goosebumps. I have issues with reading books because I skip a lot of lines without trying, or will read a page and not really digest any of it, forgetting the whole bit I read by the time I finish the page. Not that I don't try. That's exactly what I deal with. I think it's literally just straight up ADHD. And when I'm trying to read a book and my brain starts, just skip all the details. And it's like, what's the point of reading then? That's the entire point of reading a book, is those details help you be able to flesh it out in your mind, because you're reading a bunch of words and you're trying to envision it. You need to read the details, but my brain would keep trying to skip things. And once I read it all, I wouldn't really digest what I just read. I feel like my brain surface level scans some words and then deletes them. And it was very discouraging and frustrating for me, because the idea of reading I really like, and it's like my biology will not allow me to do it. Maybe I need to take Adderall or something for it, but Adderall fucking sucks. Right? You understand? I even deal with it with manga. And that's proof that it's reading. Whenever I'm reading manga and there's like too many words, I start like skimming a tiny bit. Other times I'm like, I don't feel like reading this right now. I'm just gonna skim the whole chapter and reread it for real in 5 years. It's the absolute worst. And I even know what specific last book attempt it was that made me just give up finally. It was a collection of Lovecraft stories in one big book. And I remember I went to work, and on my break, I took it out of my bag and I'm like, all right, time to read. And I just could not focus, like at all. I just couldn't. So I gave up. I've been prescribed Adderall for a long time. It's pretty good, but not for everyone. It made me a zombie as a kid, and I don't remember a lot of my childhood because of it. Not that there would have been much to remember. It all sucked. The only thing I remember from my childhood is just playing video games and reading manga and being autistic and cringe and not fitting in. That's all I remember. But I don't remember the day-to-day, a lot of it. And then when I took Adderall, because I was trying to manage my ADHD in adulthood, because I stopped taking medicine a long time ago, I went on Adderall as an experiment, because the other medicines, I wasn't sure if it was working well, so I took Adderall, and I felt soulless. It was so bad, I wanted to not exist anymore. It felt like truly being a zombie, zapped of all joy, where you feel, I mean, I can't say I felt nothing. I felt miserable, and that's it. And I remember just sitting on a bed, kind of like, what is that thing called? Where you're rocking back and forth, waiting for the medicine to run its course. Worst thing ever. I literally quit Adderall within 2 days. I think I quit within 1 day. That's how bad it was. So that's just proof that I'm 100% not compatible with it. But it's great that it works for some people. I need to maybe pursue it again. ADHD medicine could help with certain other ADHD symptoms that I deal with that suck really hard. Like thought loops. Thought loops suck. Because the ones that I deal with are the ruminating ones. Ruminating thought loops are what will drive you crazy. Yeah, the trial and error with medicine sucks. And then there's also that like confusion of, you take a medicine and you're confused, is this even working? And then you just stop taking it because you're like, I guess it's not working. I don't know. I don't feel any different. There's like a bunch of other medicines that you can take. I'm not a doctor, so don't like believe me. There's like one, it's not buspirone, that's for anxiety. What's bupropion is some kind of medicine that can help with ADHD. And then there's other stuff. I have a bunch of pill bottles that are all expired, so I need to go to a doctor again. I have really bad memory because of mental health, but I made a list of favorite media from the ones I remember recently. I have a bad memory too, and I don't know why. I feel like I just can't remember as much as I wish. And then the things I wish I didn't remember, I remember too clearly. It's very frustrating. And one thing that sucks is I often forget things that I tell people, and I feel like I repeat things a lot, or I'll maybe make a tweet talking about some very specific autistic opinion I have, and then if you like, well, if Twitter search still worked, if I looked up certain keywords, I would probably find 4 other tweets of the same exact sentiment that I've already shared multiple times. Why is that? Is that autism or is that some memory issue? Either way, I feel bad that I do it, but I don't know. That's just how I am. I think usually if I do that, it just clocks me as autistic or something. Like I only have 5 thoughts that I go through. Best video games: Prey 2077, Soma, Dishonored. Best movies: Bullet Train, John Wick. Best book, I forgot the name, but it's a time travel one. I like John Wick series. John Wick's pretty cool. Prey 2027, I kind of passed on it because it didn't look like it had atmosphere, but I've heard it plays really well. What is Bullet Train? I feel like I've heard of that. Is that a quirky movie? I feel that with mood stabilizers, since I feel like I want to come off them, but I'm not sure if it'll make me crash. It's confusing, right? Because whenever you take medicine, if it's helping you, it's not going to magically, like, make it obvious. You're just going to feel normal, I guess. Funny action with gore. I might have seen a trailer for Bullet Train then. Prey 2017's atmosphere is actually kind of interesting. It's like subtly 70s sci-fi. Is that why maybe I'm not into it? Because I haven't experienced enough 70s content? You know what I've never seen? I've still never seen Space Odyssey. I think I've talked about this and then I got made fun of, and I totally get it. I got filtered out because I thought the opening was cringe because it's just monkeys and it's like a still shot of them acting up. And I'm just like, where's the evil robot? This isn't what I signed up for. But I'm like garbage brains. I'm into like action blockbuster movies. So I don't think it's that surprising that I get upset that Space Odyssey doesn't start off with the evil robot immediately. That's Stanley Kubrick, right? It took me 2 times. I had to watch The Shining a second time to realize it was amazing, and I had to rewatch Clockwork Orange a second time to realize it was amazing. So I need to give Space Odyssey another chance. I needed to watch a video essay to understand symbology. That's another thing, because I tend to, for most things, I have a surface level casual interest in, but I'm never overly versed or experienced or informed about a particular thing. I don't know anything about symbolism, religion, philosophers, that kind of stuff. I don't know any of that stuff for the most part. So whenever there's like clever throwbacks to that, I don't pick up on it. I take things at a more what's the term? Surface level. That's it. I get my enjoyment of content more for like presentation rather than like deep symbolism though. I do like watching video essays where they talk about symbolism or the deeper meaning and why is this scene in this movie shot this way? Why did they do this perspective? Why is this character on the left and this character's on the right? Stuff like that. There's one video that I watched that talked about what is the term? Symbolism and the science of how they shot Terminator 2. That was a good video. But I've been yapping for a bit. Let's go ahead and segue back into another Under the Mayo video. I haven't explored him a ton, so let's see if there's something else that might stick out to me. I don't know if I want to watch his Doom stuff. I'm not sure. One I'm thinking of doing is his Resident Evil Village. So disappointing, it's scary. Let's see. He has one called Resident Evil 2, a modern classic. The redemption of survival horror. Even though I'm a hater, I feel like Resident Evil 2 remake, I need to give it more props. I need to give it all the credit it actually does deserve. Resident Evil and the cut content problem. Halo ruined first-person shooters. Hey, Mina, there's a video for you. And that would make people see, because there's certain cult classics that I feel like you can't take jabs at. Like, you can't jab at Halo, etc. Because people are like, how could you hate that? You can't critique that. Alien Isolation, the best horror game of all time? Question mark? Hey! Resident Evil 7, 50% great, 50%. Hey, this is a short video. Why is this? This guy's... Under the Mayo is like... He's got some spy camera in my house. He does wording and phrasing like I do. I even said early in the stream that, like, RE7 is like 50% good, 50% bad. He's copying my fucking content. How do I, I had this opinion before the YouTube, man. I deserve the credit. Sorry I don't have millions of followers. Huh. This is the one that I'm gonna play. Same brain? And he's gonna do a new video like, yeah, I was watching this weird autistic girl on Tumblr, and yeah, I think she has some points. Just joking, I wasn't on Tumblr anymore around that point. I like this, because now that I've been yapping, this is the greatest Just Chatting stream that I've ever done, all thanks to a man. But now I can rest and let the man do the talking, and I'll interrupt at the right optimal moments. This is it's a symbiotic relationship, me and the parasocial relationship I have with the YouTuber man. Alright, it's called Resident Evil 7, 50% great, 50%
Resident Evil 7 is a weird game for me. There's a lot I like about it as an old school...
Oh, Mr. Mayo, is your mic different? Hehehe. This is an older mic, I think. This is an older video, different mic.
Resident Evil
Hi,
fan
Bacon,
talking
hello.
about the originals. There are things in this game that make me light up, and they're pretty much all things established in the first sections of the game. RE7 has a reputation for being a game that eventually becomes kind of a slog. Once you get to the boat section, you really can't be blamed for turning it off. I just replayed the game again for the
it's a ship.
first time in 4 years, and when I got to the boat, I was like, I think I'm done here. So I want to focus on the opening areas of RE7 and the classic magic it captures, something I'm hoping for in RE Village. I know some people have already played it with review copies, but I'm staying away from spoilers. The very first part of RE7 is questionable. It's basically a long, fake interactive cutscene, which you know I'm not fond of if you're a viewer of this channel.
Yeah, I don't like them either. I mean, it's not the worst in the world, but it's just annoying. Resident Evil 4 Remake did it also as another example of like a really recent game that did it. Original RE4, you have your opening cutscene, which you can skip. There's 2 of them. You can skip both if you want. And then you go to a house, and it's really close to you, and you have a cutscene that introduces you to a Ganado. You shoot them, cutscene, and then boom, it's like free gameplay for a while. You eventually get like codec calls, but it just feels like a game. Beep.
What I mean is that there really isn't any gameplay, no fail states. You're walking through the woods, walking through the kitchen, watching a video. You're not actually watching a video, you're controlling the cameraman in the video, which is still just walking. You're not actually doing anything. Then after the video ends, you're walking around some more, finding your girlfriend, following her. I have more patience for this kind of stuff in the setup to a slow-paced horror game than I do, say, an action game or a shooter. But RE7 goes too far in its slow cinematic buildup and makes repeat playthroughs agonizing. A new player's experience could easily be an hour or more before you get to the real gameplay. There is no...
That's like an ADHD thing to die from 30 minutes of story. Not necessarily. Like, it's not so much ADHD, it's that if you grew up playing more gameplay-dense games that weren't that obsessed with trying to make things feel cinematic without things trying to ease you in and make you feel like you're part of something big, like you're part of a narrative, it's like, it's a bummer. It feels frustrating. It feels like you're just holding W, looking around, no gameplay. It's a shooting game. It's a shoot and survival horror game, and you're not really doing anything. You're just like wandering around the house. Oh, there's your wife. Oh, now you gotta wait for her to slowly meander around until you get to the final destination, and then you're allowed to have control again. It just doesn't feel good. I don't know why people think that's fun. To me, that's just boring gameplay. Some people like that kind of thing. I feel like there's ways to have immersion without doing it that way. Immersion for me is not like forced walk-in. Immersion is not in-game cutscenes where you just like always trash on Half-Life 2 for it, where you're just running around in circles or just kind of like looking around with the camera while you watch the characters do stuff and talk to each other and maybe sometimes grunt at you and maybe your character even talks to them. You're just kind of waiting around. The atmosphere I like, you can experience in like say old Resident Evil 1. You're just alone in a mansion. You have cutscenes every now and then, but you're listening to the music, you're taking in the environment. It's immersive. I don't think that these intrusive cinematic elements are particularly immersive. They just feel like halting game for a movie. It just feels like eh.
No option to skip this intro section. You can't skip any cutscenes, even on repeat playthroughs. Not good. At least the atmosphere is consistently creepy.
No
Things
more
really
music.
Get shocking though.
No more music. You need to focus on the drywall peeling. If you have nice music that's spooky, you might not notice the drywall.
Your girlfriend attacks you and cuts your hand off, something no one sees coming. And now you have to fight her one-handed in this dark room where she's cutting through the walls with a chainsaw. It's an effective way to start things off. You get taken by the family of this house and sat down at their table for family dinner, observing these absolute weirdos who have reattached your hand somehow. And once the family drama has passed and you're on your own, you break free and start sneaking around. The man of the house, Jack, is pacing around, so you engage
Daddy.
in a bit of stealth as you explore and find items, health, puzzle pieces, ammo. The world's dumbest police officer shows up for idiotic dialogue that's basically, "Help, I've been kidnapped and I'm a prisoner in this house. Hey, this isn't your house. Why are you in this house? That's suspicious." He dies.
It's comical. Like, have you ever seen like cartoons or even in Nightmare on Elm Street where there's a really scrawny tree?
Names of a friend.
Oh, thank you for the follow. There's like a scrawny tree, and then somebody who's clearly wider than the tree is able to like hide behind it. That's what this moment was. It's so silly. I love it though. I think it's fantastic.
You fight Jack in the garage, grabbing the car keys and smashing into him. It's pretty hilarious.
There's also multiple ways that boss fight can go, which is kind of cool. Like, you could go in the car and you could fuck him up, or you could go in the car and he'll fuck you up, or you can not go in the car. I don't remember if you have to.
Jack burns to a crisp in the fire, comes after you again, and then blows his head off. This guy has been regenerating himself and showing he can survive anything, so he'll be back. The rest of this house section is classic Resident Evil, examining objects in 3D, looking for clues, checking your map to see which rooms you haven't explored yet.
What I like also is they're inspired, they're inspired by, actually, are they only inspired, for this game, are they only inspired by Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or are they also inspired by Evil Dead? Either way, I like how, we did talk about it earlier, how Resident Evil, older Resident Evil movies were, older Resident Evil games were inspired by different movies, and then Resident Evil 7 itself was also inspired by a movie, and they picked mainly Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But, they have like a singular house that you're mostly in, and then you have a guard house, and then you have kind of like a lab thing, just like RE1 does, but RE7 has a totally different aesthetic about it, where it's more country, it doesn't just look like the RE1 house and aesthetics. It's different enough to stand out on its own, being inspired by the Thane without pathetically mimicking the Thane. Although if it mimicked its level design a bit more and other things, it could have been like better, but mostly it's the second half where it like kind of falls flat, and he hasn't really gotten into that yet.
Backtracking once you find new keys, constantly running low
Don't tell me to subscribe! God damn you, Mayo!
On ammo and health if you're getting hit. You've got creepy monsters.
No, you should subscribe to him. I don't want to hurt his business. Please subscribe to Under the Mayo on YouTube. He is pinned.
Down in the dark basement, you're using lockpicks to open drawers and boxes, managing tight inventory space with an updated real-time inventory system that's very easy to use. And the house you're exploring has a similar layout to the Resident Evil 1 mansion, with a large central area that leads to 2 wings, both having 2 floors. Several different keys unlock various doors, and there's even a shotgun that locks you in the room if you take it. And you'll need to find the broken shotgun to put in its place so you can walk out with the real thing, exactly like the original 1996 title.
Good point. Blair Witch isn't there even a part where one guy, he's like standing in the corner? That's like in Blair Witch also. I love Blair Witch. Blair Witch is like great, especially if you watched it during the peak when it came out, when the internet wasn't quite how it is now, and you got gaslit and told that it actually happened and it's real. It was harder to find out that it was fake back then. Or at least I was too stupid to know where to look. But I thought that shit was real. That was awesome. And then I would watch the fake behind the scenes that they did, where it was like a documentary. And I would I brought out my crayons and my little book. I made a book, and then I would write Blair Witch lore in the book. Good times. I love being lied to.
The opening map of RE7 is such a nostalgia trip and proves the original game was so well designed that it can easily be updated and incorporated into a modern game.
Hi, Kay.
RE7 even preserves the classic survival horror quirk of powerful weapons that you could completely miss. All the old games were like this. If you didn't explore the mansion and enter this optional room and find the grenade launcher, well, you just never got the grenade launcher and the game was much harder. If you didn't find the shotgun in the subway of Silent Hill 3, well, you can't go back to the subway, so have fun playing the rest of the game with the pistol. These games were hardcore. Your survival absolutely depended on your exploration and a keen eye. Half the fun of a survival horror game is the exploration, and if you don't engage in it, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, want good exploration. And that's why if a game is linear, like RA Village kind of mostly is, it's not as much fun to explore. I don't remember if he's addressed it. I don't know if I would consider RE7's like mansion particularly interesting to traverse through. Like, is it on par with RE1? Is it on par with RE2? I don't feel like it is. I feel like it's a little bit streamlined. I need to play it again.
The weapons in RE7 are pretty satisfying. The pistol is kind of puny, but I like that. It's not an action game, and I like that the pistol doesn't feel powerful because you shouldn't feel powerful in the first parts
It's a very
of the game,
tiny mansion.
though there
Okay,
is the
I can
enhanced
believe that,
handgun
because I don't remember being
The
that
shotgun
impressed by it in terms of its depth for this part.
is awesome. Absolutely love it. The secret double shotgun is godlike and so satisfying. And I really like the grenade launcher. Unless you're pretty smart with your crafting, you're not going to have a lot of shots with this thing, so every time you use it, it feels important. I really like the puzzles too. They are your standard Resident Evil style puzzles. Not very challenging, but not brain dead. Silent Hill with its scalable puzzle difficulty is definitely tougher.
Yeah.
Part of the fun of a good Silent Hill game is sitting there for 20 minutes piecing together the clues of a riddle, talking it over.
If I ever play Metro, it'll be after I finally play the expansions for Stalker. Because I only played a little bit of the first expansion right after beating Stalker. But obviously before that, I'd have to stream Stalker instead of playing off-stream.
With a friend and thinking of
RE1, RE2, RE3 are all pre-rendered backgrounds. And RE1 Remake and RE0 are pre-rendered backgrounds. But Code Veronica is the first that was 3D. And it's interesting because 3 came out, then Code Veronica, when they went full 3D, then they went back to pre-rendered for the remake of RE1, and it was gorgeous. Pre-rendered is cool.
And feeling clever when you solve it. The piano puzzle in Silent Hill 1 is a great example of this. Resident Evil puzzles usually just take a little curiosity. I like these 3D puzzle pieces where you have to rotate them just the right way to cast a shadow on the wall to match the painting. That's pretty cool. There's a secret door under this bed and a clock with movable hands. The clue says that it's the same hour as the rest of the clocks in the house. So just keep an eye out for a clock as you're exploring, or go back to the one you remember seeing before, and you'll be fine.
Code Veronica is the roughest of all the classic Resident Evils. Like, it has the least amount of polish in general, and it's the hardest because of that. It's cheaper designed in terms of enemy placement and, position and stuff like that. It's the game that people more commonly soft lock in, compared to any other Resident Evil. I would still recommend Code Veronica, but it's rough. I actually didn't finish Code Veronica on stream, so for anybody who missed it, whenever I debuted my schoolboy costume, I finally got to stream in Code Veronica. And Code Veronica is one of the Resident Evils I have the least amount of replays for. That and RE3. And so when I was playing Code Veronica, I was juggling too many other games at the same time, and it got to a point where I had went a month without playing Code Veronica. And when I finally resumed it, I could not remember what to do anymore. I didn't really remember the layout very well, and I was confusing things that I had done already, but didn't save with the ink ribbon for, because it was like a test run, and it was just a mess. So I ended up dropping Code Veronica, and I'm going to stream it again from the beginning some other time. But I consider that playthrough kind of halted. But I didn't soft lock, I didn't get stuck or anything. I just got overwhelmed, and I wanted to start from the beginning. And when I do stream it, I'm going to like solely focus on that. Currently, the game I'm also doing that with is Super Metroid at the moment, which I have gone a month without playing. And that game is all about memory and navigation, and it's unfortunate. I was going to stream it today, but I wasn't feeling good, so I didn't want to try and play a game that's going to require my brain power. But whenever I do get back to Super Metroid, I don't want to start from the beginning, so I'll just let chat backseat me a bit until I get my shit in order.
It's not a hard puzzle, but it at least requires some effort from the player.
For the BG for Outbreak 3D, oof. I've only played a little bit of Outbreak. I actually do not know. Somebody here might know, but I don't know if it's 3D or pre-rendered, actually.
If this were Alien Isolation, the clock would be to your immediate right on the wall, and you could just enter the time without doing anything. The boss fight with Jack and the chainsaw I find to be underwhelming and clunky.
I liked it. This boss fight's fantastic. My favorite part is how you could be super overly aggressive with him and just win. Like, I remember something like, just run at him with the chainsaw block. I don't know. It's like, you don't actually have to be cautious with him. Just be more aggressive than he is, and you'll just annihilate him. Feels good. Although, when I finally stream RE7 to, like, dissect the game together with you guys, I'll probably forget that because it's streamer debuff.
I think some of the clunky feeling comes from the tight field of view, which even on PC cannot be widened.
I hate modern vignettes in modern Resident Evils, and I don't like the camera style, especially, but I hate the vignettes. They do it in RE2 Remake as well, where you're in a dark location and they're like, what if we have like this like fuzzy black ring around your screen? Yeah, thank you, Capcom. I hate it.
In a horror game, but sometimes the action gets up in your face, and a wider peripheral view would make things feel much smoother.
Get him, yeah!
I actually don't like any of the boss fights in this game. I especially don't like the one with the mother, as she walks around like the creature from Wreck, and you just gotta shoot her while fending off bugs. It's kinda bad. You play as Ethan.
What is this guy's thoughts of a good boss? What is a good boss to this guy, out of curiosity? I thought bosses don't need to be that crazy inventive. I know I've been ranting every single time he talks about it. I thought bosses are ammo sinks, and they apply pressure to you and require you to learn some of the skills that you've been learning up to that point. Like, they don't need to be that complex, right?
The most boring protagonist since Henry in Silent Hill 4.
Shut up! Leave him alone. He's fine. He's just your stupid avatar. I mean, if he was quiet, 100%, I'd be fine with that. I prefer playing a game and not having my player character talk, or having some NPC talk to me. I only want talking if it's a cutscene. If there's no cutscene, be quiet. But he's not that bad. Sorry.
Or a man who expresses absolutely no emotion after having to kill his girlfriend.
So what do you want him to do? Like, you want him to be Oscar performing with... oh my god. Like, you want him to hyperventilate? You want him to hyperventilate? In your arcadey survival horror game? Ugh.
But for as much as I dislike Ethan as a protagonist, I'm happy about the way he plays in the game. He's not an action hero, he's slow, he has no rolling or...
I think it is his wife, but I'm not gonna correct him,
dodging move. Your player options are simple, which complements the gameplay. Even though Ethan causes me to be disinterested in what's going on...
That's me! Chat?
Complements the gameplay. Even though Ethan causes...
That's me! Now this is why I said that video game bosses don't need to be that complex. People need to listen to me now.
A senior moment.
If you listen to me, you'll have good games again. You don't need a fancy chromatic aberration. You don't need to have forest walking. You just have things be simple now. These fucking Zoomers be ruining my games and not taking my opinion serious. They could be calling me an old woman in a wheelchair now. Oh my god, oh my god. I so connect with her.
Me to be disinterested in what's going on. The story is fairly interesting as you pick up on the clues in the story page.
Hey, I suspect that my walls were filled with black mold at one point, not gonna lie.
And notes. It's not an amazing story, but no Resident Evil
Names of friends.
Thank you for
Enemy
the follow.
variety
What
is
did he
one of
say?
game's
Did this guy
huge
validate?
story, but no Resident Evil game has an amazing story.
Yeah! They don't! There are justifications. Ooh, you're a cop. Is zombies. Evil corporation. We have to take down Umbrella. Simple. My Ronness no third. You're attached to your fan fiction-y love for this okay cast of characters. You think Jill Valentine is the deepest character known to man.
Enemy variety is one of this game's huge problems. Resident Evil games don't need to have 15 different enemy types, but even the original game has dogs, zombies, hunters, and chimeras, all looking and feeling different. RE7 has black tar monsters. Everything is just a gooey black blob thing.
Wasn't that like a thing in like some era where there was lots of games doing that? Or am I just saying that because RE5? RE5 was also like, what if there was like a sludge monster that it was like spaghetti, but what if it was like oil? Like, that's not scary to me. That's just lame. However, whenever you see these guys' mouths, they're kind of cool. They're kind of like sharp looking. You know what enemy type is actually kind of cool? It's the Ooze and Revelations. They're kind of slimy too, but they're creepy. I like them.
It's really boring once you get past the first areas. Nothing really meets the greatness of that first house section though.
So true. So true.
Leaving, you'll explore another little house in the back. You have a trailer where you can save your game between areas. And
This is where the best girl sleeps. Zoe.
There's a few other areas out here containing secrets. I really like the map setup on this. Every section of the first part of the game is connected to the trailer, so it's easy to find your way around and plan ahead. You can already
That was a criticism of Prey 2017, and I completely disagree. The monster design is very cool and consistent. But isn't it too consistent? I know it has like one enemy type. How many variants are there of it? In this game, everything's like the mold enemy. So there's like a few. There's like the normal mold enemy. And then there's the liquor mold. And then there's like fat mold. Fat mold? Is the fat mold the same one that, like, sprays sludge at you? That can clip through walls, by the way. And that's kind of it, right? Wait. Yeah, I think that's it. Not every game has to goofy max every enemy like System Shock. Well, I don't know. I feel like having a variety, a roster is, like, fine. 6 variants? That's not too bad, actually. That's actually kind of decent. How many variants are in Dead Space? Dead Space has the babies. It has normal necromorphs. They come in a variety of shapes, though. Like, there's, like, a few model versions that are still essentially the grunt. There's that, like, manta ray thing that turns you into one. There's, like, that boss one that you can't kill. There's the one that sprays at you. There's quite a bit more in Dead Space. Just a random example. I'm not making any sort of point. I'm trying to think like, oh yeah, speaking of enemy variants, how many enemy variants typically are in a game on average? What would you guys say? Like 8 enemies on average for a game typically?
I feel the game starting to drag once you get to the second house area with the mother, dealing with no other creatures than bugs. Really annoying bugs. The puzzle section with Lucas is pretty cool. I think it's really clever how you watch a videotape and act out the solution to learn what to do for when you actually get there. That's some good shit.
Okay.
But the fight with Lucas is kind of boring, and it's so random that he's suddenly mutating into a giant.
It's fine. What is your favorite under the mayo? If you ever see this video, I want you to DM me and I want you to show me an example of, like, a great boss, please. Although he did, you know what? He did like the original RE3 Nemesis boss. Like, I guess that at the end one, where you're supposed to lure Nemesis into a spot that will, like, laser it or something. So I guess that's one example. But I don't remember if he, like, said he loves it or not. But leave my basic bosses alone. They're fine.
Monster. From here, we get to the boat section, which I honestly don't want to talk about. I don't want to play it just to talk about it here, so I'm not going to. Resident Evil 7
What
is...
are you not going to talk about, Mr.
kind of
YouTube?
boring, and it's so random that he's suddenly mutating into a giant monster.
This guy never talks about atmosphere, I notice. How come he never talks about, like, the, like, lack of music? I guess this is just one of them gentlemen that don't care about that kind of thing. I'm very disappointed in you, Mr. Mayo. You agree with about 80% of what I think, so basically that's like 0%, Mr. Mayo.
Monster. From here, we get to the boat section, which I honestly don't want to talk about. I don't want to play it just to talk about it here, so
I was about to be like, why would you not talk about that? This is one of the, like, biggest highlights of what's wrong with the game, is that the boat is boring. The boat has no atmosphere. It's ugly. There's just nothing to look at. And you're not going to talk about it? But then he's like, well, then I'd have to play it. I'm like, based? Fair enough. I don't want to play it either.
Oh, I'm not going to. Resident Evil 7 is, like I said in the beginning, a weird game. It does a lot of things right in its opening sections, but starts falling apart after that. I was happy to see a return to a more authentic survival horror experience, which gave me a lot of hope for the future of the franchise. The RE2 remake was fun, though not without its flaws, and I remained optimistic. Then the RE3 remake happened, and we all know how that went down.
And now we have an unstable relationship with Capcom, where they cheated on us. They bought us a nice golden bracelet, but then they cheated on us once. Just once, okay? And now we don't know if we trust them fully. And they got us a bouquet of flowers yesterday. And that was really nice of them. But one problem is I don't like the kind of flowers they got. And I also don't know if they're going to cheat on me again. So that's how I feel about you, Capcom. You fucking cheater. You cheaper.
My faith was totally shattered after that. And it really made me feel lukewarm about Village.
A bracelet? It's not too bad. I don't know what women... I don't know about jewelry opinions. What would be considered okay. So, the bracelet he got was not from Hot Topic. It was not $30. Let's say it was about $100, which is not bad. If they really loved us, they would have gotten us a bracelet that was about $350, but it was a $100 bracelet. So, not bad. It could have been nicer. Is that why he cheated on me? Is that why Capcom cheated on me?
But I'm gonna play.
Because I'm not grateful for the bracelet? I get that. So real for that.
I have to know. I'm going in with moderate expectations.
Ooh,
I'm hoping for an enjoyable game.
And his video title for this is Resident Evil Village something so disappointing. So, hey, Mayo from the past, guess what happens? You don't like this game either, and I have mixed feelings too.
I think I'll get it. Maybe I'll do a video on it. Who knows?
Yeah, I know. Very edgy icon thing. What is this? Is this guy like Doom or something? This guy looks like a guy who would like do. Why does he have like a cute little bow tie? Is this like supposed to? Oh, it's kind of nautical. Is this guy trying to be cute? I like your Mortal Kombat mask, Mr. Mayo. Good video. It's a little bit on the brief side, which I'm okay with that. I usually prefer more in-depth videos just by preference. Like, I think the 30-minute range is like a nice sweet spot. 10-minute videos are like okay, but they're a little bit teaser feeling to me. But some people don't even, they prefer 10-minute videos. Better than a 5-minute video. I hate 5-minute videos. RE3 Remake Review. Responded to criticism and additional points. beast. To everyone on YouTube who said that was wrong, I hate you! I hate you, 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 I hate you! Let's see, what else do we have? Resident Evil 4, linear game design done right. Let's talk about the original. So true. So true, bestie. Resident Evil, he doesn't specify that it's a remake, but it's the thumbnail of the remake. Yeah, Resident Evil 1 is perfect survival horror. That is true. That is true. I'm window shopping, trying to pick what we're gonna look like. Crobecat is absolutely right about RE4 remake having no soul. That is true. Crobecat video was right, and I stand by that. How God of War ruined Resident Evil Village. Interesting. I'm assuming that's like the new God of War that's all narrative focused and stuff. Let's see. Doom too many Doom Eternal videos. Deathloop review, gaming journalist mode activated. I don't know what that means. Atomic Heart, I'm so disappointed. I've heard Atomic Heart is kind of like okay. RE4 remake was trash. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the RE4 remake. They definitely tried really hard making whatever they wanted to make, but the end result, I just don't think it's as good as original RE4. I kind of want to be edgy and say that it's trash, but I don't... It's, like, fine. Everything run of Crobecat's terrible cyberpunk video. What? Don't disrespect the goat. No. Leave him alone. Character design? I don't know. I don't think the character design's the big issue with RE4 remake. I feel like the tone is worse than the character design. Among other things. If we're talking just like superficial like stuff, I feel like tone is... Well, I wouldn't say tone is superficial, but... Ultra Nightmare Room, blah, blah, blah. The embarrassment that is Silent Hill, the short message. Oh, I hated the short message. That was horrible. I watched Maine play all of it, and it was like, oh my god. Oh, Konami is back. Silent Hill is back, and it's cringer than ever. Yay, I'm so glad. I was so, like, it was like, what is that game called? What is the game called with the teenagers, and they talk like 45-year-old people trying to act young? What was that game called? I know it's like apparently actually a good game, for the record. As the girl with blue hair. That doesn't narrow it down anymore, does it? Time travel. Rewind in time. Life is Strange. Yeah. Wait, why did I bring up Life is Strange? I immediately... Oh, yeah. Short message had that kind of tone, from what I remember. And it's like about bullying. But it was like cringe. That's why I'm looking forward to Silent Hill F, because it's made by Glorious Japan. I promise I'm studying. I'm still studying, trying to pick a video. I want to see if he reviews something that's like out of left field, something that we haven't tapped into. Maybe something that's not survival horror. Why Dead Space 2 is the better game of the two. I actually need to play Dead Space 2 myself. Separate Ways is fine, ... RE4 remake. Yeah, Separate Ways was like, it was like okay. Everyone told me to play Bayonetta. What is his opinion? I'm gonna read the comments. If this is a bad opinion, I'm gonna drop this guy forever. I'm not a fan of quick time defense. What does he mean, like quick time event? Wait, what is that called again? Quick time. Wait, do we call it? No, quick time events. That's what it is. Okay. Let's make it interesting. Maybe he's critiquing one of my favorite games. We don't have to always watch videos of somebody validating me, right? Let's watch somebody saying the wrong thing and I can get angry too. I'm gonna join the cult of Under the Mayo haters. I'm gonna be their new queen. I used to be a fan of him, and then in such a Bayonetta. I've hated him ever since. You hate Bayonetta 1. Get out of my sight. My beautiful Bayonetta 1. How could you hate it? Used to like Cropecat, but I think I realized a lot of his videos started rubbing me the wrong way, and I kind of only have a vague idea of why. With me, it's no question that his videos making fun of E3 and stuff are funny, but if we're talking about the nitpicking that he does with games, it just depends. I think I've had discussions with people where they basically say that they worry that Cropecat has created a bad trend of, I don't know, bad faith nitpicking? I don't know if I would say it's bad faith, but I think some of his videos are really well thought out and good. Like his Back for Blood video was good, yeah? And his argument was essentially that there's a lot more reasons why Left 4 Dead was so good than just 2 developers that also went on to make Back 4 Blood. Like, I thought that was like well thought out and everything. But if we're talking stuff like, what would you say is a bad video of his? Because I know he has a video where he says that, he doesn't ever talk, but essentially he's implying that new Dead Rising doesn't have as much attention to detail and interactivity as the old Dead Rising. And I think that's something that's valid to discuss, yeah? And then I saw his Resident Evil 4 remake video. I thought it was completely valid. There were some examples, though, he would show, like, here's the atmospheric shot of this one place in the original, and here's one in the remake. And I would have my own opinion at times, that I could do that, and I would say, actually, this one in the remake, I don't hate this, actually. But there's some parts where, I don't know, I feel like he makes a lot of good points. But I went ahead and I downloaded, by the way, we could still talk about Cropecat, but I am going to start the next video. So let's see. This is him talking about Bayonetta. Before he talks about Bayonetta, I'll give my opinion of Bayonetta for people who aren't familiar with me. Wait, I need to have my music playing. Bayonetta, I do not like its QuickTime events, actually. Sometimes they're a little bit weird and awkward, and sometimes I die because how weird and awkward they are. I don't like the gimmick levels. I don't like that the shmup level is literally the length of a full level. It's not like a short intermission, it's a level. I don't like that, but I got used to it. But it's just really long-winded. And if I want to play that kind of game, I would rather play a shmup game, like a full shmup game. I want to go back to the hack and slash. And then, I don't like the motorcycle level. I think it's garbage. I hate it. I will never like it. I hate its guts. It also feels jank. There's other parts in Bayonetta that feels jank, like during boss fights, there are some times where you are on a little platform, and to jump from another platform, or to jump from one platform to another platformer, or another platform, sorry, you have to face the certain way, and you have to hope that the button prompt pops up so you can jump to the next one, because it's QTE style. And sometimes it feels like janky and it won't pop up, and I fumble a little bit. It's a little bit awkward, but aside that, combat feels very nice. It's kind of more brainless than Devil May Cry is in a way. You have a designated dodge button that's iframe based. Whereas Devil May Cry is a little bit more tricky, where you need to dodge directionally a bit more. Bayonetta feels less focused on exploration the way Devil May Cry kind of was. And you'd think like, oh, Pumpkin, you always like gameplay density, right? Why would you like the slower moments of Devil May Cry? And it's like, I don't know, I just kind of do. And Bayonetta kind of like doesn't do that. However, I'm okay with that too, because more action for me, I guess. But and the other thing I don't like about Bayonetta, it's QTE related. I feel like it is way too demanding. This game expects me to be a 13-year-old Japanese boy with like super fast button pressing skills or something. Inhuman. I cannot do it. There's like bosses against Jean where you can accept a QTE prompt from her, and you have to be able to outmash her, a computer, to be able to get damage on her. And if you fuck it up, you take the damage. And it's very easy to react very fast and hit the wrong button and unintentionally accept that QTE challenge. I don't want to, because I just cannot press the button fast enough. So I often take damage from her. That's a little bit frustrating too. And no matter how many times I play Bayonetta, I still feel like I struggle at certain things. There are certain torture moves that you're able to do where it requires you to mash the button very fast in order to get max damage and max points for it. And there's a certain enemy, it might be the dog enemies or something, where I can never get it 100%. I can only get it 90%. It feels terrible. I hate it. Bayonetta 2 would alleviate that. Bayonetta 2 is very, very, very generous when it comes to the button mashing for QTEs and stuff like that. But Bayonetta 2 also is like an easier game, and it also does other issues. But that's my general consensus of Bayonetta. Also, I don't like its aesthetic as much as Devil May Cry, but I do like it quite a bit. I find Bayonetta to be a very enjoyable game that feels really good. And even if it's not as deep or whatever as Devil May Cry, as a casual little beat 'em up where you can turn your brain off, it feels quite nice. Do I like all of the environmental hazard level stuff? Maybe not. I don't like the mana ray enemies where they're kind of in the air, but that's my fault. Get good with air combat. That's Pumpkin's fault. Get good with air combat. Before I play the video finally, let me catch up on what you guys are saying. In my opinion, I feel Crobecat, for anybody who wasn't sure. I feel like he just presents a lot of extremely broad criticisms that aren't always really in the context of the game, how the game was made, what systems it was made for. Like, I'm not really a big fan of the games he critiques, but I feel it creates a trend of like, developer, this leaf of grass doesn't move realistically when I touch it. Please make your employees work more horrifying hours of overtime. Basically, are you saying that his autism is too strong? His OCD is too strong? And that essentially, why, for example, Dead Rising, I haven't played Modern Dead Rising, only a little bit of the old, but you could say the big issue with Modern Dead Rising is not necessarily that you can't interact with every single item in the game. That there's probably more important things to discuss. But for that specific game, I guess it was like a key feature in the original, so when you don't do that in the sequel, people are going to notice. It does feel like, oh, you didn't care as much this time, I guess. Granted, it's not entirely his fault and more the fault of what people take away from it, but it is frustrating. I feel like that's fair. I'm noticing more and more pushback against Crobecat that he's more divisive now, which I guess is fair. I feel like that's fair. But let me go ahead and play his Bayonetta video and get angry? Question mark? 3 strikes. 3 strikes under the mayo. You better be careful. You better not critique the game that I just finished critiquing for 30 minutes.
Everyone told me to play Bayonetta. This is a complicated one to talk about.
Also, hello, Ego. We're just watching a YouTuber called Under the Mayo review things that I dislike and like, and seeing how right he is and how wrong he is. He's pretty on point. I feel like 85% affinity with this gentleman, maybe even 90%. New Dead Rising is just painfully easier than the old one. I need to watch a review of it. I'm kind of curious about it because I watched Mina play all of Dead Rising 1. I'm filtered because I don't like timers because I'm weak and pathetic. That's actually true.
I really like action games. I'm crazy about the original God of War trilogy, and recently I played Devil May Cry.
Oh, he's a Ninja Gaiden fan. Uh-oh. That means he's more based than me, because I haven't played Ninja Gaiden yet. Actually, Electric Underground's kind of like that too, to where he likes Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, but he doesn't jerk them off because he thinks Ninja Gaiden and some other games, like other beat 'em ups, are better. And I can't argue with that because I haven't played those, and they might be right. Maybe Devil May Cry and Bayonetta is like watered down, streamlined compared to those, and I respect that. I respect elitism, even if it works against me.
Cry 5, and while I do have some big issues with that game, I came to really love the combat on the higher difficulties and all the ways you can improvise combos. I ended up having a lot of fun with that game, so the masses have been clamoring for Bayonetta. If you've never seen or played this game, I recommend you watch the Sphere Hunter's excellent video on it. It goes into the history of development, gameplay, story. She knows a lot more about this game than I do, so give it a watch. I wasn't gonna do this video because I haven't played enough of Bayonetta to really warrant a full breakdown, but I do want to at least make a video about the positives and negatives for me.
Okay, so basically he hasn't played it 10 times, and his brain is swelled to where he has a true, full, developed understanding of how he feels about Bayonetta. So it's kind of like, I guess, like a gloss over from maybe somebody who's played it like 2 or 3 times or something like that. That's fine. You could do reviews like that.
Some of this stuff I think are flaws, and some stuff is just not to my personal tastes, and I'll do my best to separate those. I'll start with what I like about Bayonetta. I like the surreal environments.
I like her big ass.
Not all of them, but from time to time I was really impressed with the art direction in the levels. There's some cool playing with gravity, like running up walls, which sometimes happens in boss fights, and platforming sections. Actual platforming, not just auto-platforming. How nice. I wish there were more of these parts. The aerial movement in general is great. Not just jumping in the occasional platforming section, in combat too. You get an air evade, which is absolutely critical, at least it was for me. There's a dive kick that can go up or down. There's a double jump that's kind of floaty, just great mobility in the air. I like some of the music.
That's the thing that distinguish, is that the term? Distinguishes it from Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry, at least 1 and 3, they're not as much about air combat, right? I've played them a lot, but I wouldn't consider myself like an expert. I'm like moderate skilled at like these kind of games. But I think Bayonetta is more like, I mean, you don't only have to do air combat, but I think it has extra emphasis on air combat, right?
The more dramatic stuff. Not so much the fast-paced, beat-driven music, but the orchestral cinematic stuff. I like Bayonetta herself, and I honestly wasn't expecting to.
Her big ass. He's gonna talk about it!
She's so exaggerated that it's absurd, and that's why it works for me.
Yes, exactly. She's very flamboyant, flashy, a diva. That's what makes her so fun. Hello, Venino. Thank you for the raid. Were you playing fighting games again? That's why Bayonetta is cooler than Stellar Blade Girl. I love talking about games I haven't played. Yeah, Stellar Blade Girl, isn't she just like beautiful doll? Like maybe she's cool, I don't know. But Bayonetta's cooler if we're just comparing. Although that's not fair, right? Apples and oranges. But that's okay, because I like apples more.
She's an entertaining protagonist, and even got a few...
Did you know the Bayonetta designer made Reina for Tekken 8? Let me look that up. Reina Tekken 8. Did that same designer work on the designs for Bayonetta 3? Because the Bayonetta 3 designs are terrible. Oh, I see. This girl, she's very modern tech fashion. It's like a popular style. I'll pull up a photo of her. I am a content creator. I have to pull up pictures. I hate my job. I hate my job. I'm just joking. Simple design. Like, I appreciate designs that don't have infinite clutter in an attempt to stand out. Like, she doesn't need 5,000 accessories to stand out. Can't say I've seen anybody exactly like her. But the aesthetic I've seen before. Like, techie kind of looking. Techie sporty. Pretty cool.
Laughs out of me. The game made me laugh out loud several times with really well executed jokes. It's juvenile humor, but there's a way to make that work, and they pulled it off here.
Yeah,
Japan
can do it. Japan can do it. I like their humor. I don't like Western humor. I don't like Western games. You're cringe and Reddit.
The game is very fast, and it's easy to improvise. The game starts with a very welcome tutorial screen that lets you try out different attack combinations to see where your heavy combo enders are, and several combo strings lead to easy launchers that can be followed up in the air. Since the heavy attacks and launchers aren't dependent on holding a trigger and pressing the analog stick in a certain direction like Devil May Cry, it's much more user-friendly to start experimenting with combos because why not? It's so easy.
Yeah.
It helps a little with the mashy nature of the game, which we'll get into later. Bayonetta has a dodge button, which, as far as I can tell, makes her completely invincible during its active frames.
Yeah,
Though
iframes.
I could be wrong on that.
Iframes.
A last-second dodge will enter witch time, allowing you to perform long combos without risk of getting hit. It feels like the entire game is built around this mechanic, so if you're gonna play it on higher levels, you gotta learn it.
I hate those enemies, the stupid fire enemies. Because you can't hit them. You can hit them with, like, items that are laying around, or weapons that are laying around from other enemies. Or you have to, like, wait around, so they try to hit you, and then you do witch time, but that requires me to wait around, and that pisses me off. So I hate those enemies, but that's also a skill issue, not gonna lie.
Guns which can be fired separately or can be incorporated into combos by holding the attack button to shoot in between each attack. It's really cool. It's one of my favorite things about her fighting style. There's a lot of weapons actually, some that she can equip permanently and others you'll find in combat after killing an enemy, and some of those weapons are insanely powerful. You build your magic meter by attacking, and when it maxes out you can perform a torture kill, which enters a brutal animation with QTE prompts. Awesome at first, but a bit tedious after the 50th time of spinning the analog stick.
I guess, but, actually, you don't have to do it, if you want to challenge yourself. I don't know if he's going to get into how there's an actual punishment system in Bayonetta 1, where to build up your magic meter, you got to beat the shit out of the enemies, but if you get hit, you lose your magic meter. Now, I know that you are able to, upgrade your magic meter. I forgot, if it's at max and let's say you got hit and you lose your magic meter, does it always go to 0%, or if you have enough magic meter potential that it only take away a bit? Does that make sense? Bayonetta 2 takes that away to where Bayonetta 2 is like, oh, it's okay if you get hit all the time. We won't take your magic meter away because that would make it like too hard. Bayonetta got Nintendo-fied. Damn girl, how can you see with those bangs? People hate my bangs. Fine. You like these? You like my eyes? I can see just fine.
These special attacks will either outright kill an enemy or do massive damage. So you want to get that magic meter high so you can inflict damage on a dangerous opponent. One of my favorite things about Bayonetta is how they tie the magic meter to your performance in combat. If you know my channel, you know that I'm put off by games that have no sense of player accountability, where every option is the right answer and there's no consequence to anything. In the original God of War games, I love that extending a combo gives...
If I like Bayonetta and Devil May Cry, how much would I like original God of War? Also, is he talking about the magic meter thing? See? Proof that we just have the same opinion. I said my opinion before he said it.
The option is the right answer and there's no consequence to Bayonetta, so you can inflict damage on a dangerous opponent. One of my favorite things about Bayonetta is how they tie the magic meter to your performance in combat. If you know my channel, you know that I'm put off by games that have no sense of player accountability, where every option is the right answer and there's no consequence to anything. In the original God of War games, I love that extending a combo gives you more orbs to unlock upgrades, but if you get hit, the combo counter stops and your orb bonus resets. So if you're just mashing and you're not defensive at all, you're missing out on earning upgrades because you're gonna get hit a lot. Recently, I saw this system perfected in Streets of Rage 4 with how their damage point bonus system works. I mentioned I really like DMC5, but one of my big criticisms about it is that until you unlock the higher difficulties, you can pretty much just mash the attack button through the whole game because enemies die fast and there's no reason to play smart or do long combos because nothing can kill you anyway, and it's not like you're penalized.
Look at how ugly Devil May Cry 5 is. Everything is so desaturated and gray and rocks and crumpled buildings. It's so lame, and they're all not anime looking anymore. They're all face scans. And it's not white hair anymore. Now it's gray hair, and it's realistic hair. Ugh.
It's for mashing one button. Style meter doesn't count, it doesn't affect the gameplay. But in Bayonetta, as you're building magic meter through offense, if you get hit, you lose that magic.
Yeah!
Just one hit, and you lose a crap load of magic. So
Okay.
even when the combat feels
So
mash,
that is how it works. So if you did upgrade your magic meter and you get hit, it takes away a lot of your magic, but it doesn't take away all of it. But at the beginning of the game, before you can upgrade it, like, yeah, if you get hit, you lose all your magic. And it sucks, but it's fine, because you could still play the game just fine without that.
and easy, you still have that desire to be defensive so you can get the magic finisher.
Names of a
Oh,
friend.
thank you
Speed
for the
up
follow.
combat if you can execute enemies that way.
Oh,
and it'll
these enemies are the, like, okay, how good are you? How good are you at Bayonetta? Can you actually fight and dodge well, or do you need to be a baby and rely on the witch time? And that's when I'm like, yeah, goo goo gaga, I'm a little baby and I need the witch time. But it is fun. But man, they're very fast enemies. They're really, 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 really fast bros.
help with a troublesome big guy.
And they don't throw them in too much. There is like, what? And one of the encounters with them, I think, is optional. I think they use the super gold variants of the Claw Bros like 3 times? I think 3 times.
It keeps things feeling fresh, and it's really not too hard to be mindful of your surroundings while you're improvising your attacks to be ready for a smart dodge here and there. Bayonetta incentivizes the use of its systems by providing real tangible benefits to smart play, and by establishing clear consequences for poor play, eventually leading not only to the mastery of the mechanics, but efficiency, creativity, and player expression. That's what we in the Doom Eternal community call the fun zone, and Bayonetta definitely has it. That is, once you get past the first playthrough, kinda. This is where we start getting into the negatives, and I'm gonna start with the same critique I had of DMC5. New players are not allowed to select a higher difficulty than normal, and unfortunately, for the majority of the game, you can just mash. There's a fight every once in a while where you need to be better with your dodges and maximize damage, and they're like little glimmers of hope where the game shows you how good it can be when it pushes you there. But you really can get away with playing on autopilot most of the time, which is fine to have that as an option for players who want that. I'm not saying that everyone has to get their balls broken on their first playthrough, but I know I'm not alone in this, especially when we're talking about a technical combo-based action game, where so much thrill can be found in surviving a fight because you actually played well. I want that experience. I shouldn't have to play through a 10-hour normal mode campaign just to unlock it. You think some people are gonna pick hard and think the game is too punishing? Well, think of the people who are forced to play normal and end up dismissing your game because it doesn't offer them anything worthy of their time.
I feel that's fair.
That being said, once I did get to the hard difficulty, I discovered that this game isn't really for me after all. Because I'm generally not a fan of games with a heavy emphasis on quick reaction defense. That's why I never use Royal Guard in DMC5. I'm not that kind of player. But
Quick defense, would that entail like perfect dodging and parrying and that kind of thing? That's kind of a weakness of mine. I feel like it's not that hard to pull off dodges in Bayonetta though.
I like a challenge.
I think he's actually critiqueful. Hello, man E major hi. What? Critical. I think he I'm sorry, I forgot the word critical. I think he is critical of the button mashy nature of Bayonetta, actually.
I can play DMC5 on Dante Must Die difficulty. I can play OG God of War on Titan mode. I have no problem with being stuck in a fight for hours trying to get through. But DMC and God of War are more offensively driven games. Smart defense is necessary, but not constant.
Fair. Like, the entire point of Bayonetta, its whole gimmick is dodging at the right moment so the enemy slows down and then you wail off them, which is part of what makes it like a little bit more casual, mindless button mashy. Like, mindless sounds very insulting, but I really like Bayonetta as a casual kind of like hop into it and have fun kind of game. But I do feel like Devil May Cry is like a little bit more hardcore than it in comparison.
Bayonetta, once you play on hard, becomes very stick and move. Punch twice and then dodge, punch punch shoot, dodge 3 incoming attacks. And like I said, I really appreciate the design here and how it all works together, but I personally prefer a more offense-focused action game. And I found myself losing interest in Bayonetta as it demanded more and more lightning-fast reflexes of reacting to a flash in a split second to do a dodge. When an enemy flashes their attack and hits me a tenth of a second later, full screen, and I'm not fast enough to dodge that, I stop enjoying the game. But I can accept that, and say this just isn't an experience for me. I'm also a bit slow in my reaction time, I'll admit that, and I'm not good at this stuff. I never have been. I know about combo offsetting, and it definitely helps keep things more offensive once you master it, but that's something that takes real time to get used to. And if you don't like a game that much, dedicating the time to figuring that stuff out isn't really a solution.
Yeah, because it's like if you don't really like the core gameplay, you don't really have the motivation of, well, maybe I should play it 50 times and then I'll learn to master it and then I'll like it. It's like, well, I don't expect him to do that with Bayonetta.
Games focused on parrying systems really fuck me up. So I'm not saying it's bad, on the contrary, I think it's great.
He's like that guy I broke up with this year. He isn't good in reaction times. His fave Devil May Cry game was Devil May Cry 2 because it has none of that. What do you mean exactly?
But I don't enjoy it very much. So I stopped playing Bayonetta. I'm not gonna finish my hard mode playthrough if I'm not having fun. I think that Bayonetta does itself a disservice by giving you so many attack options right at the beginning. What I liked about the original God of War games is that you start with a moderate amount of options, and so you feel incentivized to gain enough XP to unlock additional attacks and also increase your damage output.
Yeah, like Bayonetta, there's not that much upgrades, really. Like, you do have some movesets in the beginning, and there's like some moves you can move later, but there's not that many that like really changes the game. There's stuff like air dodging that you can get. You can turn into the Panther, but that's like mandatory for traversing certain spots that you can't get to unless you have the Panther. You can turn into a bird, but I turn that off. I accidentally do it too much. And there's like some moves that you can do, but sometimes I'm not good at doing them, so I don't even bother with them. I mean, you have to dodge with precise timing or else you lose the combat. He wasn't good at fast reaction, same as Mayo over here. Well, yeah, but I think he's saying that he doesn't enjoy that kind of play style. He wants to be more aggressive. He doesn't want to just, like, sit around and dodge, I guess. And you could say, well, that's his fault for choosing to dodge. Why doesn't he just wail on enemies? But the game is really built around Witch Time as its main, like, standout mechanic, right? So I can understand somebody not liking it, because Devil May Cry's not like it. And I like Devil May Cry for different reasons than I like Bayonetta. People have started to call games with parry systems parry slop. Yeah, I like it. Parry slop, roll slop. I love it. Friend slop, slop slop.
Having so many options already present for the player from the beginning of Bayonetta, I didn't feel much drive to play really well and increase my Halo count to unlock new techniques because I already had an overwhelming number of options since level 1. Moving on.
Kinda, but if we were to talk seriously about it, I think the reason why slop is being used is because people get resentful that, like, certain mechanics or trends become trends. So, you know, Resident Evil for some reason, Resident Evil 4 Remake for some reason has stealth mechanics, even though it's not really a stealth game, but they decided to add a little bit of stealth because, you know, other games do it. Oh, they have a parry too because other games do it. You know what I mean? And then the roll slop, I think, is just like any game that, oh, it's another game that's trying to be like Souls. And they rarely hide that. They do the same, like a lot of games inspired by Souls, they seem to do the same kind of like grim dark tone, the same targeting icon where it's that really bright dot, stuff like that. So I get it.
Combat in Bayonetta is frequently interrupted by cutscenes. Some people think I hate cutscenes and story in video games. I don't. I'm perfectly happy to watch your long opening cutscene and take in pieces of the story here and there. But for most of Bayonetta, you are thrown into a cutscene after every fight or two fights, and it gets really annoying.
I think that's fair. I do appreciate that you are able to skip cutscenes in Bayonetta. And I like the cutscenes of Bayonetta. Like, I like cinematic cutscenes. I don't like in-game cutscenes. Bayonetta 2 would start that a little bit where they have forced walk-in for like 2 parts randomly, but not the rest of the game. And then that got worse in Bayonetta 3. Bayonetta 3 sucks, by the way. But cinematic cutscenes, especially if I really dig the aesthetic, world, and vibes, like I do for Bayonetta, I enjoy it. Same with Devil May Cry. I like Devil May Cry cutscenes, but I do admit, whenever I'm, trying to just like breeze through Bayonetta, it's my 50th time replaying it, and feeling all the times like, oh, here's the cutscene, time to press start, time to hit down, time to hit skip, and then I think it asks, like, are you sure? And like, yep. You have to do it a lot, and it kind of hurts the flow. What I think would be good is if there was some kind of, maybe a mod or official patch where in the menu you can click the no cutscenes mode to where it automatically knows to skip them all. The only downside with that for this game in particular is that there are some cutscenes that seamlessly segue into the gameplay. So, like, here's a cutscene with an enemy, and then they shoot at you in the cutscene, and then once you have control again, you need to immediately hit dodge because the projectile was actually in-game as well, and you're going to get hit by it if you don't react well enough. So that would be one main issue with that, with my idea, for Bayonetta anyway, but still, in general, some kind of option to auto-skip cutscenes, so it's not such a slog to have to manually skip each. But still, at least you can skip them, because not all cutscenes can be skipped in games.
I was trying to pay attention to this story. I watched every cutscene for the first few levels, but when the story is interrupting gameplay this often, it just annoys me and makes me want to ignore it, which I started doing. On top of all that, I think the game has a few real issues, one of them being the camera. I'm not a fan of player-controlled camera in action games, but in this game it's usually not too bad. It's pulled far away and the camera tends to naturally move with the action, but sometimes, holy Jesus, can you understand what's happening here? Because I can't. It's like the camera...
I can. It can be a little bit rough, I guess, but I feel like most of the time it's fine.
It gets a life of its own and flies around, and I just don't know where
Okay,
I am.
okay, that like... Alright, now I get what he means now.
What I'm doing. When you get close to a wall, the camera goes crazy.
Oh yeah, Devil May Cry 1's problem is, I recently streamed it, because it had been a little bit since I played the first one. It holds up well. Like, Devil May Cry 1 is, like, really good, but it didn't thoughtfully think out its fixed camera. There are some encounters, and the fixed camera is not suited for it. It's a little bit awkward, and that's especially so for certain boss fights, where it's like, what in the fuck were you thinking? Like, what is this? And I love fixed camera. I adore fixed camera. But sometimes it's not done right, and I would say Devil May Cry doesn't always do it great. Another game that I cite as doing fixed camera, but not great, is Galarian's. Galarian's fixed camera, from what I remember, it doesn't steer you very well. It's very disorienting, and so whenever you're traversing through the kind of lab in Galarian's, I get confused. I'm like, wait, this cutscene, but shouldn't I be here? Like, why is it this kind of angle? It's like, you know what I mean? So, I don't want to seem like I'm militant, always accepting of all fixed camera. It just, you have to do it right. There's an art to it. There's an art to all good things. Good things can be fucked up.
And I'm trying to move the camera, but I need my right thumb for all the face buttons on the controller, and it's just a big mess. It's not helped by the constant visual clutter on screen. I like the way the game looks, and I like all the cool effects, but sometimes there's just so much happening on screen, and everything is shaking and the camera's moving around. It's dizzying.
Maybe I can agree with that. Maybe. Have to sit on that.
And it's frustrating to die because you can't make out what's happening on screen. There's also the enemy design.
Isn't that just the well, I'm not discrediting his critique. Isn't that kind of like what happens when game graphics get more and more and more and more detailed? Things start blurring together. When there's like just so much on the screen, whether it's moving or not, it kind of becomes like hazy.
Now, I like the enemy designs, generally. There are some unique bad guys that really need to be understood once you're playing on the higher levels. But in addition to the screen feeling a bit chaotic to look at, all the enemies look the same. I mean, color-wise. They're all these heavenly creatures, so they're dressed in white and gold like angels.
That's what I heard. Mina was somewhat familiar with this creator as some kind of Doom Eternal fanboy, and Ultra Kill fans hate him. I have seen Mina play all of Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill seemed very cool. And I've seen Mina play a bit of Doom Eternal. I do want to watch his review. I would have to kind of like see what Mina thinks, because Mina is more informed on both of them. But Mina's not like a hardcore fanboy of either. Mina played through Ultra Kill once. Mina played through Doom Eternal like once, maybe another time. So I feel like their take could be interesting. But I would like to see if they maybe have some kind of point. Mayo reviews are generally fair in my opinion, but that one seemed weird. I've played both extensively. You might be right. That maybe he just kind of missed the mark or something. Maybe he needs to replay Ultra Kill again or something, you know?
Which is cool. I actually really like the premise of Bayonetta being someone that's constantly at war with angels. But when all these enemies are on screen, they just blend together, and I have a hard time differentiating between them, much less recognizing their crazy fast attacks amidst the chaos so I can dodge at the perfect time. So it would be one thing if I'm just personally bad at this fast reaction-based gameplay, which I am, but the game certainly does itself no favors by further complicating things visually. It's funny, one of my critiques of DMC5 is that all the enemies are the same color, and here it is again.
Oh, all purple? I never even thought about that. God, I hate how Devil May Cry 5 looks. It's so ugly. But what's cool about Devil May Cry is, think about it, sorry. Devil May Cry 1, it's like a really beautiful gothic castle with high contrast. Like, whenever there's shadow, it's really dark. And there's like a good variety and like color palette throughout the place. It's nice. Devil May Cry 2, I remember it having like, what if RE4 Village was like more evil or something? And then I think there's a city segment where the sky is pitch black. That was cool, I guess. 3 is like, it feels more desaturated than Devil May Cry 1. But you got your cool, like, gothic temple kind of thing. It's not like the same kind of gothic that Devil May Cry 1 is, but it's still gothic. Less on the horror, though. Like, it has, like, creepiness in it, but it's not quite horror like 1 was. And then you got 4, which is, like, this really fancy, like, religious architecture, castle type stuff. Very nice, fantasy, whatever. It looked good for what it wanted to be. And then you have 5, and 5 is like, we have one really nice, small European, like, little town with, like, Christmas lights that are blue that we put in the demo, and it's really short. It's like 5 seconds. There might be, like, some rich house once for, like, 5 seconds, and then boom. Rest of the game is desaturated, and it's, like, crumpled city, ruins, RE7 kind of mold, like the dry mold. And then it has these hell segments, kind of, that are, like, red and blue and purple or something. And they're like, whatever, but they're not, like, scary hell. They're just, like, some kind of fantasy hell. I don't know. They were okay, I guess. It's just very underwhelming to me. I was very disappointed in it. Even though it played well enough and it felt nice and liked the music, even though it's different from the other Devil May Cry music. It was good for what it is, but one of the things that I really love about, like, a lot of survival horror and Devil May Cry and Bayonetta is I like their locations, I like their settings. It feels nice to be there. That's the kind of immersion I like. I like being in the place and I'm enjoying my time. I'm immersed.
What else do I not like?
Hmm.
Oh, you know what almost kept me from finishing my first playthrough? The awful mini game.
Get good. Get good. Get good. Its angel attack is fantastic, but it is kind of rough at first. You just gotta get comfortable with the flick shots. It's awkward. It really is awkward, and it's intrusive, and it's just like, oh my god, I don't care about this. But you get the hang of it, and it's actually kind of fun. But fuck the other stuff. I don't like the shmup level, even though it's like okay. And fuck the motorcycle. I hate it.
Shooting gallery bonus stages at the beginning of every chapter, driving sections that go on
Valid. Fuck this level.
forever, flying sections that go on even longer.
And it starts with inverted controls, which makes it really hard, but you are able to uninvert it.
What am I playing? What is this?
It's
like this game has an
platinum game. It's a platinum game. Hey, there's a shmup level in damn fucking Devil May Cry 1, actually, I forgot. I think it's this perspective as well. I don't like it either.
identity crisis. It's cool that they want to shake things up and provide different experiences. I respect that. And really,
it's actually a criticism I have typically. I always call it trail mix gameplay. I feel like this era kind of did it a bit. Another example of a game that did it was American Mickey's Alice, where it's like you have your core gameplay. You know, it's kind of like hack and slash and platforming. That's your main thing. But here's the 2D platforming level. Okay, now here's like the pinball level. Okay, now here's like the slide physics level. And it's like, ugh, I don't need that. I'm actually not bored. I like the platform and I like the hack and slash. Well, I actually don't like the hack and slash in that game. It's not great. But I like the core gameplay. I don't need 5,000 other gameplays. You know what else did it? Lollipop Chainsaw. I don't like Lollipop Chainsaw. I was hyped for it, and it was kind of like, it was okay. And then it had all the gimmicky stuff back to back to back, and I'm like, oh, I never get a feel for what I do like, because you rip me away from the thing I like, which is like the hack and slash part, which even then it wasn't that great. And then you put me in a driving level, and then you put me in a shooting level, and then you put me in like a Sonic ramp level, and...
in a game as wacky as Bayonetta, you can pull it off. But these sections are bare bones, man. They're just so shallow and uninteresting.
This segment is going in a circle. That's all the shmup is. Going in a circle. Going in a circle. Going in a circle. Charge up your thing.
You know when you're playing a game that's not even hard, but it's so boring and monotonous that you end up dying over and over for stupid shit? That's this. I go flying off the road in this terrible driving sequence.
There's like one part in this game where it feels jank. Where you just kind of like... You didn't hold forward enough or something, and then you just fall or something.
And get sent back, and I find myself wondering why I'm even playing this game. Meh. I think that's enough. Let's wrap it up. Bayonetta is an awesome game if you're one of two kinds of people. The first kind of person is someone who likes the world and story of Bayonetta, you think the mashy combat is fun, and you just have a blast playing it on easy or normal.
Fuck. I'm like that, but I could play it on hard. But I play on normal too.
Second kind of person is someone who really appreciates the depth provided on higher difficulties and the fast reaction-based defensive mechanics integrated into the expressive combo system.
I played as Jean. Jean is like, if I recall, like Jean is like harder than Bayonetta on hard. It's like a different kind of hard. No, it's a trade-off, I think. There's like some things that are harder, but other things are easier if you pull it off right, if that makes sense.
And you probably like the world and the aesthetic of the game too.
Yeah.
So if you see yourself falling into one of those two groups, I say give Bayonetta a chance if you haven't already.
Wait, I hope that didn't like have a naughty word or something.
Issues I brought up probably won't affect you too much. And then there's going to be a lot of people who see this video and go, nope, that's definitely not something I want to play. And that's fine too. I want to thank everyone for recommending this game. It's cool to finally know what Bayonetta is all about. Even if I did end up finding it to be something I don't want to stick with, it's been interesting to learn about it and understand it. Thanks for watching. I wonder what game is going to be next.
Wait. Hold on, let me see something. Okay. Get that synthwave out of here. Alright, let me see what this comment said. Fuck you! I am not like those two groups. I play on normal and I appreciate the depth of combat. I've spent 15,000 hours in this game playing the platinum style ranking on all fights on normal difficulty. So to suggest that there's only two kinds of people who enjoy this game is insulting, misinformed, and above all, narrow-minded. Fuck you! Wait, did you only say that to bait me into commenting to increase your video engagement stats? Fuck! 279k likes. Is that a real comment? I think he just edited that. Nobody would like that comment. His videos aren't that popular. This guy has 150k subscribers. That's quite a bit. That's almost like 1,000, right? Hey, let's do math. How do you become a million? How much more is that? No. I don't actually. No. It's gonna seem like I'm like being sly and making fun of him for not having a million. I actually just don't know math, and I was just saying like, oh, I think he's close to a million, and I'm like, wait, I don't know. But I don't think that many people liked that comment. I think that's a fake comment that he made up. That's very funny, and I think it's cool. But no, I feel like he was fair, and he seemed to try to be like, okay, look, I know the game's not for me. I'm not saying like it's bad or anything. I just don't like it, but I totally respect you. I feel like that's fair. He's trying to be fair. And then sometimes there's some stuff that is actually just garbage and bad. It's objective. It's not subjective. But he tried to be nice, and I feel like his criticisms of Bayonetta are totally fine. Like, a lot of it is objective and a lot of it is subjective, and I think that's fine. I feel like I've liked almost all of his reviews. Actually, no, I have liked them. We watched his Silent Hill 2 remake video, although he's done several, but we've mainly watched, like, the big dissection of these games from him. Because, you know, he did, like, light ones. This is the big one. So he did the Silent Hill 2 remake. He did the RE3 remake. What was the other one we watched? RE7. He did RE7, and then we watched his Bayonetta video. And I feel like he was pretty on point with all of them. There would be, like, maybe some remarks he would make that I didn't agree with. Like that I'm like, nah, you're wrong. Or I would think, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But, like, I see what he's saying. Like him critiquing the boss fights in Resident Evil, and I'm just like, it doesn't matter. But I would be curious, I don't know if he did a review of RE4 Remake. He seems to be more positive towards it. So I would be curious, because I see the positive in it, but I kind of lean more towards disliking it. But I'm still a little bit Fence City, kind of. I'm like Fence City, but most of my body is on the hate side. But I think I've done a pretty long stream. I think we can work on wrapping up. I appreciate everybody chilling with me while I watch these. It's been a lot of fun talking about this kind of thing with everybody. I do apologize for any comment that I was not able to properly address. It just gets harder when chat is more busy, or if I try to keep a certain flow. I am already pretty bad about interrupting myself a lot to try to tend to people as much as I can, but I do appreciate every comment and all the engagement. No, not engagement for stats, just like you guys chilling with me and talking, and with each other. It's like all my children are getting along, kind of, I guess. But I would love to do this again with more and more people. More of this guy's stuff. I really like this guy, genuinely. Even if I watch his Ultra Kill Doom Eternal video and it's like the worst thing I've ever heard, I can deal with it because I feel like I have enough affinity with him, you know? And I would also like to show more Electric Underground videos. It's been a while since I have watched them with you guys. People were very salty with him. Electric Underground, imagine a more sassy version of Under the Mayo. That's what Electric Underground is. He's more snappy. He's more sassy. Shut up, love. Be nice to him. You just hate him because you have affinity with him. But I get it. He's like, he has enough affinity with you that if he gets anything wrong, it makes you hate him more. So I totally get that. We need to watch Navigate or Gaiman in the Clinton years. He was an insane person with insane game opinions who was on public access TV for years, and they would get really weird and funny. I'd be down. I'm open-minded. Just gotta vet certain people, because I know, like, there's one review where they just say the N-word. Just boom! Just say it with N-word. and it was a BioShock Infinite review. And I'm like, oh my god, holy shit. But I'm like, I think Under the Mayo won't say it, I think, so we should be fine. Gaming in the Clinton years is a true classic. I've never heard of them, actually, or him, or whatever. But aside that, thank you for coming. And I guess I won't be seeing you guys until maybe Wednesday or something, or I have collabs next week. I hope it's not on the day I'll be gone. Oh, thank God. Actually, okay, that's perfect. All right, one of them is actually scheduled for next week, so I might be okay. But yeah, I'm gonna be going on a trip. I will be getting a checkup of my eyes to see if the surgery on them is stable, if things are looking good. Like, all right, your eye is not gonna get worse. Congratulations. That's all I really need, and I think that's what's gonna happen. I think it's gonna be fine. Gonna see some family, and I'll be home soon. I'm not gonna be gone for long, not a week or anything. I'll be gone like 2 days, 3 days, and I'll be very excited to return home. Love will be debuting the day that I return home, so I hope I can catch it because I believe it's in the afternoon, so I should be good. But I'm gonna give another shout out to Love, who is debuting on the 17th in the afternoon, something like that. You can write the time, Love. Let me go ahead and plug my Discord. This is my Discord server. Sometimes we hang, but maybe people should start nudging me a bit more because I keep stalling because I'm ADHD and I'm bad about getting to plans. But nudge me to continue Breaking Bad Season 2 with everybody. And also, if you join, you can get ping. You can choose the role that will ping you whenever I go live, or whatever it is that you seek from Discord, comfort, or whatever. I have my website, which has all my external sites. Sorry for all the links. I have my alternate VTuber forums. Again, I'm going to be streaming with them on this account. But I have an alternate Twitter for just their content because they're different from my normal content, kind of. At least in vibe and design. And then the last thing is my regular Twitter where I post Baytan and my schedule posts. So let's see who we can raid. I feel like there's something else I'm supposed to do, but for the love of me, I cannot recall. I don't know who to raid. There's so many good people on. Oh my god, I can't choose. Oh my god. I will never raid my Oshi. I will never raid my Oshi. I will never raid my Oshi. He's not a VTuber. I will not raid him. I will not raid him. I will not raid him. I'm too ashamed. I'm disgusting. I shouldn't ever, like, he shouldn't even know I exist. I'm too disgusting. I don't know who to pick. Oh! Oh my god. Abigail's playing Dino Crisis. We have to raid him. Although he's disgusting for playing without me. Just joking, just joking, just joking. Actually, the best way sometimes to experience a horror game is to not have comfort right next to you to make it easier on you. Hell, even when you're streaming it, it kind of adds a little bit comfort because you're not fully alone. But having a partner with you, guiding you through it, it's a little bit different. With that said, it's okay because I love playing. If anybody invites me to it, I'll do it because I loved playing RE1 Remake with Love or guiding him. Raid Oshi, I don't have what it takes, bro. I can't. Ugh. I can't do it. What is he playing? He's playing Vermintide. Vermintide. I want to raid Abigail, but I've never raided the Oshi. I have an ad. I'll raid Abigail next time. Hey, they're playing a ship game. Oh, they're showing that ship game that they're kind of interested in. There is a ship game that was shown at whatever game event, whatever it's called. And it's some Kickstarter game. But ships are cool. Alright. I'll only do it because you guys told me to. Or one person did it. I'll never do it again, though. After this, I'll never do it again. Luckily, they don't have, like, big fancy alerts or anything like that. They're, like, old school. Just a mic. Just a mic and a voice and GIFs. Okay. Wait, what if they have raids turn off? You can do that, can't you? Okay. All right. See you guys later. Good night.